Good evening. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission is called to order. This meeting is improperly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communications can view this program in high definition on channel 1002. You can also watch this meeting live on Apple TV and Roku on the Go Vegas app. The Planning Commission meeting as well as other KCLV programming can be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Saturday of the meeting at 10 a.m., Monday at midnight, and the following Tuesday at 6 p.m. Would everyone rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, can we get the roll call, please?
Chair Cherry.
Here.
Vice Chair Quinn. Here. Commissioner Schlottman.
Present.
Commissioner Toussaint. Present. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Present.
Commissioner Williams.
Present.
Commissioner Roush.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. To the public, I turn your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process, if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate you adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. And I know we are out of agendas, I believe, so if you could share with your neighbor, that would help. Moving on to item number 4, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, as well as the amount of any time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. All comments made on this for specific action will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Please come and state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Ron Pokrivka. I'm also known as Ron Dakar. That's my stage name. I'm up here in regards to number 121, special use permit for 1413 Maria Elena Drive in regards to getting an existing short-term rental. Our neighborhood is completely opposed to this. I sent in a bunch of different emails and letters from the entire neighborhood, which I have here, and I'm more than willing to turn in. I wrote a very lengthy letter in regards to the history.
Ron, that's going to be heard tonight.
At 121, but that's going to be like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, so would you like to submit for the record? Because we got to get through this portion. We're not going to be hearing the application at this point.
All right.
So if there's anything specific you want to hear, if you want to add or turn in something for the record, you're welcome to do that.
Just the entire neighborhood is opposed to it.
Okay, well, and if you have anything you'd like to submit.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to give each person here 1 more minute to go through. And I realize, folks, it's going to be a long agenda tonight, so we're going to try to get through as quickly as possible. So if there's anything you want to add, because you can't stay tonight, now's a good time to do so. Need your name and address for the record, please.
My name is John Chaturis. I live on that same cul-de-sac that was just mentioned before. And I just wanted to say that about a month ago, they were having a party there, and it got rough, and the cops came. They stayed till 2 o'clock in the morning. They had helicopters. They kept telling the people to come out with their hands up. This is at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
I wanted to get that in the record.
And just for the record, Mr. Totoris, it's number 121 that you're in opposition of, or is that what I'm hearing?
Pardon?
Item number 121?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
There's 3 microphones if someone would like to come up to the next microphone.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, good evening. I'm Stacy Brown of 1414 Maria Elena Drive, and I am in unequivocal opposition to the short-term rental proposal under Agenda Item 121. I understand that the purpose of the government of the City of Las Vegas is building community to make life better. I would like each and every one of you to think very seriously about that purpose, because the only possible action you could take on this agenda item that is in furtherance of that purpose is to reject Agenda Item 121.
Thank you. And listen, we're, to everybody here, we realize if you're coming up for a short-term rental and you're opposed, we know all the different things that come with it. Your voice is important, so if you can't stay for tonight when the applicant is going to be heard, and they come up here and state their case, I need everyone to be very brief if you're for it or against it, and we need to move on along with the agenda.
I'll let my neighbors have a moment to say their piece, but we are all unequivocally opposed to it.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get the next person's name and address for the record, please?
David Mendenhall, 1405 Maria Elena, another neighbor in opposition to item number 121. I agree with all my neighbors. We're totally opposed.
Thank you. And I'm assuming everyone's not staying here till later tonight because we're not going to have redundancy on this. Name and address for the record, please.
Sam Friedman, 1408 Maria Elena, also in opposition to the short-term rental.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you.
Name and address for the record, please.
Michael Ganson, 1100 South 6th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89104. I've got a couple of questions in opposition to number 13,
Okay, 13. Give me 1 second.
the Capsule Hotel.
I believe that's
One vote, one
that's
motion.
on the one motion, one vote.
Mr. Chairman, those are all public hearing items, and
They are.
you'll have an opportunity to speak at that point.
That will be during the public portion. That'll
So
open
then
up
we're
one
good with
motion,
that.
one vote. Thank you. Name and
Hi.
address, please, for the record.
My name is Adolf Hildebrandt, and I am in opposition to item number 118, a special use permit for a home on farm. That home that they're trying to get a special permit for a short-term rental is right next to a child care center. I didn't know if you were aware of that.
Yeah, we have all the maps, sir, all in our
You
backup.
aware of that?
Yeah, we have everything
Can
in our
you
backup.
tell us what is going in there?
Sir, when we open up the application, we're going to speak about it. So now's the point if you're opposed or against, because we're not going to get into a full discussion about it before the applicant is opened up. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I'm guessing the rest of the people here are not going to be here later tonight because we're not going to get into a full-blown discussion of the item until we get to that point.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I want to submit, we're in opposition to 123. I just wanted to submit this
Thank
to
you. Name and address for the record.
Gene Collins at 1411 Virginia City Avenue. And we just want to
Absolutely.
submit this.
Thank you. I know it's going to be a
Thank
late
you.
night. Thank you for sending it for the record. Thank you.
Kelly Ledesma, 7448 Stony Shore Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm opposed to 116 and 122. They are on the same street as me. We have lived in our house for 25 years. Thank you for
Thank you.
understanding.
Thank you for being brief. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Mark Scott, 1508 Kirkland Avenue. So the items on the one motion, one vote will be up for public hearing. We can come and speak on those.
I believe we open up the public portion, and then it could be polled if it...
I'm interested in item 14.
Okay, so item 14 you have interest in. Thank you.
So I can come out at that time, or?
We will have a public portion that you can come up and say you'd like that to be polled. So. Okay. And again, everyone's voice is important, but we just try to get through this long agenda tonight in a timely manner. Moving on to item number 5. I'm sorry, excuse me. Name and address for the record.
Byron Jones, 1912 Navajo Lake Way, opposed to 116 and 122.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Okay, I will now close the public hearing portion of the agenda. Vice Chair Quinn?
Excuse me, through you, I have a housekeeping item that I must clear up. I abstain from voting on the approval of the June 12th meeting minutes. I meant the July 10th meeting, 2018, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Thank you for the
Sure, if I could. At the July 10th meeting, you abstained from voting on the June meeting minutes. You just
Right.
didn't put why you abstained. I'm assuming because you weren't present at the June 12th meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was not at the May meeting,
The June meeting.
the June meeting,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So
Yeah,
that's all the clerk needed. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Great, it's on the record
Vice
now.
Chair.
So it's on the record. Sorry, folks.
Okay, so now we will move along to item number 5 for possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meeting of July 10th, 2018.
Thank you. I make a motion for approval of the July 10th Planning Commission meeting.
Chairman Cherry, before
Commissioner Williams.
you take that motion, I would like to make a correction to my narrative on agenda number 56 at the July 10th meeting. would be the last sentence. And it says, I need to replace like, L-I-K-E, to near, which it would read, she suggested that a location near Cashmanville would be better, not like. That was on the neon Andy Anderson sign.
Okay.
Okay.
And Chairman, if the commissioner could submit that to the clerk, and then that would be
Please,
part of
it'll
the
be
official record.
part of the record.
Thank you.
Great,
Part of
thank
the
you,
record.
Commissioner. Okay, we're ready to proceed on the motion. I believe you said the motion for approval. All right, there's a motion on the floor for the approval of the July 10th, 2018 Planning Commission meeting. That motion carries. Let's move on to the housekeeping items. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action? Not sure yet. Can you name and address for the record, please? If you could just hit the button, there you go. Okay, you got it. It's on.
6,000 Atmore Court. We're here representing item number 122, which is a request for an SUP. We'd like to request a 90-day abeyance of that.
122. Could you give me your name one more time for the record?
Robert Graham.
Robert Graham, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. Our office is representing items number 22 and number 23. We'd asked to continue those into the next Planning Commission meeting, and the reason is because we have to provide revised plans to the site plan and elevations to your staff, so that'd give us enough time so they would have the current plans on file.
Mr. Gronauer, do you feel like you'll have enough time within 30 days to get the plans done?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, that's noted. Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
Hello, my name's Janelle Mazza, 1301 South 6th Street, 89104. I'm here representing James Vanis on item number 124. We're requesting an abeyance on this item. We're communicating with our neighbors and the neighborhood association and feel we need another month just to iron out some concerns.
And that is on
1, 2, 4.
that is scheduled to be on the housekeeping items currently.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road. I just wanted to make sure we sent in writing to hold item number 44 and item number 120. We're still working with the City Councilwoman's office on these matters.
That's
Thank you.
currently on the abeyance list, too. Is the applicant for item number 122, I believe it was Mr. Graham, that had the 90-day request, if they could come back up to the podium, I have a question for you. I'll let you go ahead and start.
No, that's fine. Carrie Kramer, 300 South 4th Street, here on behalf of the World Market Center of Las Vegas. We sent a letter requesting an abeyance for 30 days, and we are on track, and we've spoken to planning to have that be heard at the September 11th meeting.
What was the item number?
Oh, I'm sorry, 24 and 25.
Okay, that's on our list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Graham, staff is requesting that if it's 90 days, that it would be tabled so it could be re-notified, as opposed to 30 days where it'd be an abeyance.
Okay, yeah, that was on Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian's recommendation that we met with her this afternoon.
So you would be okay if it was tabled on
Yes.
the 90 days? Okay, just want to make sure that's clear. Thank you. So I have additional items on the list will be 122. Items number 22 and 23 is requested to be 30 days. That was 122, and it'll be tabled for 90 days.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I just want to make a clarification on the staff request for table. Because they're asking for a 90-day abeyance, staff is requesting that the item be tabled. It is important to note a tabled application will require re-notification, and there will be a re-notification fee that the applicant would have to pay when they're ready to have that item brought back before this body.
If I can get Mr. Graham back up to the podium, so we can make sure that that's clear. Is he here? He left. Okay. I did say it would be re-notified.
I just have a question, I'm sorry. Can he rent that out now for the next 90 days, or does he have to wait until he gets it approved?
No, he cannot rent while it's in this process.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so pardon? I needed your name and address for the record, please.
I'm so sorry. Kelly Ledesma, 7448 Stony Shore Drive, 89128.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
Okay, so I did say that it would have to be re-notified when the applicant was up here, so we will sit with that.
Chairman Cherry, excuse me.
Commissioner Williams?
Could you pull item 123 forward, please?
Yeah, we, as far as to be heard, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I want to, let's get to a vote on the housekeeping items with the abeyance, and then I'll get to that portion. Pardon?
I didn't really know if staff had an additional list of abeyance items or...
Okay, so staff, if you could please read in the list for the record.
Mr. Chairman, Paul Banks with the Department of Planning. The following items have been requested for abeyance to the September 11th meeting. Items 17, 22, and 23, 24 and 25, this is their third request. 26 and 27, also their third request. Item 44, this is their second request. Items 49 and 50, item 84, item 120, and item 124. The following items have been requested for abeyance to the October 9th meeting, item 42. And then the following item has been requested to be tabled, item 122. And finally, the following items have been requested to be stricken from the agenda by staff, and that is item 73.
And didn't we also have 20, 21, excuse me, 22 and 23, there was a request? Did you say those?
Yes, I read those.
Okay,
yes.
my apologies. Vice Chair, can we get a motion? Oh, Commissioner DeSalvio?
I'd like to make the motion for approval based on what staff read into the record.
Okay, there's a motion for approval on the housekeeping items. Then that motion carries. I will also...
Excuse me, I need Commissioner Williams to vote, please.
Oh. I thought it posted, so my apologies, and that motion carries. We will be bringing forward items number 123, 131, and 132. Yeah, that during the public hearing portion. We'll get to the one motion, one vote. Okay, moving right along. Off to a good start. Now on the one motion, one vote portion, the following are items that may be considered one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the applications recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Yeah, I'm going to read these in, and then we can, I know there's one person that had item 14, I think, and 13 to put forward. Item number 7, abeyance GPA 73547, applicant owner, Square Trades Holdings LLC, for possible action request for general plan amendment from PF to MXU at 638 North 9th Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item number 8, SUP 73855, applicant BP Holdings, Inc., owner Pre Rancho Craig LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed beer, wine, cooler, off-site establishment use at the southeast corner of Craig and Rancho Drive, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Related item 9, SDR 73856, for possible action on request for a site development plan review for proposed 2,974 square foot general retail store other than listed convenience store with fuel pumps and an 866 square foot restaurant with drive-through, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item number 10, SUP 73903, applicant owner Cox Communications, Las Vegas, Inc., for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed utility installation other than listed at the northwest corner of TP Lane and Oso Blanca Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Related item number 11, SDR 73904, for possible action on a request for a site plan development review for a proposed 10,917 square foot 28-foot tall utility equipment building, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item number 12, SUP 73659, applicant Daniel Gonzalez, owner of Finn Squared LLC, for possible action request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,000 square foot beer wine cooler on sale establishment use at 4016 North Tenaya Way, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item number 13, SUP 73674, applicant Tori Hoyer, owner 1320 Casino Center Boulevard Trust, for a possible action request for a special use permit for a proposed 34-unit motel or hotel suites at 1320 South Casino Boulevard. Staff recommends approval. Item number 14, SUP 73717, applicant The Artisan, owner Garrett Capital LLC et al., for possible action request for a major amendment to a previously approved special use permit for a proposed 11,198 square foot expansion of an existing 2,186 square foot liquor establishment tavern at 1501 West Sahara Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item number 15, SUP 73847, applicant Food Fight LLC, Todd Marshall and Carl Marshall, 1999 irrevocable trust et al., for possible action request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,348 square foot tavern limited establishment at 1212 South Main Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item number 16, SUP 73906, applicant owner 1028 Fremont LLC, for possible action request for a special use permit for a proposed 33,386 square foot tavern limited establishment at 1028 Fremont Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 17 is requested for abeyance. Item number 18, SDR 73846, applicant Sean Ashuri, owner SS&D Nevada Properties LLC, for possible action request for a site development plan review for a proposed 6,028 square foot restaurant at 1809 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item number 19, ROC 73922, applicant owner Craig and Rancho Land Holdings LLC, for possible action to review a condition of an approved site development plan review to remove condition number 7, which states, a master plan shall be submitted for approval by the City of Las Vegas prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for any building on the site and prior to the issuance of any sign permits at 4330 North Rancho Drive, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item number 20, VAC 73806, applicant owner Falcon Landing Apartments LLC, for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate a public drainage easement north of Roberta Lane, west of Decatur Boulevard, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item number 21, VAC 73864, applicant owner Touchstone Peaceful Ridge LLC, for possible action on a request for petition to vacate a public sewer easement south of Peaceful Dawn Avenue. That's a nice name. West of Cliff Shadows Parkway, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. I should win an award for that. Okay, if anyone would like to come up, there was a couple people that wanted to pull or talk about specific items on that. If now's the time, state your name, tell me which item it is.
Number 13, Mike Ganson, 1100 South 6th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89103. Number 13, it has to do with the Capsule Hotel.
Okay.
My question is, how many Capsule Hotels do we have in the community right now?
I don't know.
Is the architect here for that, or are the people?
This is just to pull it forward or not, so you requested?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Name and address for the record.
Mark Scott, 1508 Kirkland. I'm here about item 14.
Okay. And is your request to pull it forward to hear it?
Yes.
Item number 14 is the... Okay, that's good to know. So this is noticed as public hearing, and we can take comment on the application and keep it on one motion, one vote. Did you have comments on item number 15?
Yes. I reviewed the staff's report. I represent the residents of Glen Heather Estates. I don't know if the overhead's working right now. Our portion of our development is within 1,000 feet of the Artisan Hotel. We've been getting, over the last year, they've escalated their outdoor events, and some of these events have run into 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. It's very loud DJ rave type events. We're not necessarily opposed to the SUP. We're not necessarily opposed to the Artisan expanding their space, but we have serious concerns about those that expansion leading to further disruption. Now, we have complained to Code a couple times, and I believe Code has been in contact with the Artisan, and I believe that the noise has been better since that, to the credit of the Artisan and Code enforcement. But we just wanted to get it on record that we wanted you to be very careful with allowing the Artisan to intensify, because it shows that it's in an industrial area, it's around strip clubs, it's a wilder area, but there are several residential developments that are directly affected by the Artisan's events, and I just wanted everyone to be really aware of that, because I think there's an idea that there is no residential around there, and the Artisan used to be a travel lodge, used to be a sleepy place, and now it's becoming a place where they're holding an event facility. It's an event facility now more than a hotel.
Okay.
And thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. And I'm inclined to keep item number 13 on the one motion, one vote. So if you'd like to come up and set your comments on the record, I'll give you 2 minutes to do so before we move
Again,
on.
Mike Hansen, 1100 South 6th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I seriously doubt that the community wasn't informed about this over at the John S. Park area. We've already have 2 hostels in the area there, and I just would like to know whether or not we're going to make that a hostel central down in that area, as we've done with the all the bail bonds that you people call the Arts District. We see hundreds of bail bonds places and no art facilities, and now we're seeing this capsule place in front of the Planning Commission, and I don't know whether there's alcohol, I don't know how they're, and I don't know whether building department's on board or fire is aware of how to engineer one of these out. And I don't know what the kind of security is, and the parking problem. And that's another issue that we need to really address as a whole here, with many more applications coming in without parking. So we need to set something guideline for that, and this is not appropriate, since the community really is a tourist area, and if any kind of bit of news, negative news comes out, it goes around the world, and this is looking like could be positive if it's handled right, but I just don't know who these people are and what they're about, and security, alcohol, typical things that we all find in all the hotels.
Thank you for your comments. And I will add a disclosure to the plan as I read through. I forgot on my notes that I am involved in a project within the notification area of this capsule motel. It doesn't affect me one way or the other specific, and I will be voting on the item.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Rausch.
I will be abstaining from that item number 13. I own an apartment project across the street.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be abstaining on item number 16, seeing as it's a tavern. Oh, actually, no, I have ongoing business. I have an ongoing business relationship with that client.
Thank you for that. Okay, Vice Chair Quinn.
Mr. Chairman, with that said, I'd like to move for a motion for approval for items 7 through 21, excluding item 17, which has been held in abeyance.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, and I want to make just a real quick comment. So because there is no second meeting in September for the City Council, all items tonight that will move forward for City Council action will be going to the September 5th City Council meeting. Since that's a little different than normal, I just want to draw special attention to that. So this evening, whenever we have an item that will move forward to City Council, that will go to the September 5th City Council meeting. So with that, item number 7 will go forward to City Council to be heard at the September 5th City Council meeting. Items 8 through 21, with the exception of item 17, which has been obeyed this evening, our final action this evening, unless obeyed to the City Council or to the City Clerk within 10 days.
Great, thank you. Moving on to the public hearing items, we will start with is the applicant for item number 123 here? I don't see anyone for 123. Is the applicant for 123 here? Okay, we're going to trail this, and we're going to go to item number 131 and 132. No, Bob wasn't. Mr. Gronauer, you weren't 123, were you? No. Okay. All right, your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. Michael Vlajevich, City of Las Vegas Public Works Department, 495 South Main Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89101, representing the city as the applicant on this project.
Mr. Chairman?
2 projects.
Mr. Chairman, you have to read the item into the record.
You know what? I'm skipping around. Excuse me, Michael. Item number 131, SDR 73916, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request for site development plan review for a proposed 4-story parking garage, including 5,841 square foot of commercial space with waivers of Symphony Park design standards at the northeast corner of City Parkway and Clark Avenue. Ward 5 staff recommends approval. Item number 132, SDR 73917, applicant owner of City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request for site development plan review for a proposed 4-story parking garage, including 23,370 square feet of commercial space with waivers of the Symphony Park design standards at the northeast corner of Grand Central Parkway and Clark Avenue. Ward 5 staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, with approval of the requested waivers, the site will be in substantial compliance with the minimum requirements of the Symphony Park design standards. The proposed City of Las Vegas parking garage is intended to serve the future parking needs for the Symphony Park plan area and is compatible with the surrounding development and land uses. Technical aspects of the development have been reviewed and conditionally approved by the Symphony Park Design Review Committee. Staff concurs with the findings of the Symphony Park Design Review Committee and recommends approval of the request. Please note that additional letters of public input received after publication. That is for item 131. For 132, with the approval of the requested waivers, again, site will be in substantial compliance with the minimum requirements of Symphony Park design standards. As I said, the technical aspects of the development have been reviewed and conditionally approved by Symphony Park Design Review Committee. Staff concurs with those findings and recommends approval of the request.
Thank you. Again, your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Michael Vlajevich, City of Las Vegas Public Works Department, 495 South Main Street, Las Vegas, 89101. And thank you again. I know it's a very long agenda tonight, so I'll be very brief. I'd first like to thank staff and the Site Development Plan Review for their very thoughtful input on our plans that have been submitted. The reason why I'm saying that is there's 2 things to kind of keep in mind about this particular project. Symphony Park, when the master plan was developed more than a decade ago, there's been quite a few changes in the community, economics as such. And one of those big changes is the city had determined that we really need to have a couple of standalone parking garages, which were never anticipated as standalone parking garages in the original site development review. And so that's one of the changes, and again, why staff and the site development review had to go kind of above and beyond, because they were looking at aspects of a project that were not on the original plan. And I think it was very eloquently stated about how the requirements that we're going to comply with, and we are in agreement with all those conditions. The second part of it, and I know I kind of rambled a little bit, I'll try not to. The team that we have, and I'll let them introduce themselves should you have questions. The project was conceived as a design-build project, which is really a design competition, where we went ahead and had an open competition with any contractors that felt that they were qualified. It was narrowed down to three finalists, and then finally one finalist was selected, and that's the team that we have hired for the city. So the designs that you're seeing were vetted by a staff of city employees from various different departments, various stakeholders in the project, and felt that this was the best solution to the project with the budget that we had. Thank you, and if you have questions, please.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in these items? If I can just get you guys to step aside briefly. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Mike Anson, 1100 South 6th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. You know, I like the idea of the parking garage, but I don't like the idea of using public money to build restaurant space. I think that's contrary to the other stakeholders in the community that are trying to make a go of it. Over there at the premium outlet malls, with the failed enterprise over there at the World Mongos or whatever it was there, he failed there, and the other restaurants. I don't think the city has any business being in the restaurant business, and it's not good behavior, I don't think. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the public like to be heard on this? Before we turn it over to the commission, I'd like to disclose, I noticed there's a couple gentlemen with you with WT shirts on, Whiting Turner, and I am involved indirectly with the project that they're involved in. It won't affect me in any way. I've never seen these gentlemen before, don't know who they are. And I don't need your name and address for the record. Thank you, I appreciate it. Is there anything you needed to add before we take it to the commission?
No, I would like to just address the concern, the very valid concern the gentleman brought up. We are not in the business of cities, not in the business of operating restaurants. We're merely providing space potentially for outside businesses to do that. We're looking at not only restaurants, but any other, like a grocery store, for example, that would serve the needs of what is now becoming a very rapidly developing residential aspect of Symphony Park. Grocery store we know is needed for population in that area, and we anticipate that the bulk of the retail space will be used for a grocery store.
Thank you. I will now turn it over to the commission for discussion, and we will take the item, if we vote upon, within two different motions. Commissioner Williams.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. I have reviewed this plan, and I think it's excellent. You need the parking, and they need a grocery store and residential on that property. So with that said, if no other commissioners have any concern?
Please, Commissioner.
There's a question?
No, if you'd like to make a motion.
Then I move to approve.
Commissioner DeSalvio, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
Do you have one?
More of a question?
Oh, please.
I'm sorry.
Is this project that the city's going to put on, is this going to be considered a prevailing wage project?
Yes, it will be.
Okay, thank you.
We're always looking for jobs. So. Okay. With that said, I move to approve SDR 73916.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote.
Move to approve SDR 73.
That motion carries.
Did it carry?
Yep.
Okay. Move to approve SDR 73917.
There's a motion on the floor, please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, those items, item 131 and item 132, will move forward and be heard at the City Council meeting on September 5th, 2018.
And Michael, sorry about the email today on accident.
No problem. I'm impressed you had my email address. Have a good short evening.
Thanks. Okay, we'll move on to item number 28 and related item number 29 and 30. Item number 28, abeyance GPA 73577, applicant Upgrowth NV LLC, owner United States of America, for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment to amend the trails element of the 2020 master plan and all related maps, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Abeyance item number 29, re-notification, GPA 73578, for possible action request for a general plan amendment from PF and DR to RNP, R, and ML on the southwest and northeast sides of Clark County 215, bounded by Ann Road, Wallapai, Washburn Road, and Alpine Ridge. Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Related item number 30, abeyance re-notification, ZON 73579, for possible action request for rezoning from CV and U and DR rural density residential general plan designation to RE, RD, R1, and RCL. Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has proposed to realign a portion of the multi-use non-equestrian trail with the future dedicated Wallapai Way right-of-way, which staff supports as long as the trail is aligned with the east side of Wallapai Way. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication for this general plan amendment. And the second portion of this application, the proposed general plan amendment and rezoning is in conflict with this agreement as the applicant has, with the interlocal agreement, as the applicant has proposed land use designations and zoning districts for the subject site that allow lot minimums that range from 3,000 to 10,000 square feet, not the 18,000 to 18,500 square feet as defined by the interlocal agreement for this area, and staff is recommending denial of both the general plan amendment and the companion rezoning request. Please note additional letters of support and protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to give 5 minutes for the presentation. If I can get your name and address to the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, my name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the applicant in these three matters. With respect to item number 28, your staff is recommending approval, and I believe through the neighborhood meeting process, we didn't have any other significant comments on that, so I'm going to ask you to follow staff's recommendation on item number 28. With respect to item 29, I'd like to get your attention to the overhead so I could get into the presentation itself. First, as you see on the 11 by 17 exhibit here, highlighted in yellow is the property that's before you that we're asking for a general plan amendment and a zone change application, which is item number 30. The property location is bounded by, this is a 215, which actually bisects our property. Our western portion property is located over here. Our eastern portion property is located here. This is the new and improved existing 215 Beltway in the northwest. This is Ann Road, which is to the north portion of our property, or north boundary. To the east of our property, as I'm showing you here, is Wallapai. We have Washburn, which is located here to the south, and to the west is the Alpine Ridge alignment. As I already mentioned to you, in here, this is approximately 120 acres of property. What makes this application very unique and appetizing or compelling for an approval for the general plan and the zone change itself is there are significant impacts to this piece of property. The interlocal agreement also pointed out into this area that once when the Beltway is fully completed, as you can see here, that the county and city would take a look at this area because of the significant impacts. What are they? As you can see here, this is the first time that I've ever represented a piece of property that has a former Beltway or freeway going through the property itself that's existing here, as you can see as I'm pointing out. The red lines here are transmission lines that are 100 feet tall in its area. We are right adjacent to the off-ramp of Ann Road and the Beltway itself. The property is bisected by the Beltway that goes through, and you have Wallapai, which is a major arterial street here in the property itself. So with that being said, I'd like to get your attention to the overhead of where we started in this process and where we finish, where we are tonight. Over here on the left-hand side of the plan itself is a current existing general plan, which is desert rural. In our first neighborhood meeting, I'm going to try to go through this quickly since I have limited time. We came in with a medium-low density. We came in with a medium and high density here for 3 different type of housing products in the area. Actually, a total of 4 different housing products. After the first neighborhood meeting, we went back to the drawing board to try to nail down and address some of the issues from the neighbors itself that were brought up on the plan. Again, to the left here is the existing master plan. It's desert rural. rural, and you have on the the western portion of our property, public facility. Over here, what we did is to try to address the neighbors' concerns. We came in with the general plan of RNP adjacent to some existing RNP that's in the area. We came in with a rural designation for 10,000 and 10,000 square foot lots. This area in yellow here for low would have been our R1 lots, which would be between the transmission line and the beltway itself, and on the other side of the beltway here would be low density. The application that's before you today, after the third neighborhood meeting that we had, again, is what we believe that we pretty much addressed a lot of the issues that were brought up by the neighbors. Not everybody's happy, not everybody's in support. That being said, what we have here is, as I said before, what we call the finger parcels here. We would be proposing for a RNP general designation. We would be coming in for the remaining portion of this property that goes up to the beltway itself for rural density, which allows up to 3.59 dwelling units to the acre, and on the other side of the beltway itself would be low density. The purpose of this here is to come in through the zoning process itself to build a community that is of this size, dealing with these type of impacts, to have your traditional transitional type of zoning. In the area here where it's RNP, as I'm showing you, this is where we would build our half-acre lots, which would be matching up in the area itself. In the rural area that you see here would be a combination of 10,000 square foot lots, and what we have is a minimum in our R1 for 7,700 square foot lots, and then over here would be the RCL. What I'd like to do is, just to sum everything up here due to the time, is to present to you on the overhead here itself. Although this is not a map that's been submitted, we would like to put on the record that this is a map that we're going to be submitting for a tentative map. This is exactly where we are and where we're looking to finalize a process with the applications that are before you. What you can see here, and what's important to note, because this falls in line to the general plan amendment that we're asking for, to the zone changes that we're asking for. So fairly quickly here, in the brown areas here, as you can see, this would be the RNP areas, or the 18,000 minimum square foot lots. We'd be proposing 62 homes in this area. With respect to the yellow area, which then you transition, which runs right up to the transmission line in the green area here, this would be the 10,000 square foot minimum lots. We'd be proposing approximately 76 of those lots. And then on the other side, between the transmission line and the beltway itself and the orange colored lots here, we'd be proposing R1 zoning that you would have a minimum of 7,700 square foot lots. What's important with that is your R1 zoning minimum is 6,500 square foot lots. And then on the other side of the beltway itself are the blue lots, which is the RCL. In closing here, what we believe is the proposal for the general plan amendment protects the area by coming in with a rural designation. It allows up to 3.59 dwelling units per acre. The project on the east side of the property here that I'm showing you comes in at approximately 2.46 dwelling units an acre, a mixture of the half acres, the 10,000s, and the 7,700 square foot minimum lots. We feel that because of the impacts on the property here, it justifies the general plan amendment and the zone change itself.
Thank you,
I want to thank you very much. I sped through that as fast as I could.
I know you did. Thank you
we'll go
for
from
going
there.
through quickly. Okay, this is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item, please come up to the microphone. We have 3 microphones. I need your name and address for the record if you're for or opposed. I'm going to give each person a minute to go through, and please try not to be redundant on the comments. Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Palma Christopher. I live at 5231 North Durango Drive, which is in the city of Las Vegas, but I do own property within Area A1. First off, I want to point out, please, make no mistake. There was not one person at those meetings who agreed with what was just told to you. Not one person. None of us want these changes. Also, everyone who owns property in this vicinity, in the area they call A1, which is in your literature, all of these people bought their properties with the intention of being in a special area that only permits half-acre zoning so that people would have horses and people would have their animals in the area and people would have a rural quality. There are no other places in the Las Vegas Valley that are like this area. This developer, Upstart Growth, they
We're going to have to wrap up the comments, so if you can be brief. It's gone
Oh, I'm
past
sorry.
the
I'll
minute.
just get to one or two more things.
One more thing, please.
The application, they talk about that it wouldn't make many changes, but you have to think about the schools and all the other impacts and the traffic. And we haven't seen traffic studies. We haven't seen anything from these people.
Thank you.
Also, I think that the numbers are misrepresented, and I'll tell you finally, and I will let you listen to the other persons, there is no public interest reason why these items, number 28 and 29, should be approved.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address to the record, please?
Yes, Chairperson Cherry. Mark,
29 and 30, forgive me, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Mark Bloom, 10175 West Tropical Parkway. Chairperson and ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission, bear with me. I'll be as brief as I can. I've been involved in the rural neighborhood preservation for quite some time. I recognize some of you. Thank you. It's very difficult to stand here in front of you with this application because it flies in the face, ladies and gentlemen, of everything that the county and the city have done working together for the interlocal. As you know, it went about 5 years, the water, the sewer, the fire department, and all that. And thankfully, County of Clark, City of Las Vegas came together and formed the interlocal. Some of the folks in the audience may not know exactly what's going on, so I'm not going to be redundant, but even your staff has recommended denial, and several of the reasons are that the subject site is within the A2 of the interlocal, which requires the area to remain residential with a density of no greater than 2 units per acre, each residential lot, minimum 18,000. This is not a handshake between developers and the neighbors. This is a requirement. The other item in the interlocal, yes, sir, that is quite important is planning area A2, and I'm reading joint use planning, page 3 of 9. It says, the parties agree, city and county, they agree that they shall not accept any general plan amendment nor amend their respective comprehensive plans, rezone such properties, or approve special or conditional use permits. I don't understand. I actually find it disrespectful that this gentleman is coming before you and is asking to okay, maybe it's not disrespectful, sir. He has a right to.
We just have to wrap up on the comments. I mean,
I would ask
the resume and the disrespectful part, but we need to talk specifically on the facts of the application that's coming forward. We wasted 30 seconds talking about other things, so we're trying to get through the meeting as quickly as we possibly
All right, Chairperson, thank you. I would implore you, I urge you to deny this because it flies in the face of what the city and county agreed to. It's not right.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Plume. Thank you. Your name and address for the record, please.
John Kristanek, 5565 Michelle A. Crest Way. I'm adamantly opposed to this. In 2003, I bought a piece of property, rural estates, half-acre minimum. To come up and say he's going to put a buffer of a medium-density property next to my property, and then he's going to throw in the 10,000 square foot lots right next to the small buffer he's going to give me, I think it's just crazy. If anybody agrees with that lives there, we're getting screwed. Those people that paid premium for that half acre to let somebody come else and just build 4 houses per acre, I think that's wrong.
Thank you for being brief, sir. Thank you for your comments, too. Your name and address,
Good
please.
evening. Timothy White, 9818 Azure Drive, Las Vegas, 89149. And I oppose, along with the residents that are here, this proposal by Mr. Gronauer and Mr. Solis. Although the information and the meetings they had were great amongst the residents, as one lady pointed out, I don't remember any residents that were in favor of the development. I have here a map, the same one basically that Mr. Gronauer provided. Is it seen up there, or can you see the map?
Yes.
Can you bring it down?
Yep.
It simplifies a little bit. One is Mr. Gronauer's map showed where the previous temporary 215 had run, which is basically along the power line here. And the fact that that doesn't exist anymore, they have taken up the asphalt, so it's pretty much straight desert property all the way to the 215, but the power line remains. And these power lines is what the concessions that the residents spoke out and offered to the developer is maintaining the RE from Ann Road down to the power line, which is your half-acre lot within the interlocal agreement as specified. And thank you, by the way, Commissioner, for pointing that out about the interlocal agreement. And then back to the power lines, then you notice the RD area, which is a concession that we felt, even though it's within the RNP, half-acre, the 10,000 square foot allotted, which is the RD, to the 215 seems to be something acceptable, unless there's a resident or two that does not agree. As far as I know, everybody did agree to that. And then on the other side of the 215, it is not within the RMP, and so I haven't heard of any opposition to the developer that they could deal with that in any means they wanted.
All right, Mr. White, thank you. I have to wrap
I
up
would
the
like to
comments.
just submit for the staff. Otherwise, like you're saying, it takes a while to go through everything, but these are justifications and the comments made by the residents during the meeting. I appreciate that.
Thank you for the record. And again, if it's opposed or for, we got to keep the
advance.
comments brief.
Sir.
Keep going. Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Robert Googe, 9760 West El Campo Grande, 89149. Just wanted to point out one more item from the interlocal agreement in section 2C on page 4. It states, with agreement between the city, the county, and the existing property owners, modification to the planning areas may occur. We have no agreement from anyone that I've spoken to within the area of property owners here, so I think we're way off base with this proposal that has been presented tonight.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you for your comments, sir. Name and address, please, for the record.
Peter Filiberti, 9975 Azure Drive. Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to quickly point out in regards to the interlocal that a lot of our neighborhood worked very hard to get this in place for a lot of reasons. But one of the things that was mentioned during these meetings with the developer's attorney was they were specifying that this clause in the interlocal, clause section D, which explains, because of the way the land is, that the county and city would get together and decide how to move the boundaries of the B and A2 areas. And I agree, it is a strange parcel and something has to be done eventually, but even if we were to completely erase the A2 and make it all B, according to interlocal, B only allows 10,000 square foot lot maximum. And what they presented to us at these meetings, which is why we basically couldn't come to an agreement with them, was all this other high density that was way lower than 10,000, completely a slap in the face of this thing. So thank you.
Thank you for being brief, Peter. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the public like to be heard on this item? We had 3 microphones, folks. I need you all to come up and so we can get through this portion. I see the last person here. Name and address for the record, please.
Joseph Milton, 9870 West Doral Lane. I also own a property adjacent to this parcel in discussion, 5508 Sierra Brook, and I'm opposed and would appreciate if you guys denied the application. Now, we're in the process of building a new house on 5508, and the reason for that is the rural density area that we are on in Doral has been encroached on with high-density homes that, and since then, we've been burglarized several times in a rural area. Okay. So we'd appreciate it if you guys would deny it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph, for your comments. All right, we will close the public hearing portion of this. I'll give the applicant 3 minutes for a quick rebuttal if they'd like.
Yes, the first thing I do want to make is, I want to apologize fairly quickly. On the record, when I was rambling through, trying to get everything out, I did state that we had some people in support of the application itself. What I meant is, in separate conversations, there are certain areas that certain people, like in this, if you could take a look in the area, on the overhead fairly quickly. In this area where on the west side of the Beltway itself, we've had conversations with different people that this area was definitely fine because it's on the other side of the Beltway itself. So there's a mixture of conversations, so I apologize. I didn't mean to state that there are people in the neighborhood meeting, if that was led to or implied, that they were in support. We understand that they have not been in support. That being said, one of the things I do want to point out to you fairly quickly, and it's just on the map that's here, one of the things that you'll see if you go around the Beltway itself in the northwest, this red line is a buffer or a line, a demarcation line of 1,000 feet. And within that 1,000 feet, what you'll see if you go around the Beltway itself are different lots that are 10,000 square feet, and there's some lots up along in this area that are a little bit smaller than 10,000 square feet. One of the things that we wanted to do in the plan that we showed you here fairly quickly is the 10,000 square feet, or excuse me, the 1,000 square foot radius is somewhere in this area here from the existing Beltway that's currently constructed. And in that area there, that's what we wanted to try to maintain with those type of lots by keeping the RE lots further away from that 1,000 foot buffer in that area. That being said, just to sum everything up again, the rural density that we're asking for allows it to 3.59 dwelling units to the acre. We believe it still protects the intent of the entire area of what we're proposing in this area where we're asking for the rural density. With respect to the zoning itself, we would like to even submit this for the record as we move through the process itself in good faith effort to know that we're going to be submitting this as a tentative map and this plan itself that I have before you today, because we believe that this is a great transition buffering as you get to the Beltway itself and dealing with the impacts that we're dealing with on the property itself. That being said, I'm here to answer any other questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. I'll go to Commissioner DeSalvio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bob. And thank you for all the people that showed up that are affected by this property. I know for the course of, maybe 3 months at least, we've worked with at 3 neighborhood meetings that I know of. Started out, I think, at almost 60 people at the first one and maybe 50-something at the second one and about 25, 30 at the last one. So as it progressed, it kind of dwindled away, but never lost the vision of what the people wanted. Unfortunately, as stated, it is a very unusual piece of property that pretty much backs up to, a major freeway now. I think from where we were at the very first meeting, which we were going nowhere fast, we've come a long way. I still think that there's still some massaging that needs to be done on a couple of the parcels as we discussed in the meeting. But I don't think we're far away. I really don't. Unfortunately, it's going to get developed one way or another. What we're trying to do is make sure that we develop it in a way that is less intrusive to those that back up to what's pre-existing. And that's my biggest thing. And I think that we're just about there. And I know that, just for the record, I would make a motion to approve, but I also want to make sure that that motion has, and if I can, I don't know, attorney might have to, or the staff, but I want to make sure that if it does move forward, that the Councilwoman Fior and the Commissioner Brown, seeing that they're both involved with this interlocal agreement, come collectively together and come up with a tentative map that works with the people that live there. So I'm ready to kind of kick that can down the road and take that to the next level and let the electeds get down in the room together with the residents and come up with a tentative map that they can agree to, because I think as a planning commissioner, I took it about as far as I could take it, to the point where it's way less intrusive than it was the very first day with the very first map. We've kind of, over the course of listening to all the homeowners meetings, tried to get as close as humanly possible with the very unusual piece of property that we're dealing with. Is it 100% perfect? Absolutely not. But I think we're close. I think we're getting there. And I think between Commissioner Brown and Councilwoman Fior, we can get there. So unless there's something anybody else wants to add, I would like to make a motion for approval. But again, the county commissioner and the city council, I'd like them to come up with that final map.
Commissioner
under their watch.
Commissioner DeSalvio, and that those are all great points, and I will note that the tentative map would come back once it's, submitted to us again to look at as well, so there will be a chance for us to look at it again. So please make your motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve items 28 through 30.
There's a motion on the floor, please.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, we'll need to... take
Individually?
those separate- yes.
Okay.
Item number 28, abeyance GPA 73577, motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 29, GPA 73578, motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And item number 30, ZON 73579, motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman, those items, items 28, 29, and 30, will move forward for City Council consideration at the September 5th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to item 31, abeyance GPA 73584. Applicant Beazer Homes, owner Pre-Rancho Craig LLC, for possible action on request for general plan amendment from GC to ML on the west side of Jones Boulevard, north of Rancho Drive, Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Related item 32, abeyance ZON 73585 for possible action request for rezoning from C2 to RCL, Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Related item 33, abeyance TMP 73586 for possible action on a request for tentative map for a 177-lot, single-family residential subdivision with a waiver to allow a 5-foot wide landscape buffer where 6 feet is the minimum required on the east perimeter. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, Steve Swanton, Department of Planning. The subject site is located directly adjacent to C2 zoning on the north and west, which fronts Craig Road and Rancho Drive. The C2 zoning district is designed to provide the broadest scope of compatible services for both the general and traveling public. Although the proposed RCL zoning district is consistent with the proposed ML general plan general land use designation, the minimum 3,000 square foot lot size associated with the proposed RCL zoning district is not compatible with the adjacent general commercial land use and zoning districts to the north and west. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the general plan amendment and related requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight representing Beazer Homes. If you look on the overhead...
Jennifer, so you know I'm going to give you 5 minutes to go through the presentation.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Hopefully I can do it in 4.
Okay.
Okay, if you look on the overhead, the piece that is outlined in purple is the site that we are talking about tonight. I actually have the unique opportunity of representing both the landowner and the proposed builder, which is Beazer Homes, in this application. I can tell you that this land has been owned by a family who was born and raised in Las Vegas for a number of years. Obviously, there's been very little to no development until somewhat recently when the gas station came in here and the car wash came in here, and there's been an application that's also been approved for this corner. The landowner has actively marketed this property for commercial use for the past 4 years, and it's a challenging site. It's a triangle, and in one sense you think, well, that would be perfect for commercial, but it is very difficult to develop when you also take into account there are existing medians on Jones, on Rancho, and on Craig, which restrict the turning movements in and out of this site, number one. And number two, there's also other commercial in the area. There are some vacancy rates, but I will tell you that they tried their hardest to do this as commercial. It hasn't worked, so we have moved forward with the application that you have before you tonight for the general plan amendment and the zone change and tentative map for residential single-family home development with a density that's just over 7.6 units to the acre. We did 4 neighborhood meetings. 1 was required and 3 were voluntary. I have worked with NARA for a really long time. They are very, very involved in this area and what they want to see developed here. The first meeting, again, as I mentioned, was required. The other 3 meetings were with NARA, their board, and anybody who could attend those meetings. And they always give us great feedback. And the plan that is before you tonight takes into account that feedback. Their major issue has been and still is not having whatever got developed here, whether it was commercial or something else, have any driveways that lined up with Hickam Avenue. Hickam is right here. Ironically, it is the only full turning movement with a break in medians that exist on the triangle piece, but it has also been a major issue for NARA, and I committed personally that if I represented the future developers here too, that we would make that recommendation. And I'm proud to say that both Beazer and the landowner committed to that and did not develop any kind of a plan that had any access whatsoever lining up with Hickam. The tentative map that's before you tonight reflects changes that we discussed with NARA, the biggest one being that we only have one entrance and exit off of Jones. It will line up with the D.R. Horton project that's being developed on the east side. The project is planned to be gated, and the feedback was instead of having two entrance and exit points onto Jones because of how the traffic patterns work, NARA asked us to look over at putting an entrance and exit driveway that would go on to Rancho. Now, this driveway is going to come through existing commercial zoning, but it's going to be shared between commercial and residential. Rancho is controlled by NDOT, so there's very specific driveways that we have to use, but we think this works. Again, the project's gated, so from Beazer's standpoint, they like it. From NARA's standpoint, it disperses the traffic. And the only other thing that I would ask if you are contemplating recommending approval of this project tonight is that on the tentative map, which is item number 33, that we add a condition, which you may say isn't necessary, but again, we made this commitment to NARA and we want to get it in writing as well. No driveways for the project shall line up with Hickam Avenue. Again, our plan doesn't show that, but it's also in writing, and I think that that fulfills our commitment to NARA, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. You did it in 4 minutes. Thank you for being brief. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Please come up. We have 3 microphones. I need your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Lex Anderson, 3709 Waterhole Street. I'm a historian for a 732-home NARA Road Preservation Community. I'm basically just a company clerk. Okay. We agree with Mrs. Lazovich and endorse Beazer's proposal. I'll make this short. I'm the only presenter. I think I need about 2.5 minutes.
I'll give you a minute and a half.
Sir?
I'll give you a minute and a half to go
I'll
through,
work on
please.
it. Yeah, long schedule today. I just want, these are the folks who are involved in making it happen on the ad hoc committee. They deserve their 15 seconds of fame. Over here is a listing of the people that really helped us out. Mr. Boyles, he made himself accessible to us all the time. He was great. Lucian, the same way. He took me and showed me something on his computer that I really need to understand firsthand. Rick Schroeder.
Sir, I got to get through this. If there's anything specific with the application that you're for or against, I realize you guys have worked hard on this and there's a lot of passion on it, but we got to get through this agenda.
You've got a long schedule today. We endorse it. That's pretty much what we have to say. She said it all. It's on paper.
Thank you. If you'd like to turn that in, it can be for the record, too.
I got to get her a clean copy. So.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being brief, and sorry to cut you off. We're just
and Parsons School can handle it, okay?
Okay. All right. Anyone else in the public like to be heard? Seeing no one else, we will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Toussaint.
Yeah, hi. I met with Ms. Lavovich. Is that how you say your name? I'm sorry. It's getting late.
It's always Jennifer. That works too.
And I did get the email from Mr. Anderson, and I really appreciate that. That was very helpful. We met several times. This is an odd-shaped property. It's not easy. Infill is never easy, but I went and got my Starbucks, and I sat there by that property for about a half hour contemplating it. I think it's a great land use for something in this area. If I were living there, this is what I would want. I would want this. I wouldn't want commercial. I would want single-family homes. And I think it's a great project. I think it enhances the neighborhood, and you'll have my support tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Would you like to make a motion?
I would love to make a motion.
And before you go, can I ask the city attorney, can we take these all three at one time?
Yes.
Okay.
We
so-
can.
I know we have in the past that I've asked you to vote on each particular item, but I talked to the city clerk, and she's informed me that we're able to take them in groups, and we'll
You
put
okay with
each
that?
comment on the totality.
Awesome.
You're okay with that?
You okay?
Okay.
Okay. Number,
Even the one with amended conditions, or?
yeah.
If you've got amended conditions, we may need to take that a little separate. That one's
Okay, so we
separate.
take 31 and 32.
Okay, okay. Item number 31, GPA 73584, move for approval.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote.
And number 32, ZON 73585, move for approval.
I'm still waiting on votes.
Oh, I'm
Excuse me.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just quick.
Everyone voted on 31?
Yeah,
That motion carried. Item number 32.
okay. Item number 32, ZON 73585, move for approval.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote.
And number 32, TMP 73586 with amended conditions, move for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Staff, there's an added condition.
There's an added condition.
Does that need to be read to the record?
Hickam, not to go off on Hickam.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the condition as offered by the applicant was no driveways for the project shall line up with Hickam Avenue.
Thank you. And the applicant agrees to that.
Yes, please, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner has made a motion. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, those three items, 31, 32, and 33, will move forward and be heard at the City Council meeting on September 5th, 2018.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've been trailing item 123 as the applicant for number 123 here. Okay, not seeing the applicant, we're going to move along. Item number 34, abeyance GPA 73611, applicant Silver States Transportation, owner Greg Carlson, for possible action request for general plan amendment from R to SC at 1625 Leonard Lane, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Related item 35, abeyance ZON 73612, for possible action request for rezoning RE to C1, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Related item 36, SUP 73613, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for building maintenance services and sales use. Ward 5, staff recommends approval. And related item 37, SDR 73614, for possible action request for a site development plan review for the conversion of an existing single-family residential dwelling and accessory structure to a 7,164 square foot building, maintenance service, and sales facility with waivers to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the east property line and a 4-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the south property line where 15 feet is required, and a 0-foot buffer along a portion of the west property line where 8 feet is required. Ward 5 staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to convert an existing single-family dwelling and detached casita into a contractor's office with accessory vehicle storage. An existing 1,476 square foot accessory structure would be used for equipment and supply storage, and a new 2,700 square foot garage would be used for vehicle storage. Vegas Drive, an 80-foot wide major collector street, has transitioned over time from serving residential uses to low-intensity commercial uses. Therefore, the subject property is no longer appropriate for continued residential use, and staff recommends approval of the general plan amendment and rezoning for limited commercial uses. The site will be adequately screened from view of the adjoining streets. Site traffic will not extend into the existing residential neighborhood to the north of the site, and the intensity of use will not have a negative impact on the adjacent parcels. Staff therefore recommends approval of the special use permit for building maintenance, service, and sales. All residential adjacency standards are met by the proposal. Staff supports the proposed landscape buffer waivers, as landscaping on the sides and rear would not be visible to adjacent properties due to the requirement for screening of the outdoor storage. Reduction of the buffer area along Vegas Drive would allow for the existing drive aisle to remain site visibility at the corner, and provision of additional parking at the front of the building. Staff recommends approval of all items. Please note there were additional protests submitted after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you get your name and address, sir, for the record?
Yes, Ken Kramer, Hontech Civil Engineering, 800 North Rainbow Boulevard, 89107.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Can we have a presentation as brief as you possibly can? Thank you.
I don't really have to do a presentation. We'll make it short and sweet. We're fine with staff recommendations, and if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these items? Seeing no one from the public, I will turn it over to the commission, to Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Chairman Cherry. I have met with Mr. Dela Paz of your office last month, I believe, and we have gone over that site. I rode around it, actually looked at it. I have no problems. It's going to enhance the neighborhood. Things that used to be residential are now mainly commercial, and I think that corner will work out well for what you plan to do, and I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
All right. Okay, so then I can group these, I guess. So for items 34, 35, 36, and 37, I move to approve.
There's a motion on the floor for items 34 through 37 for approval. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries on those items.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, items 34 through 37 will move forward and be heard by the City Council at the September 5th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving along to abeyance, item number 38, VAR 73501, applicant owner Dumani Holdings LLC, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 60 parking spaces where 63 parking spaces are required at the northwest corner of Lake Mead Boulevard and Decatur Boulevard, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Abeyance related item 39, abeyance SUP 73502 for possible action request for a special use permit for auto repair garage minor use, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Related item number 40, abeyance SUP 73503 for possible action request for a special use permit for a 3,043 square foot beer wine cooler off-sale establishment use at the northwest corner of Lake Mead Boulevard and Decatur Boulevard, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. And related item number 41, abeyance SDR 73504 for possible action request for site development plan review for proposed single-story 8,243 square foot commercial development with waivers to orient the building to the corner where such is required to allow a 12-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the east perimeter and a 14-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the north perimeter where 15 is required, and a 6-foot landscape buffer on the west perimeter where 8 feet is required. On Ward 5, staff recommends approval. Can you get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site consists of 3 contiguous parcels located on the northwest corner of Lake Mead Boulevard and Decatur Boulevard. The 1.5-acre subject site is currently zoned C1, which allows for retail and commercial uses of a medium to low-intensity character with the general plan designation of SC. 3 commercial buildings are proposed, which will operate as a restaurant with drive-through, auto repair garage, minor, which requires approval of a special use permit within the C1 zoning district, and a convenience store with associated fuel pumps and associated beer wine cooler off-sale land use, which requires approval of a special use permit. On July 23, 2018, the applicant submitted revised drawings which reduced the square footage of the proposed auto repair garage building from 3,400 square feet to 2,940 square feet, thereby reducing the required minimum parking for the site from 63 to 61 spaces. The site can now meet the parking requirement, and the variance is no longer necessary. In addition, the perimeter landscape buffers adjacent to Lake Mead Boulevard, Decatur Boulevard, and Sawyer Avenue were increased to a minimum of 15 feet in width, removing the need for waivers of perimeter landscaping adjacent to the right-of-way. A waiver to allow a 6-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the interior western property line, where 8 feet is the minimum required, is still necessary. Based on the revised plans, staff has determined the proposed project is compatible with surrounding development in the area. Therefore, staff recommends approval of all items. Staff would like to amend condition number 2 of SUP 73502, number 2 of SUP 73503, and number 1 of SDR 73504 to remove the references to VAR 73501 as the item is no longer necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Doug Rankin, 1055 Whitney Ranch Road, Henderson, Nevada. Good evening. I'll be brief. Once again, we would request that the variance for parking be withdrawn without prejudice, as it's no longer needed. We did revise the site plan as per staff's recommendation. We agree with all conditions of approval, and I'd like to reserve my time to a future item at a future meeting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being brief, Mr. Rankin. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this? I think I'm going to win the underbet. This was noticed as a no one from the public. I'm going to close it and go to the commission. Commissioner Williams.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Cherry. I met with Mr. Rankin, whom I've worked with before, and we went over all of the things that were actually rather ambitious, and he had changed to make it be more palatable for that particular lot. So with that said, no opposition, I move to approve items, was it 38 or 39? 39 through 41.
Withdraw.
Okay, so withdrawal on 38.
Oh, okay.
Without prejudice.
Withdraw
Yeah.
without prejudice on 38.
So Chairman, if we could vote on the withdrawal first, and then we'll do the
Okay,
Okay.
so now
There's a motion
we're
for
going
the withdrawal?
to withdraw.
Okay, motion's on the floor, please cast your vote.
And that's without prejudice, I'm assuming.
Without prejudice.
prejudice.
Thank you.
I'm learning. Okay.
Thanks, Commissioner Williams. That motion carries. All right.
Okay. And now I vote to approve 39 through 41.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. There's a motion on the floor. Please
Mr.
cast your
Chairman?
vote. Oh, excuse me, sorry.
Staff had recommendations to revise those conditions, so we just wanted to make sure that that's part of that motion.
Please.
With the amendments?
We'll need to take them separately. Once the conditions revised, we'll need to take those separately, depending on which. Is it on all 39 through 41? Okay, then we're okay.
So those were the amendments, right? So we're good to
And the
vote?
applicant agrees.
Yes, we agree. They're the same, just deletes the variance for the parking no longer needed.
Thank you.
Minor things.
Okay, motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward to City Council with the exception of item 38, which was withdrawn. Those will be heard at the September 5th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you for your time and consideration. I'll bank that 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you. Noted. Okay, I've been trailing item 123. Is the applicant here for 123? If not, I'm going to ask, I'm going to read it in and ask the people that are here to speak on it to come on the record, and because this could go for some time at the end. So item number 123, SUP 73849, applicant owner Albina Osakina for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 1111 Ralston Drive, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please? I'm going to open this up for residents to come up.
Yeah, the residents.
Are you the applicant of 123?
Albino Sukina.
Okay, good. Okay, good. So if we can get the staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, please note that the notification card indicated the short-term residential rental use is proposed. For the record, it should be an existing short-term residential rental use. The applicant owner is currently operating as a short-term residential rental use with an approved CUV 71917 and with a business license. The property is not owner-occupied, and the applicant is requesting for an approval of the special use permit in order for the use to continue to operate at this location. The site meets distance separation requirements, therefore the use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious with existing surrounding land uses. Staff recommends approval, and Mary McElhone would like to update the commission on any ongoing compliance issues for the site.
This location does not currently have an active business license. However, they do have an active ad that has been picked up by UHOS Compliance. They have 3 documented stays in April, 4 in May, 6 in June, and 2 in July of 2018. So they are actively renting at this time without a business license.
Thank you for that, Mary. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Ilan Bentov, 1111 Ralston Drive.
Could you spell your last name for the record, please?
Yeah, B-E-N-T-O-V.
Bentov, thank you.
We have from day one CUV to run the house, part of the house, as a rental, short rental. We understood that because we have 3 bedrooms, we need a special approval if we want to put to rental all those 3 bedrooms when we are using the den as an extra bedroom. So we asked for a SUP because code enforcement told us that we cannot use more than 2 bedrooms for rental if we have it in the house only 3 bedrooms. So all the thing that we need is to get an approval to put 3 bedrooms for rental, and the office room that is not a bedroom by the I don't know, by the rules. We'll have to excuse us because our English is not so good and we don't understand so good the city law, but with the explanation that we got from code enforcement from the planning department, we need an SUP if we want to put for rental more than 2 bedrooms. So that's the reason we want to convert the CUV and ask for an SUP.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bento. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Please come up. We have 3 microphones. If I could have you guys just sit in the front right there. We'll get through the public hearing portion. Yes, right there in the front. Yep. I'm going to give everyone a minute to go through. I need your name and address if you're for or against.
Hi, I'm Leah Campbell, and I live at 1123 Ralston Drive. I live right next to that house. That house has 5 bedrooms, and they've transformed the barn into a 3-bedroom house in the back. That place has been a nightmare since they started this. There's been parties there, there's parking problems, there's garbage problems, there's noise problems. They're throwing garbage over the fence into my yard, and it's been a nightmare. Please don't approve this.
Thank you for your comments, Mrs. Campbell. Name and address for the record.
My name is Carl Armstrong. I live at 1931 Fair Avenue. Basically, we have 2 people that live in California, and this is not anyone that's owner-occupied in terms of what we're talking about. So to a certain extent, they can't control who they're renting to or what the renters are doing at a particular time. That is the reason why we're opposed to this, because we want someone to be there to control their renters if their renters are getting out of hand. As you just heard, the renters are getting out of hand, and to a certain extent, we need that control because we are a residential area. We're a walled-in community, so we want to have our piece in terms of what we're dealing with. I oppose this application.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. And Mr. Armstrong, were you here at 3:30 earlier today?
I was.
Yeah, I thought so. Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Scott Rockwell, 1930 Ophir Drive, 89106. I live in Bonanza Village where that house is. I've lived there for 50 years, and I know the whole neighborhood. I've been in that house. It has a huge room on one side. And I remember the first time I saw it, I thought, my God, what a party house this would make. And that was 2 years ago. Now all of a sudden, here they are. A weekend party house for those coming from LA, for all the events in Las Vegas, 2 miles from downtown, and happening in our neighborhood of all retired people, older, quiet, retired people. And it just doesn't belong here. I already heard that there's been a party bus out front of that house once, blocking people's driveways and all kinds of other problems already, and I don't even live on that street. I'm strongly opposed.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for being brief. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Stephen McLemore, 1200 Ralston Drive, 89106. I'm opposed to that use. I'm surprised to hear that the Planning Commission approved or suggested approval. It's a single-family neighborhood, and we have fought any kind of commercial uses for the 20 years that I've been there, primarily because we want to keep it single-family. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. McLemore. Name and address, please, for the record.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Gene Collins, and I live at 1411 Virginia City. I'm opposed to this because it's a safety issue. We have schools in the area. We have children that will be playing. We don't know who will be living in those rooms. We have one of the most unique communities in Clark County. It was constructed in 1946. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have street lights. It is zoned for horses. You can drive through the area anytime. You'll see people who are riding their horses. We would like for that to stay that way. And if you open it up to people who you have little or no knowledge of who they are, or where they came from, of anything like this, then we are opening our neighborhood up to something that is totally against the way it was designed. So we are asking that you vote against this, and because it's a safety and a way of life that we're trying to protect. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Thanks for being brief. Name and address, please.
I'm James Anderson, 1301 Sharon Road. I'm also opposed to this short-term permit. I think, we have another residence there over on Windmill over there, and they got in there beneath our, I guess you could say, ignorance, because at the point in time when they came in there, probably no one there was familiar with this short-term rental thing. And they've been there for a little while, and we'd like to eliminate all of them, get all of them out of there. They don't serve our purpose for us. All they do is benefit themselves. They come in our neighborhoods, and they make money for themselves. Our neighborhood is not about that. It's not the ideal place for that. It's nice and quiet, and they come all over there with their partying going on and throwing trash everywhere. And we strongly vehemently opposes it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank you for your comments. Okay, folks, I need to hang on. I'm going to give you 2 minutes for a rebuttal. Mr. Bento, if you'd like.
Yeah, I would like to comment, first of all, if you can have the projector, because this group of people are maybe organized with a political group. Nobody of them is living in the range of 1,000 feet of the house. It's a total lie that we have their parties. We are always at home when we are renting by the SCUV. Everybody from the code enforcement check us a lot of times. We got once a ticket about trash that was outside the house because of Republic didn't pick up the trash on Wednesday, because one of the neighbors told the Republic guys not to pick our trash. And we got a special permission from Republic. And I can show you on the map by the emails that the city got. I don't know if the projector is working.
It's on, yes.
Yeah? Okay. So this is the house when I'm pointing with my finger. None of these people submitted an oppose in front. The one that submitted an oppose are at least 368 feet from our house. They never told us they have a problem with us. We just find out about this trash thing from the city code enforcement, that one of them was complaining about our trash and sent a photo to the city code enforcement. The other two in Comstock Drive, okay, that are not here, they are not part of this group. They are so far away and have no connection to our house because the entrance to the neighborhood is from Comstock Drive, and they are not going inside Ophir Drive and Ralston Drive. So there is no chance that it can affect them, and they are around 1,000 feet from the house. In the house there was never a party, nobody complained, nobody gave even a phone call to code enforcement that there was a problem. We are living in the house, and it's a total lie. I don't know what to say. I'm in shock.
Okay, Mr. Bento.
I'm in a total shock.
I can see that.
And we are going to stay in the house, and our son is living in the house in the 2 days, 2 days a week we are in California in our business that we are
Mr.
Now
Bentova,
transferring to a client,
I need
and
to...
our son is in the house.
Sir, I need to stay on topic with this. You gave your presentation, you heard opposition, and I can see you're very passionate right now. And
Yeah, maybe somebody from, I don't know, maybe somebody from...
Let me finish. Let me finish, please.
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
So it's gotten to the point where, you know, California, this, that, we're talking specifically about this application.
Yeah,
And
if
it's
they had a problem, why they didn't complain?
Okay, we're done with the presentation. We're now going to turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Williams?
Thank you, Chairman Cherry. I was going to abstain from this. I am your neighbor, and I know the house. I know when somebody's renting it and when they're not. But my main focus here is to preserve the integrity of our community in Bonanza Village. It is a close community, and we have the right to have a quiet, safe, and peaceful enjoyment of our property. And renting to people who have no business there or who we don't know who they are is just not, it's unconscionable to me. So given that, I feel so strongly about this because some of the things that have happened in our community, the trash and other things, and I don't want to beleaguer this, I simply want to move to deny the application.
Okay. There's a motion. Are you making a motion?
That's a motion.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council to be heard and considered by them on their September 5th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Mr. Chairman, and just for the record, I talked to Commissioner Williams prior to this item, and I indicated to her if she didn't believe it affected her any greater or lesser, she was able to vote, and so she chose to vote. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for noting that. And I will say to the applicant, like you said, it goes on to City Council, and there is time to reach out to the neighborhood from now until then. Okay, moving on to item number 43. Abeyance SUP 73442, applicant owner Carrie Helms, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with the waiver to allow 88-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 square feet is required at 2105 Santa Paula Drive, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, currently there are 3 licensed short-term residential rentals within 660 feet of the subject site. Title 19 requires a minimum of 660 foot distance separation between short-term residential rentals to prevent an oversaturation of the use in an existing residential neighborhood. Due to the necessity of a distance separation waiver, staff is recommending denial of the application. Please note additional letters of support and protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, I'm Carrie Helms, and I'm at 2105 Santa Paula, 89104.
Thank you.
As a resident of Vegas for 12 years and a performer with Cirque du Soleil, I've fallen in love with this city. So I bought this home with the intention to rent it out short-term while having access to live there myself. I adore the historic the historic part of Vegas, and I want to share it with others. I feel like my house is in the perfect location, close to downtown, for a rental like this. I strive to be an excellent neighbor and a member of this community. I'm available 24/7 with any issues. I am very aware that not everyone wants to have this next door to them, and I respect their views. However, I want to do everything possible to make you comfortable and even happy to be my neighbor. Here are some details about how I would manage the property. I would carefully select guests and do not want damage to my home or disturbance to our neighbors. I would require an agreement for absolutely no parties or events, and I have put up a privacy fence. If approved, I would implement security cameras and people counting devices to prevent parties. While I can appreciate the concern residents might have regarding short-term rentals, especially when they have to repeatedly deal with unpleasant situations, that to me is a reflection of the owner, not of the vacation renter. Disruptive and obnoxious behavior can be found with resident owners of any home in any community. I would prefer to have a good relationship with my neighbors over renting my house to an arrogant guest. I've reached out and spoken with many of my surrounding neighbors. Two of my immediate neighbors fully support me and my capability of management. Others saying that they're renters too and they don't see the difference. I could be permitted, licensed, and pay state and local taxes from my rental, which would also help support the community. I would like to open my house to business professionals and families. I love my neighborhood, but I'm not going to lie, it does need improvement. It needs to be better. There are often several cop cars at the end of the street on Santa Paula in East St. Louis. I've had problems with squatters in my backyard until I put up the fence. Still, I want to make this area better and the best that it can be for my guests, for my neighbors, and for myself. I appreciate your consideration. Even a short-term 6-month period would be amazing of review. I would completely comply with any of your requests for extra security or management.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Being brief. Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you, I appreciate you coming up and giving the presentation and everything. It's just one of those items when we get in John S. Park or we get into Beverly Green or South Ridge, Marycrest, and I'm counting on here right now and only made it about halfway through, and there's about 25 letters in opposition. I did see 2 or 3 in support, but typically when we're looking for a distance waiver, separation waiver, I can't go along with it, and especially if I go all the way through, it's probably about 30 or 40. So for those reasons, I wouldn't be able to support it tonight.
Okay.
Okay. So if there's no other comments on item 43, SUP 73442, move to follow staff's recommendation of denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 45, abeyance SUP 73472, applicant owner Francisco Zuvik Marinovic. Apologize if I misstated that. For possible action request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use of the waiver to allow 165-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 816 Alhambra Drive, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed short-term residential rental is 165 feet from an existing short-term residential rental use and is requesting a waiver as part of their special use permit request. Staff supports Title 19, which requires a 660-foot distance separation between uses to prevent an oversaturation of the use in residential neighborhoods, and is recommending denial of this request. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication, and also Deputy Director Mary McElhone has an update on the compliance status for this site as well. Thank you.
Code Enforcement opened a case on this June 13th, 2018, and issued a notice and order on July 3rd, 2018. They confirmed that there was a renter on site August 2nd through August 4th, which resulted in a $1,500 fine just a few days ago. So they've been actively renting this during the SUP process.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? Are you the applicant? If you could come to the podium if you're the applicant. Are you the applicant? Come up. Are you the applicant, sir?
I'm the owner.
This is your application.
Yes.
Are you Francisco?
Yes. Yes,
okay.
I'm
Can I get your
Francisco.
name and address for the record, please?
Yes, I'm Francisco Zuvik Marinovic, 816 Alhambra Drive.
Okay.
Sorry, my English is not the best, but I will do my best.
Okay, please.
And I apologize because I was supposed to show up 1 month ago here, and I have to leave the country for a personal issue. My mother passed away, and I arrived by the 11th, and this was the 10th. And basically, I rent a couple of streets there and know the whole house, just to prevent parties and all that kind of things. And basically, I think is I cannot compromise the public health, the safety and welfare of this community, and that's the thing I can.
Okay, thank you,
explain.
Francisco. Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard from the public on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. I'll turn it over to the commission for discussion. If you could just wait here for a second, we'll talk and have a vote. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Sam, I mean, this one's even closer than the last one. It's only 165 feet away. Evidently, there's been some issues where you've been licensed out and received a fine. Therefore, I do not think this is an area that I could support a distance separation waiver based on all my previous votes. So if there's no other comments, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion.
Commissioner Salvio, for a quick question.
I just have a question. Is it the reason why staff, because I've never seen this before, so I'm just going to just shoot for the stars here. Are you recommending approval because it was under the assumption that there's an applicant sitting out there that hasn't come before us yet, so technically it's not a 660-foot separation issue?
It's been changed to denial.
Oh, it has been?
It was changed to denial, the staff recommendation.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, on item 45, abeyance SGP 73472, move to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 45 is to final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Do you understand that, Francisco? It was denied tonight, and if you want to appeal it, you can appeal it with the clerk within 10 days to go to city council.
Okay, 10 days.
Yeah, you have 10 days to appeal it, but today it's been denied and it's final action unless appealed.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we are going to get to 50. Item number 46, ZON 73859, applicant D.R. Horton, owner Focus Liquidating Trust, for possible action request for a rezoning from U, general plan, to RD on the west side of Jones Boulevard, north of La Madre Way, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Related items, number 47, VAR 73860, for possible action request for a variance to allow a 1 connectivity ratio where 1.3 is required, Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Related item 48, TMP 73861, for possible action request for tentative map for a 15-lot single-family subdivision, residential subdivision, Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the property is currently undeveloped and consists of 3 parcels that are located midway between La Madre Way and Washburn Road. Prior to remapping of the site, all of the included parcels must have the same zoning designation to avoid creation of parcels with split zoning. Therefore, the applicant is requesting that the northernmost parcel be rezoned to RD. The adjacent undeveloped parcels are already zoned RD, and the area west of Jones Boulevard between La Madre Way and Washburn Road is developing at similar densities. The rezoning is therefore appropriate, and staff recommends approval. The development is designed in such a way that Rosada Way cannot be a through street between Jones Boulevard and Bronco Street, thereby limiting traveling options. In addition, there will not be any street or pedestrian connections to future planned phases of development to the south. No pedestrian easements are provided that could increase this ratio. Staff therefore recommends denial of the variance and tentative map requests. Please note there were additional documents of protest and support submitted after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing D.R.
D.R. Horton in these matters. Just to take a quick look over at the overhead here. Our property is an infill piece of property. It was previously, it's currently zoned undeveloped, and we're asking for RD zoning on the portion located right here. This is a subdivision for 14 homes. D.R. Horton previously had disapproval over here for RD lots on the RD zoning here. We'd ask you to follow staff's recommendation on the zoning with respect to the development of itself. On the connectivity ratio, we have homes already facing out, proposed out adjacent to Bronco in this area here. We have a cul-de-sac that would have access out in the Jones. You already have homes that are developed on this side of the property. In the future, this development here, we don't control at this moment. With that being said, we'd ask you to approve the tentative map and the variance that's before you.
Thank you, Mr. Garner. Thank you for being brief. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these items, please come to the microphone. I see one person coming up. Anybody else? Looks like we have one person coming up. Your name and address for the record, please. If we could get the microphone on for you there. There we go.
My name is Lynn Grill. I live at 5033 Maverick Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada 89130. I live across the street from the current D.R. Horton development that they're finishing now. I do oppose the variance for the smaller lots. The lots that they have there currently are, the houses are large. It has created a lot of additional traffic in our area on La Madre and on all of the adjacent streets. So I know that they're going to get their zoning for additional housing, but I'd like to see them with the, stay within the variance on item number 47.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Seeing no one else from the public, I will close it and turn it back over for a quick rebuttal.
Yeah, I'll make a clarification with the lady's concern. So this is RD zoning. It allows 10,000 minimum square foot lots. That's what we're proposing here. There's RD zoning in the general vicinity that's been already approved. The variance for the connectivity ratio is with respect to having pedestrian or vehicle access out to certain areas. In this area, because it's an infill property, it's a little bit more difficult to meet those connections in this area. But however, we wanted to continue the trend that's already been approved for RD developments.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Toussaint.
Yeah, I went out there and I looked at this property and I've talked to Mr. Gronauer, and you know, in 1996 I bought a third of an acre of land. We were the only house there. We knew that they were going to build, and we knew that some people would get upset. When we built our home, we had neighbors that were upset with us because we were building. You have to realize that these lands are going to get developed. And I think this is a beautiful project. I think it fits very well within this area, and you will have my approval on number 46.
Okay.
So if there's, no one has anything, I make a motion to approve number 46, ZON 73859.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
As far as number 47, VAR 73860, I make a motion to approve.
Motion for approval. Please cast your vote.
And number 48?
If one second.
Sorry.
Let me just make
I have to
that,
go.
and that motion carries. Thank
Okay.
you, Commissioner.
Number 48, TMP 73861, move for approval, please.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Commissioner Toussaint.
That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward to the City Council and be heard at the September 5th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you. We've been going over 2 hours now. We're going to take a quick break and come back to the meeting. Okay, we're going to call this meeting back to order. Item number 51, WVR 73569, applicant KB Home, owner Rancher Drive LLC, for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow private streets to not be developed to public street standards behind a gate, a private street to terminate in configuration other than a cul-de-sac, and to allow a non-conforming change in private street direction where a knuckle would be required. On the east side of the intersection of Rancho Drive and Rainbow Boulevard, Ward 4, staff recommends denial. Related item 52, VAR 73568, for possible action on request for variance to allow a 1.16 street connectivity ratio, where 1.3 is required, Ward 4, staff recommends denial. And related item 53, TMP 73571, for possible action request for tentative map for an 89-lot, single-family residential subdivision, Ward 4, staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, staff does not support the request to not develop private streets to public standards, nor the reduced connectivity ratio. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the waiver, variance, and tentative map. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening. Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street. With me is Mark Bangans from KB Home. The companion zone change and GPA to this item were approved by this board last month. This is an infill piece with access and drainage constraints. It can only be accessed from an 80-foot area on Rainbow. In the design, we've considered surrounding stakeholders, which are the sellers, who own the estate to the north, the car dealership to the south, and most importantly, the 4 property owners to the east that didn't want 2-story houses abutting their yard. We made adjustments to accommodate these homeowners' wishes, and in doing so, the new design generated waivers that didn't exist before. Nonetheless, we think that the altered layout functions well given the constraints of an infill site, and Mark Bacons is here to further discuss the staff report if needed.
Thank you, Mark. We have 3 more minutes for you if you want to keep going on the presentation.
Are you sure Bob didn't use them earlier?
No, he did.
No, actually, I just have a couple clarifications on the...
Your name real quick for the record.
Okay, no problem. Mark Bangan with KB Home.
Thank you, Mark.
Just have a couple of clarifications on the staff report for the if approved conditions. Under tentative map, the Public Works conditions, number 11, there is a requirement to install 900 feet of sewer that's about a half a mile away from our project. Don't have a problem with that if it's needed for our development. So the only thing I would ask is if we could put at the end of that sentence, if required to service this development. If it's found that it's not needed, I don't want to have to put it in just because it was in a condition. Okay? And then on number 12, it references common lot F, which is from the original tentative map, not the revised tentative map. The revised tentative map, that same element is common element H. So I just want to make that clarification as well. And then on item number 16, I would just like to add in there that except as approved by waiver 73569 and variance 73568, which are the accompanying applications with this. And other than that, we stand for any comments that you have. We're here to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one from the public, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. I guess the one question I have is for Public Works, is about the sewer request on the that the applicant had, going 900 feet, if it's for this project or not.
Yes, Victor Bolaños, Public Works. We don't have an issue with that. Our initial evaluation does show that it is needed, but we are willing to look at its evaluation.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarity. Commissioner Toussaint.
Yeah, I met with Mark and Laura on this a couple of times, and I think this is a really good project. I had never heard of what a knuckle was, so actually staff and Laura and Mark had to tell me what a knuckle was. I tried to Google it, and I got knucklehead and all kinds of other things. Couldn't find out what a knuckle was. But that's what I got when I Googled it. So thank you for explaining to me, staff and Mark and Laura, what a knuckle is. I think this is a good project for this area. I really do. These infill projects are always hard. They're always going to be hard, but if I lived in this area, I would like this project. So if nobody has any objections, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Please do, and let's hear them individually, because we
Okay.
have the conditions on 53.
Okay, item number 51, WVR 73569, move to approve.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Okay, item number 52, VAR 73568, move to approve.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that
Item
motion
number
carries.
53, TMP 73571, move for approval.
If we could have the conditions
Oh, that condition.
read in, I think that would help. Sorry, Commissioner Tucson, I just want to
Oh,
make sure
no
it's on
problem.
record. So for Public Works, please.
Oh, over here.
Public Works agrees with the conditions for condition 11, 12, and on 16, we just want to clarify that portion that he read in goes on the second to the last sentence, at the end of the second to the last sentence.
Okay, and is the applicant good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioner
Okay,
Tucson.
move with conditions then, move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
And that's it.
That's it.
And
Commissioner Williams?
that motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, items 51, 52, and 53 are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 54, WVR 73850, applicant KAG Development West LLC, owner Section 12 LLC, for possible action request for a waiver to allow a 10-foot tall exterior retaining wall where 6 feet is the maximum height allowed on the northwest corner of Grand Teton Drive and Schomburg Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Related item 55, VAC 73851, for possible action request for a petition to vacate a slope easement on the east side of Sheep Mountain Parkway, north of Grand Teton Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Related item 56, TMP 73852, for possible action request for a tentative map for a 163-lot, single-family residential subdivision. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, if I apologize, staff has just informed me that on 51 through 53, technically, City Council has not acted on the preceding applications, so those cannot be final action this evening. So those will move forward for City Council consideration at the September 5th meeting, and we will make sure the applicant, who's still here, thankfully, is aware of that. So I apologize. Those will be heard at City Council on September 5th.
No problem.
Understood and agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get the staff report, please, on items 54 through 56?
Mr. Chairman, if we can trail that item for one other item, we need to locate the presentation for that.
Okay. Mr. Gronauer, if you could let us just trail this quickly. We'll come back to you. They're having an issue.
I'm here for the next 20-something items, so
Yes.
you're not getting rid of me, okay?
You
So
get an extra
I could
60
trail
seconds.
that
Yeah.
for the next 20-something items that you're going to hear, and then we could hear that item, okay?
You're so kind. Thank you.
There you go.
Okay. We'll move on to 57 and trail those items. Item number 57, WVR 73867, on a request for a waiver to allow no streetlights where such are required for proposed single-family residential subdivision. Related item 58, WVR 73868, on a request for a waiver to allow private streets not to be developed to public street stands behind a gate. Related item 59, VAR 73869, a request for a variance to allow connectivity ratio of 1.16, where 1.3 is required, and to allow no amenity zone where such is required for proposed residential subdivision. Related item 60, VAR 73870, a request for a variance to allow a 5-foot tall secondary wall, retaining wall where 4 feet is the maximum height allowed, and a 14-foot tall perimeter and retaining wall where 12 feet is the maximum allowed. Related item number 61, VAC 73900, on a request for a petition to vacate the public utility, sewer, and drainage easements located on the northwest corner of La Mancha Avenue and Alpine Ridge Way. Related item 62, TMP 73905, on a request for a tentative map for 37-lot single-family subdivision. And related items 63 through 78, to allow front yard setback variances where 25 feet is required for a proposed 37-lot single-family residential subdivision, requested as follows. Item 36, VAR 73871, 18-foot on Lot 19. Item 64, VAR 73872, 17-foot on Lot 20. Item 65, VAR 73873, 17-foot lot on 27. Item 66, VAR 73874, 18-foot on Lot 30. Item 67, VAR 73875, 16-foot lot on Lot 34. Item 68, VAR 73876, 11-foot on Lot 35. Item 69, VAR 73877, 21-foot on Lot 37. Item number 70, VAR 73878, 22 on Lot 40. Item number 71, VAR 73879, 21-foot on Lot 42. Item 72, VAR 73893, 18-foot on Lot 47. Item 73 was stricken. Item 74, VAR 73895, 23-foot lot on 50. Item number 75, VAR 73896, 24 on lot 51. We're going to win. Item number 76, VAR 73897, 23-foot on lot 52. Item number 77, VAR 73898, 24 lot on 53. Item number 78, VAR 73899, 24 lot on 24-foot on lot 54. Wow. The applicant is D.R. Horton, and the owner is the United States of America on 12.94 acres located on the northwest corner of La Mancha Avenue and Alpine Ridgeway, RD zone. Staff recommends approval of items number 60 and 61 and denial of all the remaining items. These are in Ward 6 in our public hearing, which I now would like to hear from the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, I'll deliver the staff report. The applicant is proposing a tentative map for a 37-lot single-family residential subdivision that will extend the existing residential subdivision located to the north. Please note that item 76, which indicates a proposed 36-lot single-family residential subdivision, should be 37-lot for the record. No substantial evidence has been presented to warrant the requested waivers of the streetlight requirements and private street requirements behind a gate. Furthermore, there's enough area within the right-of-way to install the required complete street improvements, and additional links could be added to the interior street network to allow conformance with Title 19 connectivity requirements. Staff therefore recommends denial of the tentative map and associated waivers and connectivity variance. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow retaining wall over the 4-foot maximum required by Title 19 and to allow an overall perimeter wall height of 14 feet. As the southeast corner of the proposed subdivision is elevated higher than the portion of La Mancha Avenue and Alpine Ridge Way, the applicant has a valid hardship, and staff recommends approval of this variance. The applicant is requesting separate variances to allow front yard setbacks ranging from 11 to 24 feet, where 25 feet is required for 15 of the 37 lots. Staff finds that no unique or extraordinary evidence has been presented to warrant the requested variances, and therefore recommends denial of each of these setback variance requests. The existing public utility, sewer, and drainage easements within the portion of the existing subdivision are requested to be vacated in order to extend the development as part of the requested tentative map. As these easements are no longer needed in their current location, staff recommends approval of vacation. The subject site is adjacent to a planned equestrian trail along La Mancha Avenue, which is not currently indicated on the submitted tentative map. Staff therefore wishes to add a condition which states, An equestrian trail in conformance with the trails element of the master plan shall be provided on the north side of La Mancha Avenue unless said segment is eliminated through the approval of a general plan amendment. Please note there were additional documents of protest and support submitted after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Get your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing D.R. Horton in all these matters. If I could get your attention to the overhead fairly quickly, I feel that I've been here many times to explain the same story over and over, and we're here again. In this area here, this is, the Beltway is located here at 215. You have Ann Road here, just north of this along Alpine Ridge. Over the last 2 years, I've been here representing D.R. Horton in this subdivision here. As you can see, this subdivision here, and just recently, you approved zoning here in this subdivision here. What we've done is in Summit Ridge 1, 2, and now this is 3, is continue the same product that's already been approved in each of the previous Summit Ridge 1 and 2, which means the waivers of standards for the streetlights interior, for the private streets to be developed as private streets, not subject to the public standards, and the variances for the front yard setbacks. As you can see, these are the single-story homes. The reason for this, as I've mentioned before on both phases 1 and 2, is because we have the third car garage at side loaded. As you can see, that's located here and here in this matter and on these elevations here. And because of that, on certain lots, if somebody wants that third car option, that's going to require the front yard setback on that. Staff's recommending approval for the variance for the wall height located on the southeast corner. They're also recommending approval in this area. We're vacating some of the utility easements, and the reason is for that is because we're punching this through here, and we're going to have one subdivision here instead of having Summit Ridge 2 and 3 to be separate. So we are providing connectivity in this area where otherwise just we'd be having subdivisions just coming out onto Alpine Ridge itself. That being said, I'm here to answer any other questions that you may have, but as I said, you've heard this story before over the last 2 years. The same thing is what we're doing. It's a continuation of a very nice project in this area.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in these items? Seeing no one, I'm going to turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Mr. Chairman, the 21 items that have been read into the record, these requests are harmonious and compatible with the community, is based on past practice of what we have already approved in that area, and it meets the standard of Ward 6. With that said, if there's anybody else that hasn't any comment, I would entertain a motion to accept items 57 to 78, excluding 73, which was a staff glitch, and it was stricken. And also, furthermore, I would like to make sure that item 76 is read as lot 37 instead of 36, with a motion to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner DeSalvio. There's also a request for the equestrian trail as a condition, I believe by staff.
That's correct.
And we're fine. I talked to staff earlier today, and I want to thank staff for giving us a condition in advance, and we agree to that added condition.
Okay, and I'm going to ask the city clerk, are we okay to take all of these as vote?
Yes, is it item 62 amended? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes, okay. Thank you. So there is a motion on the floor by Commissioner DeSalvio for approval, subject to all staff conditions. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, looking at my staff to make sure that there's no errors, these are all final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office in 10 days.
Waivers.
Looking to my staff, seeing thumbs up.
We're good.
So final action
I just
tonight
want to
unless
confirm
appealed.
on the waivers on the streetlights and that. I want to make sure that's final action.
Yeah, so
Okay,
everything
perfect.
appears to be final action this
I
evening
agree.
unless
Good.
appealed.
We trailed 54 through 56. Is staff prepared on that one? Okay, I've read those into the record. Do I need to read those again? No. Okay, so can we get the staff report on items 54 through 56, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a slope easement vacation in order to accommodate additional buildable lots that has resulted in the need for a waiver to allow 10-foot tall retaining walls that is not in conformance with the approved Sky Canyon Development Agreement and the approved Kyle Canyon Development Standards and Architectural Guidelines. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the waiver, vacation, and tentative map request. Please note additional letters of support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, again, Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. In this matter, I'm representing the master developer, which is CAG Development. This is a piece of property that is located in Sky Canyon Master Plan Community. We have a home buyer that is, a home builder that is looking to build on this piece of property. This gray area here that I'm showing you is the alignment for the Sheep Mountain Parkway in this area that we are currently under construction, and we'll be constructing this area in here. What has happened is on about 8 lots in this area here, as I'm showing you and highlighted here, on these 8 lots, because of the grade as Sheep Mountain Parkway turns in this area here, there's a significant grade change. And because of that, we need to, we're proposing to stagger the walls itself in some areas, or just build one continuous wall of the request that we are requesting for the wall height. As a matter of fact, way back in the day when the project was called Kyle Canyon, which was adopted in the early 2000s, actually there was an exhibit 5.7, that showed the wall height itself because of the grade separation, not in this area, but in some of the grade separations, allowed for 18-foot high walls on the interior of the properties itself. Although that was removed, and I can't remember for whatever reason, since I've been on this for many development agreements, but the fact of the matter is it has been contemplated you have walls in this location. And so that's all that we're requesting here. The home builder understands that they have got to come in here and build the walls itself. These walls will be existing prior to somebody moving in. It only impacts 8 lots here, and obviously we're trying to play around with the grade to lower the wall heights as much as we can, but that's the maximum of the request for that's before you today. So we'd ask you to follow the 3, if approved, conditions for these matters that are before you, to follow those recommendations, and I'm here to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these items? Seeing no one from the public, I will close the public hearing portion, turn it over to the commission. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Again, based on the unusual elevation changes and the special circumstances of this property, it does conform. I appreciate them going from 18-foot walls down to 10. Hopefully we can even adjust it from there, but with that said, it does work. Haven't had any complaints or pushbacks from anybody in the community on these agenda items. So with that said, I'd make a motion to approve items 54 through 56.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, those items are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 79, WVR 74014, applicant owner Mulaski Ventures LLC, for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow 0 parking spaces where 227 spaces are required at 920 South Commerce Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Related item 80, SUP 73881, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 13,851 square foot tavern limited use with the 8,400 square foot of outdoor area. Ward 3, staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Before we get the staff report, Mr. Chairman, I just want to state that I own a bar within the neighborhood or within a notification area, and as I have for the past 7 years, I've always abstained on those matters, so I'll go ahead and abstain on that today as well.
Thank you, and I will...
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yeah, Commissioner Rush?
And there's another. I want to make a statement that I do own property in the Arts District, but in this instance, I feel that I do not need to abstain. There is no conflict, and my decision would not be affected either way in this particular instance, so thank you.
Thank you, and I will disclose I live right on the edge of the notification area. I don't feel like it'll affect me in any greater or lesser way for vote, and I also have worked with this architect through a tenant that we had in a building. I didn't contract with them directly, but Again, that won't affect me. That was many years ago, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yep. Mr. Chairman, can I...
I'm sorry,
do the
staff report.
presentation,
Excuse me,
please?
Yeah. Our disclosure.
The applicant is proposing to convert the space inside an existing 13,851 square foot building from an art gallery to an events venue and nightclub. On-premise sales of alcohol are proposed. The 8,400 square foot outdoor space in front of the building would also be utilized for events and entertainment. The proposed nightclub meets all distance separation requirements. Within this area of downtown, Title 19 parking standards are not automatically applied. However, with use of the outdoor area, no on-site parking spaces can be provided. The lack of any on-site parking to support the intensity of the proposed uses indicates this particular site is not suitable for those uses. Staff therefore recommends denial of the waiver and special use permit. Please note there are additional documents of protest and support submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can you name and address to the record,
Yes. Robert Gertison, 1111 5th Place, Las Vegas, Nevada. Thank you for my time here. And so this is a project that is actually just put into the category of nightclub. We're not planning to be a nightclub, but we've accepted those terms. So if you can turn on the camera.
Yeah, you're on the overhead.
All right. So what you see here is there's a facility about 13,851 square feet. We're looking to do event space. That's private, but also in between private events, we want to have it open to the public so it's not just a completely unutilized project. And so what you see right here is an example of a 2,100 square foot space that will be tavern limited. We would have a boundary for that. The rest of the space would be set up in between events and not accessible. And the spaces that we currently have, which is 15 spaces, would be utilized for that 2,100 square foot tavern limited. Now, in the scenario where we would have events, this space, let's say worst case scenario, the 13,000 square feet will be filled up and the 8,400 square feet outdoor area would be filled up. That would require 227 spaces. And we do own a property that's right next door. This is a kind of a enlarged site plan here. Here's our project that's under review. Next to us, we own this property, but we also own a 1.34 acre site just to the south where we could park 140 spaces for these events. That would be worst case scenario for our use. And if you were to compare the 9 food and beverage businesses on south of Charleston on Main Street, from Velveteen Rabbit all the way down to Makers and Finders, there's 9 food and beverage businesses with about 22,500 square feet of food and beverage space at a parking ratio approximately 7 per 1,000. And that would be 300 feet from doorstep to doorstep from any business. Now, that's if every one of those spaces was dedicated strictly to those food and beverage. It's not. It shares other businesses. So if you're to look at our same density and apply that same rationale, if we were to have full event space at 920 South Commerce, indoor and outdoor, the 1.34 acre space that we own just to the south would suffice for that same parking ratio. And we would propose that we would have, if we need to vacate these property lines, we can. We would rather have maybe some sort of cross-access agreement so that public can get from this space to this space. And our proposal is to also have it as a valet-style parking, in addition to the existing Commerce street improvement parking spaces that's already available. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission. I'm happy to start. I know Commissioner Schlotman had to abstain. And you know, this is an area where they just fixed the one-way street I know I'm out of time. The one-way street coming out of downtown, and I know that this was an art space before anyone really wanted to be there. And, you know, I live just outside of the notification area and have retail down at the ground floor of the building with zero parking for customers, and we make it work well with a plan. And if it didn't have a plan, it wouldn't work. It would be a mess. I do know that the property owner owns the adjacent properties as well. I guess the biggest concern I had from it is that, and maybe this is for staff, with noise happening on the outside portion, you know, let's say there's a DJ, for example, on First Friday, I hear First Friday until it ends all night long. And that's just part of living downtown for me. Yeah, I hear it till Saturday. I do, for real. And you know, it might bug someone. It doesn't bug me. It's just living downtown. I hear the sirens. But there are people that are sensitive to it. So what is the noise ordinance in relation? Because at one point, wasn't there nothing to do with the noise ordinance in the Arts District? Like there wasn't any restrictions? Has that changed at all?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that that's the case. I defer to those who might know the more specific answer to that. But this is an industrial district, and so we would allow the most intensive uses in the industrial district, and there aren't any adjacent residential uses there.
Well, actually, there is. I mean, if you look at the tower.
Directly adjacent?
Well, a block over, you know, 2 blocks over in a high-rise. So, you know, that noise from, say, Newport, not Soho lofts, really is, it's right there on top of it in some ways. It's not directly adjacent to it, but, and again, I hear what's happening at Boulder Plaza from Soho. It doesn't bother me, but it is something that comes up at our HOA meetings of what's happening. And again, a lot of people that live where I live understand the environment and are sensitive to it, but I just want to make sure that the applicant knows if this is approved, if this moves forward, that there are neighbors that are sensitive to it. And I don't know what if there is a noise ordinance, a decibel level maybe that's acceptable or not.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, and Deputy Director McElhone can weigh in as well. So we have been working on an update to the noise ordinance as a city. We have not adopted an updated noise ordinance. So the existing Title 19 nuisance code related to noise is still in effect. The only area of the city that is exempt from the noise ordinance is actually the Fremont East Entertainment District. So there's not an exemption for the Arts District or anywhere else in downtown. So there are provisions under Title 9 to limit noise. It's not as clear as we want it to. That's why there was a noise study done, and we have a noise ordinance, and staff has been working with the council office for a while on that hopefully will be taking effect sometime in the not-too-distant future that provides very specific decibel levels, but we don't have that at the moment.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Please.
So the noise ordinance, the one that we currently have in place is in it's Chapter 9.16, and there are some exemptions from this chapter. There is a 50 decibel, I believe, noise requirement from the end of the property, but there are exemptions for the Arts District. So the exempt portion of any event that takes place on the premise of a building, of a business that is located within the 18B, the Las Vegas Art District, as described in the Las Vegas Downtown Centennial Plan, the exempt portion of an event includes the following. So it says for events beginning on Sunday through Wednesday that do not extend beyond 10 p.m., for events beginning on Thursday that do not extend beyond midnight, and for events beginning on Friday and Saturday when activities do not extend beyond 2 a.m. the following morning.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe that's what you were
I do.
thinking of.
I do remember that from years ago. Fortunately for the applicant, they're not in the Arts District, but they are adjacent to it, and it's just something, I guess, if approved, to be sensitive of noise level. Other than that, I feel like I can support the application. I see Commissioner Rausch's light on. I'll go to her.
Patiently. I'll be quick. You know, I'm a big proponent of redevelopment of old buildings downtown. I think it's wonderful. I think that it helps add to the preservation of the character of our downtown, which we greatly need. So I'm super excited about it. I think we need to support uses like this downtown to see further redevelopment of these important arts district and related adjacent buildings, which are a key part of the gentrification of these areas of downtown that we're trying so hard to preserve and reinvest in and redevelop. So kudos to you and to your owners for doing this project. I think it's very exciting. And I would also like to add that as we continue to try to see and enhance and encourage progress in this area, that the city help lead the way with parking solutions, because we hear that over and over again with applicants saying, you know, there's no parking downtown, people don't know where to park downtown. And I know that there's some areas of downtown that are in the old Centennial overlay where parking's not required, but as a practicality, you know, parking is a reality that we need to try to figure out how to solve for. And I would just send the message to council and to others in city staff that we should really be leading the way in terms of parking solutions downtown. So with that, you have my support.
Commissioner, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I'll make a motion for the approval of item number 79, WVR 74014.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
I'll make a motion now for approval of item number 80, SUP 73881.
Yep. Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward for City Council consideration at the September 5th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Item number 81, VAR 73699, applicant owner Beazer Homes Holdings LLC for possible action request for a variance to allow a 13-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required on Lot 3 of an approved 8-lot single-family subdivision residential subdivision at the northeast corner of Durrell Lane and Unicorn Street. Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Related item 82, VAR 73700 for possible action request for a variance to allow a 13-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required on Lot 4 of an approved 8-lot single-family residential subdivision, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the requested variances to be preferential in nature, as no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented that would necessitate the need for the requested variances. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of both requests. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight representing Beazer Homes. The lots that are in question are lots 3 and 4 on this exhibit. They do face out onto Unicorn. Some history and background to this is that this entire project, there's some other parcels that are near here, was previously approved. They are all single-story homes. When they did their lot fit analysis, of course, they're keeping all the single-story homes. There is a portion of the front of the house that encroaches into the 20-foot front yard setback. The driveways remain over 20 feet, and it's only for a portion of the front yard that encroaches in to the front yard setback. And again, in a lot of ways, front yards aren't usable. You can't put grass and things like that there. So it really doesn't harm anybody. Again, practically, we keep the 20-foot plus driveway, which I think is very important, and we'd ask for your consideration for these two lots. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these two items? I see some people. We have 3 microphones. If you'd like to come up, please. State your name and address to the record. I'll give each person a minute to talk.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Sinine Gerheim. I am 6911 Unicorn Street. I actually reside next to the project. Our neighborhood is a little unique in that it's a very rural setting. All the houses along the whole blocks on the east side of that block area and the west side of the block area all have these huge setbacks. They're all larger ranch estates. I don't know which way I'm supposed to be going.
Other way. Yeah, there you go.
That way?
Thank you.
So that's the neighborhood that this little project sits in. They want 8 houses that'll go to the end of that. Get this right. So it'll go
The
in
other
here.
way.
okay? So all these are big lots, big houses, everything over here is big. We do have this nice little subdivision set up in there, too. I'm dyslexic, so I have a hard time.
You got it. You did great.
And they all have adhered to the 20-foot setbacks. Everybody, in fact, I drove around the neighborhoods, I drove around neighborhoods that are 1,000 feet away. Everybody with the tract homes adhered to this 20-foot setback. So we're being put in a situation where it's not really like our neighborhood, and there's no walls or fences around it, so you're going to see it all the time. It's not like walled into a little area that, okay, everybody's having to deal with this. This is a very different neighborhood. And that is the 13.6 right now. It's going to be just a real eyesore, and it's going to be all the cars parked up against that street once they complete the street. So we don't feel that the only hardship here is that they want to make a little more money. We didn't force them to buy this lot. We didn't force them to put 8 houses on it. They could have chosen quite a few different...
Ask you to wrap up unless there's anything specific.
Quite a few different houses. So unless they can prove the hardship, we think they're just asking you to turn your head and just deal with it, and we're the ones that have to live with it when you're all done. So we ask you to ignore it.
Thank you. Can I get the next person, please? Name and address for the record.
Yes, I'm Anthony Gerard, 6880 Unicorn Street. I am right there in the same area of this subdivision that is being put in. My home is currently 0.79 acres. I have sat here in front of you guys in these meetings several times for the record, and I believe that the things that we've asked for in the past and things that are being done by builders are not necessarily up to speed with what we've asked for. Such things like no street lights, equestrian paths. Those are not being put in by the current builder that is building also to an adjacent property on Durrell. The setbacks would be in my neighbor's front yard, pretty much, to the right, so they could sit on their front porch and see the backyards of these homes. I oppose these setbacks.
Thank you for being brief, Mr. Gerard. Name and address, please, for the record.
Mark Christensen, 6817 Unicorn Street, Las Vegas, 89131. I defer my time to Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen.
Hi, this is Lisa Christensen. I live at 6817 Unicorn Street, Las Vegas, 89131, and I defer my time to Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Mrs. Christensen. Name and address for the record.
Michael Adams, 6875 Unicorn Street.
I'll give you their time, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure that some of you might recognize this. We've been through this since 2004. We've been through several different owners that have gone through this. The last, I have my notes here, the last, I don't want to use the word battle, but the last negotiations that we went through with the previous owner, which were Ron Pitaro and Levi Parker, I have that documentation which I'd like to submit. The biggest thing that we see is in the staff's recommendations. See if I can put this on. We have the staff's recommendations and conditions that are here. There is some confusion because in what was submitted to us does not have a final plat map involved to it. So which one are we going by? Because there are two, one that through negotiations with Mr. Pitaro, the neighborhood came to an agreement with, and the other one which was the original. They were both submitted at the same time. So we're asking for clarification on that. Which one are we currently using? The one that was approved by the neighborhood is the one where the cul-de-sac and the street is to the east. Once again, every one of these documents I'm submitting. The main thing is, as a neighborhood, we're not opposed to this property being developed, not at all. We would like to have this property be developed and welcome new neighbors. All that we're asking is honoring the existing neighborhood. Ms. Gerheim has already, and Tony have both suggested as far as setbacks, as far as existing setbacks that are currently there. The other factor that we're dealing with is we went to the bare minimum standards of R1. With this, we believe that they're dropping below R1 standards. We want to make sure that all of the things that we fought for before, such as that we have true property lines, such as that we make sure that the cul-de-sac is on the east side, such as the verification of right-of-way. When part of what we agreed to before on the 11-acre parcel lot, there were 3 parcel lots that were connected together, was that there would be no 2-story houses. There are 2-story houses being built in there. There isn't another 2-story house anywhere in our neighborhood. We want to make sure that's honored. Another thing was property values, because the original owner was going to literally put cookie cutter houses in, which would completely affect our existing property values. There's been no neighborhood meeting. As a matter of fact, 3/4 of the neighborhood received no notice on this happening at all. I personally did not receive this notice until last Thursday.
Going to have to ask you to wrap up your comments.
Okay, so our main thing that we're looking for, including what I have here, is a neighborhood signature sheet as well, as far as the neighbors that could not be here tonight because short notice and tomorrow's a school day. We want to just simply make sure and verify that the things that we fought for so hard before are being honored now that we've now changed owners again. We've been through such a series of owners with this piece of property.
Okay, would you like to turn that in for the record?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone else in the public hearing portion? Seeing no one else, I'd like the applicant to come back up, and I'll give you a few minutes for a rebuttal, and then it'll go over to the commission for discussion and vote.
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich again, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive for the applicant Beazer Homes. If you could look at the overhead, please. Thank you. This is the site plan that I showed initially, and I believe it goes to what the last speaker talked about. He is correct. This site plan that we put forward, I know that the neighbors wanted it, shows that the cul-de-sac and street is on the east side, and then you have some homes that front onto this cul-de-sac, and then you have 4 lots that face out onto Unicorn. While I did not handle those negotiations and prior applications for this property, I'm told that that was something they wanted, and as that last speaker indicated, I just want to make sure that you know this is the map that or site plan that we're working off of. The 2 lots, and only the 2 lots that don't fit, are right here off of Unicorn. They do face towards Unicorn. I respect what the neighbors have said. It is not for the entire portion of the livable space of the house. It's for a portion of the livable space of the house that kind of comes in. It's like for a pop-out. That's what I'm trying to describe. And when we adhered to this agreement, which again, I understand why that they wanted this, it just compressed this lot again. I also want to state for the record, these are all single-story homes. All 8 of these homes will be single-story. We're not asking to do any 2-story homes here. So a combination of all of that required us to ask for the variance for the 2 lots that are before you tonight.
Thank you. Okay, we'll turn it over to the commission. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I appreciate you stating everything, basically what I was just going to ask you. Single-story homes, the reason for the variance is because of the cul-de-sac pushes that property, but I also want to make sure on the record that you're not shortening the length of the driveway, which in the attachments, that was one of the concerns of the opposition was, you know, because of a short driveway, now we're going to cause more street parking. So I just want to put on the record that it's technically not shortening the length of the driveway. It's just the encroachment of the front of the house is because of the pushing of that property, move that out, and that's why you're asking for that variance. And then how much of that house encroaches, and it's that because it's past the garage, correct?
It is. So, yes, I do want to agree with you. The driveway is a minimum of 20 feet. Okay. In some cases, they're a little bit longer than 20 feet. So that portion is not affected by this variance request. The variance request for the livable portion of the house that encroaches is about 50% of the livable portion of the house is what encroaches in the 20-foot setback.
Okay. I don't think that it's a big deal. It doesn't, the question that came across in the staff report was, the smaller driveway, it's not. It's because of the cul-de-sac that was requested by the homeowners that they wanted it that way, push that property. It is what it is. I don't think it takes away from the neighborhood. We're talking 2 lots on the end out of 8. Other than that, everything else seemed to have been met. More single story. It conforms with the community. They're in favor of having them that developed. I would make a recommendation for approval if there's no other opposition.
Is that your motion, Commissioner Sullivan?
That's my motion.
There's a motion on the floor for items 81 and 82. And that motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, items 81 and 82 are final action this evening unless they're appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
May I make a simple request?
We got to go to item 83.
Okay.
If there's something you want to discuss with the applicant, you can exchange their info. Or staff, I mean, they can help you as well.
Thank
you. Item number 83, if she wants to talk to you. Item number 83, VAR 73704, applicant owner Michael J. Sullivan for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 12-foot yard setback where 15 is required for proposed patio enclosure at 1013 Palmhurst Drive. Ward 1, staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the hardship to be self-imposed as there is no unique or extraordinary evidence presented to warrant the reduced setback. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the request. Please note additional letters of support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Michael Sullivan, 1013 Palmhurst Drive, Las Vegas, 89145. I'm requesting the extension of variance on the house porch. I enclosed the porch, and the variance would be for 3 feet. Less than 3 feet, 2 foot 8 inches.
Actually, less than 2.5 feet.
And I used the extended area when I brought my aunt out here, who I brought into my house, and she died. We sent you all the photographs and pictures, and as I said, the variance would be for less than 3 feet, and I'd like to request approval for that.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Did you want to add something? I need your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is James Sullivan, 1013 Palmhurst Drive, 89145. As my father has just stated, we enclosed our porch as my great aunt, my dad's aunt, was brought down here from Newport as we took care of her as elderly. Now, during this time, me and my brother, 2 adult males, have moved into the house because my father, as you can see, is on a cane, and my mother, and my dad's wife, obviously, is blind. So my brother and I stay at our house to take care of them as opposed to moving out again. And so we are there to watch over them. And as you can tell, there's 4 adults, not 5 anymore, that we need space as grown people, as my brother and I are there to watch over our parents, as we feel that is our duty to do. I mean, obviously, we can move out, and then they'd have all the space, and then you could say whatever you want with the variance, but this is less than 3 feet. It's actually less than 2.5 feet. We impose nothing upon our neighbor in the backyard as we have a wall, because there's grass right behind this enclosure, and then I even have a garden. So there's plenty of space. Heck, it's more than a one-story building between that space from there to that wall, and the neighbor to the backyard has a pool between us, and they still are on a decline and have plenty of grass. So we are causing no impediment upon them at all. So all we ask is less than 2.5 feet variance. We're not going for a B&B or anything like that. It's just a home.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Thank you. Thank you for the comments. It's very clear to me, and I'm sure the commission, of what you're asking for. Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one from the public, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Quinn? Vice Chair Quinn, losing it.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. I'm sorry, 83.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I don't see a problem with it. I mean, it's 15 feet and you're going to rear setback. Yeah, I don't see a problem with it. My motion tonight will be for approval of this item.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
What?
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 85, VAR 73837, applicant Carlos Hernandez, owner Aurelia Aldana, for possible action for a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required for proposed patio cover carport at 6257 Lawton Avenue. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, a carport structure attached to the existing house is considered an addition to the house and therefore must conform to building setbacks for the lot. The applicant is requesting 100% deviation from the Title 19 standard. The dwelling already contains a two-car garage that is aligned with the proposed location of the carport. As there is no hardship related to the physical characteristics of the site, the applicant's request is considered preferential, and staff therefore recommends denial. Please note there are additional documents of support submitted after publication.
Thank you. Is the applicant here for item number 85? Please come up to the podium, and if you can give us your name and address for the record and tell us about your application, please.
Good evening. My name is Carlos Hernandez. I live at 6257 Lawton Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89107. I want to submit, this is for all my neighborhoods. They live in the same street. We just basically try to get our better neighborhoods since they built in the houses on the 60s. We try to give you a little bit of better look. Everybody, it's agreed with me, carport, which basically, it's only 2 posts, which is 8 inches, 8 inch by 8. That's all. It's going to be close to the sidewalk. I don't see any problems, but leave up to you. I want to submit all this.
Thank you. Okay, this was noticed as a public hearing. Did you have anything else, Mr. Hernandez, you wanted to add? No? Okay, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and go to Vice Chair Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. The issue is that this carport will come all the way out to the end of your driveway. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in my opinion, it's a hindrance for the neighbor's view, right? Because it'll be tough to see around it. So this evening, I am going to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 86, VAR 73980, applicant owner Gary D. and Tori R. Jackson for possible action on variance to allow an existing accessory structure to be 20 feet in height where it's not allowed to exceed the height of the principal dwelling unit at 3332 South Crestline Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can you get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the hardship to be self-imposed as there is no unique or extraordinary evidence presented to warrant the need for an accessory structure to exceed the height of the primary dwelling. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the request. Please note additional letters of support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Gary Carlson, architect, 6440 Bristol Way, 89107. I'm here representing the owner, and the owner's here with me tonight. This is a corner lot where he lives on Crestline, which is quite a large rear yard. Mr. Jackson is a man who is respected in the community and does lots of good things, helps several people in the community, and tomorrow he's taking out my tree, my front yard. So he has needs for materials and construction things that he's temporarily stored in his backyard, which need to be taken care of with more permanent shelter and storage. That's part of the reason for building this type 2 accessory structure. He also has a quite extensive extended family which visits both from Utah and Arizona, and they're trying to accommodate accommodations for them without overcrowding their residence when they're having visits from extended family. There are structures, this abuts an existing alley with a masonry wall along that property line, so it meets setback requirements and driveway requirements, parking requirements. And if there's any other questions that the commission's got, I'm sure that we'd be glad to answer them, as well as the owner here.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? I see one gentleman here. If you guys could please step aside. I see a few people. We have 3 microphones. If you could all come up and give me your name and address for the record. If you're for or against, it'll give each person a minute to talk.
Yeah, my name is Gene Littleford. I live at 409 Holcomb Circle. He does have a definite need for this structure, but I've also seen what he's doing, and it is very attractive and a very nice setup and an improvement, in my opinion, to the neighborhood. So, and I don't see any infringement or anything like that because it's a little taller than the rest of the buildings. So,
thank you for your comments, Gene. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name's Kim Ean. I live at 217 South Torrey Pines Drive.
I missed your last name. If you could.
E-E-N.
E-E-N. Thank you.
And I just don't see a problem with it. I live not too far away. It is on an alley. There are tri-level homes right near it. It doesn't stick out or whatever. And I just would hope you'd approve it.
Thank you, Mr. Ean. Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name's Brandy Hammond. I live at 6332 Cromwell Avenue. It's about right across the street from the Jacksons. I've lived there for 17 years, and they've been my neighbor. I think it enhances neighborhood. It's blocked by trees. I didn't even notice that it was there, really. They're a good family, good members of our neighborhood, and I hope that you approve what he wants.
Thank you, Brandy. Thank you for coming out with the comments. Name and address, please, for the record.
My name's Mark Hammond, and I also live at 6332 Cromwell. I think it's a nice compliment to the neighborhood.
Thanks, Mark. You live with Brandy. Thanks. Can I get your name and address for the record? I want to make sure I didn't miss that.
My name is Wilma Littleford. I'm at 6600 Bickford Lane. I'm not real close, but it's a nice-looking building, and I feel like he did a great job, and nobody seems to object to it. So,
thank you.
I go vote for approval.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Yeah, anyone else in opposition, or no, anyone from the public? We'll close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn it over to the commission. Vice Chair Quinn?
You know, I think it says a lot, sir, when it's about 9:45 at night that your neighbors sit here and support you. And with that being said, my motion will be for approval of variance 73980.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. Thank you.
I have to say that tonight has been very educational, and
I
Fast.
appreciate all of your time.
Fast would be the word.
Thanks.
It's
Okay.
a four-letter word, right?
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward for City Council consideration at the September 5th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 87, SUP 73802, applicant owner RH Centennial LLC et al. For possible action on request for a special use permit for a 5,535 square foot restaurant with service bar use with 1,125 square foot outdoor patio with waivers to allow a 90-foot distance separation from a church and a 95-foot distance separation from a child care facility where 400 feet is required at 7591 Tully Springs Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Related item number 88, SDR 73804 for possible action on request for a site development plan review for proposed 5,535 square foot restaurant with a 1,125 square foot outdoor patio, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed use will be located within an established mixed-use development with similar uses and can be operated harmoniously and compatible with the existing surrounding land uses. Staff is recommending approval of both requests. Please note additional letters of support and protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address, please, for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, good evening. Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the applicant and property owner. This is an Egg Works up in the Northwest. Egg Works is a great restaurant. I need not to say anything else. Please approve it.
Thank you for being brief, Mr. Gronauer. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Have someone...
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road. I'm just here to oppose because it's Bob. No. Actually, this is the parcel that Bob and I have been working on for almost a year now, related to the park and other things, and the neighborhood's very excited about Egg Works coming in there. Bob and I both live in the area too, so we're going to be going to this place quite a bit, so we just hope you approve. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments. Seeing nobody else, we'll close the public hearing portion and turn it to the commission to Commissioner DeSalvio.
Chairman.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Roush.
I'm sorry, very quickly, I just have a question for the applicant. What did you do today to draw the short straw that you've been here all day? It's the Bob Gronauer Show. Take it away.
These are actually, I'm giving my last items to Jennifer Lazovich because it's item 128, and I need to go to bed, so I don't know about you guys.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I have to abstain because I can't say no to their breakfast, so I don't know. No, I think it's great. We need it, and we don't have really any breakfast places close to that. I mean, it really conforms pretty perfect with that location. So with that said, I definitely would make a motion to approve items 87 through 88.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, those items are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Item number 89, SUP 73921, applicant Fisher Brothers, owner Integral Partners Park Place Center, Las Vegas, LLC, et al. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for an alternative parking standard allowed 921 parking spaces where 1,031 parking spaces required at the southwest corner of Sirius Avenue and Rancho Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Related item 90, SDR 73309, for possible action request for a major amendment of approved site development plan review for proposed 59,478 square foot addition to an approved 494 square foot commercial recreation amusement indoor-outdoor development, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, an amendment of the previously approved plans is requested to make changes to the building, parking lot, and landscape areas. The additional floor area proposed requires an increase in the number of parking spaces required for the development. The applicant has requested an alternate parking standard in accordance with Title 19 that justifies a reduction in the amount of required and provided parking spaces based on the unique operation of the use. Access to the development would not change relative to the approved site plan. Shifting of the west parking field to a north-south orientation should improve circulation in front of the building and will minimize the number of drive aisles pedestrians must cross to get to the building entrance. The proposed alterations to the west elevation are appropriate for the size of the building. It would not be visible from Rancho Drive or Interstate 15. For these reasons, Staff recommends approval of the site development plan review. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Before the applicant begins, I must recuse myself from this item and abstain. The applicant ownership, Fisher Brothers, is a client of my firm, Cushman & Wakefield, so.
Thank you. That's noted. Thank you. Name and address, please.
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight on behalf of the applicant for 89 and 90. This is the project known as Area 15, which we are very excited about. We very much appreciate working with staff on these fine-tuning details that we need as we get ready to bring this project to reality. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these items? Seeing no one from the public, I'll close it and turn it over to Vice Chair Quinn.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. This is just such a great project that this is not going to affect anything at all. So with that, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for approval of SUP 7391.
Is a motion, 7321.
I'm sorry.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. And regarding SDR 73309, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation also for approval. So it's a win-win, Jen.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Thank you.
That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. Chairman, those items are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
And Jennifer, thanks for talking with that homeowner on that application.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Moving on to item 91, I will have to abstain from this, being in the industry. My family's in the industry. And I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Quinn.
Good evening. SUP 73835 is a special use permit. The applicant is Compassionate Team of Las Vegas, LLC, owner DP Holdings Incorporated, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 11,519 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility at 2603 Highland Drive. It's in Ward 1, and staff is recommending approval. Staff report, please.
Ms. Vice Chair, just for clarification, it's just for a marijuana cultivation facility. We no longer differentiate between the medical and recreational.
Oh, thank you.
There are no protected uses within the required distance separation set forth by Title 1912 for the marijuana cultivation facility use, and staff is recommending approval with conditions of this request, as staff has deemed the use compatible with the existing surrounding land uses and can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious with the existing surrounding uses. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. Name and address, please, for the record.
Danny Simon, 810 South Casino Center, on behalf of the Compassionate Care. This is a location for an SUP that's already been approved on a previous time frame, even through City Council, and we just had to reapply, and we request your approval.
Thank you. Is there anybody here that wishes to speak on this item? If not, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the Planning Commission.
Yes, so Ms. Vice Chair?
Yes, sir.
Through you, I just want to say, disclose it. I've worked on many cultivation and dispensaries and medical marijuana testing facilities in the past, but I've always voted on all these items, and my independence of judgment is not affected, so I'll be voting on this matter tonight. And I looked at this one, looked at all the applicants. I have no association with this, and I think it's in an appropriate area, and if you're ready for a motion, I'd like to make a motion.
We are ready for a motion.
On item 91, SUP 73835, move to approve, subject
you.
to staff's conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. That motion passes, showing Chairman Sam Cherry abstaining from this item.
Thank you. And Madam Vice Chair, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Item number 92, SUP 73808, applicant Graceful Facials and Bodywork, owner Executive Park LLC, for possible action request for special use permit for proposed 1,680 square foot massage establishment used with waivers to allow 906-foot distance separation from a similar use where 1,000 feet is required and a 20-foot separation from a residentially zoned property where 400 feet is required at 6877 West Charleston Boulevard, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site is unable to meet the minimum distance separation requirement of 1,000 feet from a similar use or the distance separation requirement from residentially zoned property. Staff finds the proposed use cannot be operated in a harmonious or compatible manner with the existing surrounding land uses. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Ruth Witten, 7601 West Charleston Boulevard, representing Graceful Facials and Bodywork. And I'm just here because I have been in operation since 2011. And my first facility I was at literally backed up on both two sides to apartment complexes. I was approved. I moved to where I am now. I was approved. We back up to houses at this point. Where I'm wishing to move to is just 2 driveways down from where I'm currently at. And it happens to back up to a house, to houses, I should say. And if I've been approved 3 times before with these same similar situations, why am I being denied now?
Okay, is there anything else you'd like to add? We can comment on that. Just want to make sure
Well,
we go
the
through
thing
presentation.
is, and even the other establishment, actually, the similar establishment happens to be the very first place I was at. So there's another company in that same facility I was at before. And you're talking 90-something feet, you know? I wish for approval because I've worked hard to get where I am today. And to be denied because of so many feet between me and another place where there's a major boulevard and several blocks that separate us where we're nowhere near each other. So that's my plea.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. That helps us understand more. Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Is there anyone that would like, from the public, like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and turn it over to the council. Commissioner, Vice Chair Quinn.
Thank you. Through you, Chairman Cherry. I'm going to make the motion this evening for approval because of the reputation that you have endured over the years. But I am going to add a 6-month administrative review so they can pop in and just make sure that everything's going smooth. So with that, my motion is for approval, adding the condition of a 6-month.
And where you accept those conditions with the review?
Yes.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
So there you have that.
There's a motion on the
I
floor.
wish you the best.
That motion carries.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to the City Council and be heard as a part of their September 5th City Council meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will have to abstain from the next one, so I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Quinn for item number 93. The next three.
Mr. Chair, if you could just place the abstention.
Yeah, I'll be abstaining from the next 3 items because my family's in the industry.
Yay, good for you, buddy. Okay, regarding, so we're at number 93, special use permit 73811. The applicant is Shaley's Farms, owner Polensky Properties, use possible action on a request for a special use permit for a 4,800 square foot marijuana dispensary use at 9140 West Sahara Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial. This is in Councilman Soroka's ward, and staff this evening is recommending approval. And staff, may we have a report, please?
Ms. Vice Chair, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and staff finds the use can be conducted in a manner that is compatible and harmonious with the surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. Staff is recommending approval of the requested special use permit. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record.
Good evening. Ben Almond, 8725 Schmidt Loop. I'm here on behalf of Chalice Farms, the applicant. The only thing I would really say to piggyback on top of staff's report there is we're an experienced dispensary operator, not here. We own 7 in Oregon right now. We picked this site specifically for all of the reasons that they listed in their report for recommending approval. There is ample parking, over 200 spaces, 2 main arterial roads that have access to that parking lot. It's an existing facility that's been there since I believe it was built in 1989. There's really nothing that needs to be altered there to move forward, so we picked this site knowing that it had all those things in its favor.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody here to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and open it up to Commissioner Roush.
Vice Chair, if you may, I just want to make a disclosure real quickly that I've built several medical marijuana facilities, cultivation facilities, and testing facilities. However, my independence of judgment won't be affected on this, and I've reviewed the ownership documents, and I have not worked for any of these people.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have a couple of questions for the applicant. You mentioned that you've been in this business in the past. You have operations in Oregon, but this will be your first in Nevada, right?
First dispensary, yes.
First
we have
dispensary.
Cultivation and processing operations in northern Nevada.
Okay. My concern with this particular building is that there does not appear to be any kind of a floor plan that you submit with this application that shows, you know, what your intended uses are inside the building and how you're going to be treating customers. I'm going to say now that it's not medical anymore, now that it's just recreational. Customers as they enter the building, is it secured? You know, is there going to be some sort of a provision for how trucks will pick up and deliver both your product and cash, Brinks trucks, that sort of thing, because it's a cash business. Security is a big issue. I've toured many of these facilities, and the folks that do them the best do a very good job of securing the back of the house as well as the front of the house. And, you know, 24-hour security is a mandate, but this is a neighborhood, as you well know, that is surrounded by high-end residences and vigilante armies of neighbors who will be up in arms if you're not operating in complete compliance. I have been asked by the neighbors and by the councilman to request that you do a neighborhood meeting. So if that is acceptable to you, I would very much encourage you to be willing to do a neighborhood meeting as a condition of whatever my motion is today. But I would like to hear your feedback, and I am concerned about the interior operation and why you didn't submit a proper floor plan with your application.
I apologize if we didn't. I thought we did have a floor plan in there, and we do have one.
It's the veterinarian floor plan.
Okay. We do have one since the fact there where we've laid out everything that we want to do there, so I apologize for not getting that in
And
there.
cameras and that sort of thing.
Correct. Yeah.
So we have none of that information on file, or at least I didn't have access to any of that before the meeting.
Okay, I do apologize for not getting that in there. That can all be provided. We do have strong operating procedures for all of the things that you mentioned for our existing dispensaries. We actually run all of our security in-house, so we do have several experienced IT professionals and security professionals in the installation, monitoring, and storage of video and security equipment. So we do all of those those installations ourselves, and we will be able to handle that immediately. We contract in Oregon with Garda World for all of our cash pickups and deliveries. We intend to continue to do that here in Nevada. We would carry that contract forward. We also recently opened up a banking relationship with a company out of Colorado that is able to handle marijuana businesses through some advanced customer knowledge procedures that they've put into place. And they're actually able to pick up via Garda World and fly the cash to their bank in Colorado. So we're working on setting up that service for our dispensaries here as well. This particular facility, it is listed on there as a 4,800 square foot dispensary. That is not entirely accurate. There is an office space in the back that we're going to seclude out to utilize for our Nevada VP, as well as any other executives we'll hire to run this market. The actual sales floor is actually laid out at about 2,300 square feet. That will be open to the public. The lobby itself will be closed off entirely. At the point that you enter, you'll have to check in at a front desk where you would be ID'd. That person would have the sole button that would unlock the door to enter the dispensary, and they would be able to run that from there. There is then a second identification process at the point of sale before you leave with your product, so it's secured from both ends, and nobody enters into the actual sales floor where any product is without being ID'd and running through those two checks. There's also a secondary door around the back side of the building that will enter into the back of the shop, where we would accept all of our product deliveries and have all of our secured vaults, safes, and everything there. Every dispensary that we have also employs a specific individual that handles inventory, so they would be in charge of that entire process from go. So you would have one person rather than an entire team of people to help with the security as well.
All right, well, it all sounds very good, and you've got a lot of really good answers on the fly, which tells me that you know what you're doing, but the unfortunate thing is you didn't come prepared tonight to be able to have me understand that ahead of time, or meet with me or contact me by any method so that I could understand that ahead of time. So I'm inclined to go one of two directions here, and that is either to vote the item down so that I can have time to understand it better and you can reapply, or we can put it on abeyance. But I'm not in favor of this item tonight, just simply because the size is quite large, the building is quite large, and I'm not familiar with your company or your ability to operate until just now. Like, just take your word for it. You know, I'd like to do a little bit of research, and I think the neighborhood would too. So you didn't probably come here tonight expecting that outcome, but being that you're new, you know, a good idea would be to reach out to you know, someone like me ahead of time if it's in my ward, so that I could understand it better. So I see that I've got some fellow commissioners that have some questions. I'll let them speak before I make a motion.
Thank you very much. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Yeah, thank you. To piggyback off the commissioner, I would definitely entertain, if I was you, an abeyance, because of the fact that I definitely concur. I know exactly what this is. I got family that lives close by. It's a very neighborhood, and I'm sure if you was to notify the neighbors, you wouldn't be standing solo right there. So I would request that you take her up on her offer.
Okay.
Thank you. So we're ready for a motion, Commissioner.
No.
No, we're not. I'm sorry, little one.
Considering I'm older than you, being called little one is great. Thank you very much. I know where this is. I lived in this area for 20 years. My mailbox place was there for 20 years, and I just have to reiterate what Commissioner Rouse says. I really believe you need to meet with the neighbors. If I was a neighbor, if I was still living there, I would want to meet with you. So I would defer to Commissioner Roush, and I believe that a neighborhood meeting is in order. Thank you.
So with your agreement, my motion will be that...
Commissioner Roush, Vice Chair, if I may.
Excuse me, yes, absolutely. I didn't see your little button.
Forgive me a moment. Since this is going to City Council, I'm willing to go on an abeyance or go for another option if we wanted to send it on. But since it's going to City Council, I just wanted to advise. So you do what you think is best, and I'll go along.
Councilman spoke with me before the meeting, and he would actually very much like to have a neighborhood meeting and give the neighbors time to hear what you have to say. And I don't think that it's enough time potentially between now and City Council. So I'm just going to, with an abundance of caution, recommend that we just go with an abeyance for 30 days, if that's acceptable to you.
Yes, it is.
So let's do a 30-day abeyance on the condition that you meet with the neighborhood, and that will be my motion.
Okay.
So for item number 93, SUP 73811, the motion is for abeyance with the condition of a neighborhood meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam Vice Chair, to be clear, that's an abeyance till the September 11th Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you, sir. And that passes, showing Chairman Cherry abstaining. So have your neighborhood meeting, and we'll see you next month.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, if I could, if the applicant could step over to staff so that they can walk him through what to do to set up that neighborhood meeting, that would be great.
Perfect. Moving on to item number 94, which is SUP 73826. It's a special use permit, a public hearing. Applicant is Nevada Medical Group, owners SSG Properties, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 2,646 square foot marijuana dispensary use at 1591 North Buffalo, Suite 130. This is in Commissioner Councilman Soroka's ward, and staff this evening is recommending approval. And staff, may we have a report?
Madam Vice Chair, before we begin, I just want to disclose that I've built several cultivation facilities, dispensaries, and also a medical marijuana testing facility. I've looked at the application, and I have not worked for these individuals and have not spoken to these individuals, so therefore my independence of judgment will not be affected, and I'll be voting on this matter.
So you're saying you never went to a tasting or any party or anything?
Madam Vice Chair, never been to a tasting.
Okay, sir. So with that, we'd like a staff report.
Madam Vice Chair, the applicant has requested to reestablish the previous land use approval for a marijuana dispensary within Suite 130 and has amended this request to include the adjacent Suite 120, bringing the total tenant floor area to 2,646 square feet. The subject site complies with all minimum distance separation requirements as set forth by Title 19, and the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use. Please note there were additional documents of protest and support submitted after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Name and address, please, for the, I'm sorry. Oh, that was the staff report. Name and address, please, for the record.
Robert Hasbett, on behalf of Nevada Medical Group, 628 Sherville Valley Drive.
Could you please spell your last name for me?
H-A-S-M-A-N.
H-A-S what?
H-A-S-M-A-N, Hasman.
Oh, okay. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. We're here proposing a special use here at 1591 Buffalo. It's on the southwest corner of Buffalo and Vegas Drive. I'd like to note that this location was approved back in 2014 when we applied to the city. We're now reapplying, adding an additional 950 square feet. On August 7th, we did a community meeting with the neighbors. 8 residents showed up. 7 were in support. 1 was unknown, probably not in support. But we did do the community meeting, and it was pretty successful. We're an established cultivation production company here in Nevada. We're a public company, have operations here in Nevada, Ohio, and pending applications in Arkansas. And this is going to be our first retail location that we're opening here on the west side. So I'm here to answer any questions. And
thank you very much. Is there anybody here that wishes to speak on this item? If so, come forward now. I don't see anybody. I will close the public hearing, and Commissioner Del Savio wants to speak.
I'm going to make the same comment as I did on the last applicant. This is really close to schools. I would definitely ask that you have the neighborhood involved. This is dead set, surrounded by homes all the way around it. I've lived in that area for 20 years, man, so it's just, that's a little too close to them schools for me, so I just would entertain that you would, or at least ask you to have an abeyance possibly and a neighborhood meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Roush, please.
Mr. Hasman, you and I have spoken, and we've known each other from commercial real estate before, and I know that I mentioned to you that I'm impressed with, your submittal, and your company has extensive experience in this. I think you even mentioned you're a publicly traded company, right? Or you're a national company?
We
one of the
are,
two.
yes.
And your floor plan, unlike the prior applicant, is appropriate. So you're showing me where the cameras are, you're showing me things that I need to know, which is very helpful. The unfortunate thing since the last time we talked a couple days ago is that we've had no less than about 37 protests from folks in the neighborhood. And so Councilman and I agree that you should have a neighborhood meeting, just like Commissioner DeSalvio has asked for. So I think we're going to have to go that route. But the really disturbing thing to me when I drove the property, and I was shocked, is how tight this site is. I knew that it was in the back of my mind, but when I got there on a Sunday at 12:30 in the afternoon and there was not one single parking space, it made me very concerned. The convenience store in the corner hogs all the parking. It's a very tight site in the corner here, and you're taking up half of the elbow and the other half is still vacant, and there's no parking, and neither of you are in your space occupying it yet. So I can't imagine how in the world you get a truck in there to bring or pick up cash, a truck in there for delivery of product. There's no access to the back of this site. So I'm just in a quandary as to why you even picked this site. It makes absolutely no sense to me, honestly, especially as close as you are to the church and the daycare. So I don't know how it got approved the last time, but it's not looking good this time. And so I'd like you to meet with the neighborhood and then come back, and those would be all of my concerns. And that would be what I'd like you to address when you come back.
Yeah, to address that, we did meet with the neighborhood last week. We did a community event across the street. We obtained the addresses from the city and sent out one. I think it's.
I'm sorry, I'm having a terrible time hearing you.
We sent out an invite to all the residents in the surrounding area, and so we did have that meeting last week. And 8 residents showed up, and out of the 8, 7 were extremely happy about the location and were in support of it. 1 was not. As far as the location, we've been holding this site for 3 years. There is no retail dispensary anywhere close to this area. And so it would be the farthest one to the west. And we feel that the demographics, the traffic counts, being that's in a commercial area, there is a lot of cars that come in and out as it's a gas station, a convenience store. We feel it's a good location in a commercial area that's going to service the west side of town. So we would be happy to do another community meeting. Again, this was approved 3 years ago, and we've been holding it for 3 years.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm sorry, Commissioner DeSalvio.
Just a quick question. So was it the Fox Garden Hen House? I mean, did you send it out, or did the city send it out for this neighborhood meeting?
We collected the addresses and sent them out.
So, but again, you handled
from the city.
that. You handled it, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, I would request that the city send out notifications, and not, because I'm just concerned. To me, that's the Fox Garden Hen House. I'm going to send it out to who I think it's going to work, and that's what I'm going to say works. But as the commissioner announced, she received 37 oppositions. So is that from what you sent out, or is that from people finding out that there was a neighborhood meeting and they weren't invited to? I don't know. It's just speculation on my end, but I would request that you get with the city and have the city control and pay whatever you got to pay to make sure that they get it out to those people that are affected within that radius.
Yeah, we did pay the fee, and we collected all the address from the city. And actually, this is our second community meeting. The first was done back in 2014 when we were approved, and we've gone through the process, and so I'm very aware of what we need to do.
Okay, so is there anybody else? No. Okay, so this is the deal. So we're going to hold it for 30 days, we're going to ask you to have a neighborhood meeting that is sent out by the city. Is that correct? I'm sorry, I jumped right in on your motion. I don't know what I was thinking. Please.
You're doing great. Keep going.
No. I'm sorry. Please make the motion. I got lost in transition. I got lost in the store.
You got carried away.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm actually in a quandary as to what to do, because the more I think about it and the more I look at it, the more I think this should be across the street in the other center, not in a tiny center that can't really handle the parking and can't really handle the intensity of use. I mean, to me, there's absolutely no way whatsoever this should ever be any kind of a marijuana use. The prior application actually had a better suited site and maybe just not as an experienced of an operator in Nevada. Now we've got the reverse. I've got somebody that's experienced, but your site's horrible, and you're in commercial real estate. You should know better. I mean, this is embarrassing.
Yeah, actually,
So I don't understand. Why did you pick this site? Because I'm teetering on making a motion for denial here. I mean, you got to fight for your life here. It's either 30 days or denial. That's where I'm at. I'm just trying to decide.
I'll take the 30 days, but to answer to make a comment, the intent of our group is to purchase this property. And when we purchase this property, we're looking to expand and manage the parking even better.
Okay, well, that's your intent, and once you leave here, I have no control over what happens next. And you and I know that you might come to terms, you might not. The thing that bothers me the most about this site is that there's absolutely no access to the rear of the property by vehicle. There's a little bit of access on the north side behind the one building. There is no way for any type of privacy or security other than through the front of the building. And sometimes you can make the argument that's better, but not with no parking and not with how tight this site is. Kids coming and going to the convenience store. I mean, I hate this location. I really, really do. So I'm going to give you a 30-day trial run to say, go meet with your neighbors, and I really hope that you have a good, easy time of it. But when you come back, I'm still going to have a lot of concerns. So I'm going to cut you a break because you weren't expecting to get such a bad response tonight, and I'm going to make a motion for a 30-day abeyance with the condition that you utilize staff's ability to send out the public meeting and that you hold a public meeting with staff, with Councilman Soroka's staff, and that we get a full report when you come back. Okay?
Okay, fair.
All right. So there's a motion
that said, the motion on the floor, so I can state it in its entirety, will be, my motion is for number 94, SUP 73826, for a 30-day abeyance on the condition that we do a staff notified and attended public meeting, neighborhood meeting.
Madam Vice Chair, to be clear, then that will be in abeyance till the September 11th Planning Commission
That is
meeting.
correct. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. That motion carries, showing Chair Cherry abstaining. So we'll see you next month.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to item number 95. Applicant is Norberto Madrigal, owner NVD Holdings, RPLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 17,040 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility use at 800 West Mesquite Avenue in the in the Industrial Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Note, this is for a cultivation facility, not medical. Staff this evening is recommending approval. May we please have a staff report?
Madam Vice Chair, on October 28th, 2014, the City Council denied special use permits to operate a proposed 12,000 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility and a 1,360 square foot medical marijuana dispensary on the subject site. The applicant's current proposal is to occupy the existing 3 standalone structures on the subject site for a proposed 17,040 square foot marijuana cultivation facility. The subject site complies with all minimum distance separation requirements as set forth by Title 19, and the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and good evening to you. Name and address, please, for the record.
Hello and good evening. My name is Norberto Madrigal, 4830 East Cartier Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89115.
Thank you. Tell us a little bit what's going on with your application.
Absolutely. My family owns the property. We've owned it now for approximately 4 years now, and I am the owner of Herbal Choice. We're looking to use this for cultivation. We believe it's harmonious with the area. There's only one entrance, one exit, and we're here for any questions, and we believe it's in the right spot.
Thank you. Is there anybody here that wishes to speak on this item? If so, please come forward now. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and open it up to Commissioner Del Savio.
Thank you. So currently, right now, if I'm not mistaken, it used to be like Steel Engineers, right? And now you got Rick's Restorations in there, right?
That is correct.
So do those two businesses go bye-bye?
No. Steel Engineers continues to be Steel Engineers. Our property, it used to be 7 acres. Steel Engineers stayed with 3 acres. We purchased the 4 acres next to it.
Is that Rick's Restoration?
That is Rick's Restoration currently.
Do they go away, or do they stay with what you plan?
We're working some things out. The facility is just too big for their operation, so they're looking for something a little bit smaller, so we're looking for some solutions.
Okay.
Vice Chair?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Schlott.
Yes.
Trinity.
So just a disclosure, I've built a couple of cultivation facilities and dispensaries and a medical marijuana facility and put a partridge and a pear tree. So other than that, I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
Are you one of the owners of Lunas Construction Cleanup?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I met you a couple of years ago. We don't have any ongoing business right now, but the thing with this particular site is, I mean, it's right around the spaghetti bowl. There's not a whole lot that really could be built there that would be that attractive for people to come into. I'm not saying that Rick's Restoration's not, an attraction, but it's kind of a hard place to get to. And cultivation, it's non-intrusive, so I think I could support this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, one more thing.
Yeah.
And so anyways, even though I did build several of these facilities,
Yeah.
my independence of judgment will not be affected, so I will be voting on this matter.
So you don't feel impaired at this time? Okay, got it.
Chairman Quinn?
Vice Chairman.
Vice Chair.
Are we ready? Are you ready?
Vice Chairman,
Yes,
I
excuse
apologize.
me.
I also have a disclosure to make that I didn't really consider or think of.
Okay.
It's not close to Drive, but it's close as the crow flies. Our family owns Tenaya Creek Brewery, which is just across I-15 from this property.
Right.
And I do not feel that it has any effect on my judgment, so I'll be independent in my
No.
vote tonight and will not be abstaining. I will be
You're quite
voting.
clear-headed, let's face it. Okay, Commissioner.
Thank you. My concern is the ingress and egress. I know where Rick's Restoration is. I know where all that is. And if you only can get in off of F Street, right?
Correct.
And then you go in and you're in the
Through Mesquite
cul-de-sac.
Avenue? Correct.
So safety, to me, seems to me to be an issue. How does one, I don't know, what if somebody came in and wanted to rip you guys off or something? What do you do? No, I'm serious about that.
Oh, yeah.
What is your plan? What is your safety plan?
Well, the good thing is that there's only one way in and one way out, so there's not, they can't get around us or next to us. There's just one ingress, one egress. We have security personnel on site, and that's the way that we plan to have sufficient security on staff.
Okay. Well, I don't really have a problem with you having a cultivation facility there. Hopefully you'll do some job training for the people in the community. There are no schools that are close by, and no residences that are really that close by. So I don't really have a problem with it. So if we're ready for a motion, I'd like to.
We are ready.
Move to approve.
Thank you. The motion is for approval. With that, the motion passes, showing Chairman Cherry abstaining. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, that item will move forward for City Council consideration at the September 5th City Council meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We're going to hear the next related items before our break, and we'll go quickly through this. Item number 96, SUP 737A1, applicant Brock Metzger, owner Big Block Partners LLC, for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use within a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a summer use where 660 feet is required at 1015 South 3rd Street, Unit 111, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Related item 97, SUP 73783, same request in respect to Unit 210, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Item number 98, related item number 98, SUP 73784, same request in respect to 211, to Unit 211, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Related item number 99, SUP 73785, same request in respect to Unit 212. Staff recommends denial. Related item 100, SUP 73786, staff request in respect to Unit 213, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Related item 101, SUP 73787, same request in respect to Unit 214, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Related item 102, SUP 73788, same request in respect to Unit 215, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Related item number 103, SUP 73789, same request in respect to Unit 310, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Related item 104, SUP 73790, same request in respect to Unit 311, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Related item 105, SUP 73791, same request in respect to Unit 312, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Related item 106, SUP 73792, same request in respect to Unit 313, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Related item number 107, SUP 73793, same request in respect to Unit 314, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Related item 108, SUP 73795, same request in respect to Unit 315, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the subject property is a mixed-use development currently under construction, which will contain 3 buildings. On May 16, 2018, the City Council approved a special use permit for a short-term residential rental use to operate in Unit 112, located in Building 2 on this site. The applicant now proposes to utilize the remaining 13 units located in Building 2 as short-term residential rental uses. These 13 units are a combination of 1- and 2-bedroom units. As evidenced by the requested distance separation waivers, the proposed use cannot be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the existing surrounding land uses. Therefore, staff recommends denial of each short-term residential rental request. Please note that there were additional documents of protest and support submitted after publication. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will disclose that I do live within the notification area of the applicants. I don't feel that I will be able to vote on the item because it doesn't impact me any lesser or more, in my opinion. Name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road, representing items 96 through 108. I will be extremely brief. If we can just look at the overhead here real quick, I'm going to point to the building that we're talking about here, which is referred to as Building 2 in your backup. You did approve a special use permit for a short-term rental in this building already. Over these many months, we have had meetings, and we agreed that we were going to bring back these applications and that we would make sure they were all in the same building. As staff read in the record, there are 3 buildings. We're only asking for one of the 3 buildings to be strictly for short-term rentals, so they will not affect the other 2 buildings, which will be long-term residents. This area is good for this type of use. In downtown, it's a brand-new building. It's a beautiful project. My clients have contracted with Tradewinds Property Management, who have over 20 years of property management experience in this town, and we're going to be doing everything that we can to make sure that this property is run well, and just look for your approval tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing, and I'll quickly say we've had some pretty robust discussions. We received all the notification cards at Soho, the adjacent property where I live, and this is, I think, in the first meeting we talked about multifamily and condos with regard to an item, and this is something where there's one owner, and at first when I saw the application come through, it didn't make any sense to me. I thought it'd be a hotel. I didn't understand it, but as I really got into it, I could see what it is and the impact it'll have, and I don't have any problems with it, and I can't say that anyone in our meetings we've had at the building has had any issue with it, so I will be supporting the item tonight. Commissioner Roush?
I'm just curious, can anyone tell me if short-term rentals are prohibited in the Arts District? I could swear that I saw something at some point in time where they were not allowed, just like they're not allowed in the medical district. And I'm just trying to get clarification on that with staff. As you can see, they're checking on it right now. The reason being is that I will have a situation where if they are prohibited and then we're deciding to grant this, then that would be preferential and I'll need to abstain. If they're not prohibited, then it wouldn't affect me one way or the other. But I have an apartment complex with 7 units down the street on Casino Center and Imperial, and I'm very sensitive to the situation one way or the other, depending on whether or not they're allowed or not allowed. And so we're kind of trying to look into that right now so I can decide if I'm abstaining or not abstaining. So, you follow what I'm saying?
I did read that myself. Staff is looking that up, but I'm not sure if this actual property is in the Arts District or it's right on the edge of the Arts District.
It is in the Arts District.
Okay.
Yeah, just south of Hoover.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we're the northeast corner at Soho.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if I may shed some light on the topic. Previously, the Arts District, through the Downtown Centennial Plan, had a list of uses, permitted uses, that did not include short-term rentals. That list of uses was replaced and a reference was made to Title 19, so therefore it was then an allowable use within the Arts District at that point.
And for more clarity, I think this project had one previously approved with one application, if I remember correct. Yeah. So, okay, thank you. Commissioner?
Yes, Chairman, through you, I don't really have a big issue with this due to the fact that it's much like the short-term rental, if you can remember when we were at the American Planning Association conference in New Orleans, and Deputy Director Lowenstein and yourself stayed in a hotel up the road, and I chose to stay at a short-term rental, and the entire floor was nothing but short-term rentals, so it wasn't like we were going in and affecting other owners within that building. It was all owned by the same person, and considering this is multifamily apartments, all owned by the same person, you're not affecting any other owners. It's a beautiful building, can't wait for it to be finished. And, you know, there's not much residential in that neighborhood where it's going to be creating any kind of issues such as parties and things such as that. And if it does, it comes back before us and we can revoke it. So, you know, if we're ready,
If I could add one more thing, Commissioner Slavin, there was in our discussion a feeling or hope that with projects like this, that's outside of, say, John S. Park, that it takes some of, hopefully, the burden off, you know, some of these applications that are coming, because they can see where there's a little density with short-term rentals. That's just a hope. I don't know if that happens, but that was part of our discussion as well. I agree, Commissioner Roush.
So for clarification, I will be voting on this matter since I feel that I don't have a conflict and that it is a permitted use already. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Slobin, please.
Yes, Chairman, through you, I would move to approve, subject to staff's conditions on items 96 through 108.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, all of those items will move forward for City Council's consideration at the September 5th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Great. We've been going over 2.5 hours, and we will be taking a quick break before we come back. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. We're on item 109, and folks, this is the portion where we're at really the short-term residential. So if you could just follow me on this, I'm going to give the applicant a quick 3 minutes to go through, and I will say we've heard for years now about people's resumes, that they have cameras. We really want to know why it works in the neighborhood specific to a land use application. Please don't waste time in your minutes about who you are somewhere else. We want to know specific on this item. And to the public coming up, I'm going to give each person a minute to speak, and I ask that there isn't redundancy. We've heard, we know about noise issues, we know about traffic, we know about trash. If there's things that are unique to this that you want to bring to the table, please bring it up. Please state it. Each person will have a minute, but we want to get through the next 15 or 20 items, so we're not here till 1 in the morning. So we're going to go on to item number 109, SUP 73653, applicant owner Ignacio Corvallubias. Excuse me if I didn't say that properly. 109, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use at 4620 Nolan Lane, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious with the existing surrounding land uses. Staff is recommending approval of the requested special use permit. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication, and Deputy Director Mary McElhoon has an update on the compliance status for the site. Thank you.
This property has an active code enforcement case on it. It was opened in June 13th of 2018. Notice and order was issued on July 23rd, 2018 due to short-term rental activity going on. Most notably, a short-term renter was caught there on Friday, July 20th.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Ignacio Covarrubias. I live on 4620 Nolan Lane, A9107.
And I'm Giselle Covarrubias. Same thing. We live on 4620 Nolan Lane.
Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Giselle Covarrubias.
Thank you.
Yes. I would like to submit also this letter also as well. We lived on the 4620 Nolan Lane with our
Could
first
you move the
house.
microphone closer?
Could you move the microphone? Thank you.
Again, we lived on 4620 Nolan Lane. It was our first home. We lived there since the year 2000. It's a 3-bedroom house, has a half bathroom and a full bathroom. It has a decent sized pool also with a small gardening and barbecue grill, which we have also been upgrading a house throughout the 18 years that we've been there. We needed a bigger yard to our other small business that we have. We do plan to come back home because that's where we've always been there, and we know our neighbors close-handed. We've seen our children grow up, and they helped us take care also of our daughter. We plan more or less to be there, coming back about 5 to 7 years. The reason we want to have it in short-term rental is due that the experience of our friend's rental home. We have seen several times over again on how they damage the interior of his house. We would help him repair, paint, clean, etc. It has been such a headache for our friend going through this for every person once their lease was up. We are afraid on how they were going to damage our lovely home and possibly ruin it. We love our home dearly. Again, we have done so many changes to our home. We decided again to go this route, to go through this routine, do that our house will be in one piece. It won't have any damages like holes on walls, broken doors, markers, or anything else damaged to our home. We keep our home very clean, and our yard is always maintained clean. The mortgage bills will always be paid on time. We don't have to stress on how future renter is going to be there, it might be disrupted to our neighbors that we've lived there. We have been having cameras there because when the recession came that the houses were empty, I was the neighborhood watch there for our neighbors, make sure that the squatters were not in our property or next door. Anything that was come up or anything that happened, they would just call me on my cell phone, hey, this is going on. So I will go ahead and knock with a bat and say, you guys don't need to be here.
We need to wrap up the presentation.
Okay,
We've
I
gone
do
over the
maintain
3 minutes.
our property very well. Our home is centralized to everything, which that is our benefit, why we want to come back to our home again.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. We went well over the 3 minutes, and I wasn't hearing much new for the application, so I'm going to open up the public hearing portion, and we're going to get through that, please, so if you could step aside. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard specific to this item? I don't see anyone from the public coming up, so we're going to close the public hearing portion. I'll ask you to come back up, please, and we're going to turn over to the commission for discussion. Thank you. Vice Chair Quinn.
Mr. Chair, if I may, in the ever-changing world of short-term rentals, this is an instance where another special use permit was approved by the City Council July 18th on the regular agenda that is within the 660-foot radius for this site. So therefore, this property would require a waiver to allow a 617-foot distance separation where 660 feet is required. So I just want to add that to the record. We would also want to add that as a condition should this item be recommended for approval.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paul, for that. Ms. Mary, what is the open violation that was mentioned that they have? You said there's like an open...
Yes, there's currently an active code enforcement case, and that was opened June 13, 2018. On June 22nd, our code enforcement officer talked to Mrs. Covarrubias and explained to her that she had to cease the short-term rental activity. She could not rent the property until she was properly licensed. Code enforcement was back on site Friday, July 20th, and actually talked to our short-term renter, a man who was from Switzerland, who confirmed that he was staying there for 1 week and had booked through Airbnb. So a notice and order was issued July 23rd, 2018.
Okay, so the bottom line is they've been operating without a license. Okay, so this is the real bottom line. I am going to I'm not going to follow staff's recommendation. I am going to make the motion to deny SUP 73653 because it simply doesn't work this way, okay? So my motion's for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Thank you.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 110, SUP 73657, applicant owner Cheryl Woods. For possible action on request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 7445 Wandering Street, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious with the existing surrounding land uses. Staff is recommending approval of the requested special use permit. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Get your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Woods. My address is 7445 Wandering Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89131.
Thank you. Can you tell us about the application?
Well, first I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you guys this late evening. Welcome House is going to be a short-term stay with a twist. I'm a professional person. I've been a business owner, and I'm retired from the airlines for 20-plus years, and I expect to attract that type of mature adult to Welcome House, granted you guys give me the opportunity to operate it. Prior to moving to Las Vegas, I rented rooms out of my home for 10 years on short and long-term basis, and that did work very well for me. I believe in setting rules, and I will set rules for open house, like no loitering outside of the property, respect the community, respect the house, and no loud music. I'll set the prices at market value and include a continental breakfast, a game room for the kids, and use of the pool. So with that being said, I only want to invite people who are looking for an alternative to Las Vegas Strip and who are into other things such as hiking, skiing, boating. It's, you know, that type of environment. I don't know what else to say.
Okay. All right, we can wrap up and go to the public hearing portion, and we'll come back to you. We're going to open it up for the public hearing portion.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing portion, and I'll turn it over to the commission for discussion with Commissioner DeSalvio.
Thank you. The only question I had with this is, I don't see a problem with it, but what we might have a problem with is, if this is approved, what does that do to item number 118? Because then that puts 118 within the 660.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the distance between those two properties is approximately 760 feet, so there isn't a waiver situation created.
Okay, well, then what am I looking at here? The circle that I see based on this subject property actually falls dead center of item number 118.
I think the circle is the distance separation for notification, which I think it's 1,000 feet. Is it?
It's not specified on here, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's 1,000-foot radius.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm not hindering on one for the other.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yes, I believe you were looking at the notification map, which has a larger distance. We do a 1,000-foot notification, whereas it's a 660-foot separation for these uses.
Okay, well, with that said, I could support it. I have no problem with that. I haven't received any pushback from anybody in the public, so in that area, I would make a motion to approve item 110.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, appeal?
It's been approved.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Run. Yeah.
Thank you for your consideration
Thank
this
you.
evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl Woods. Item number 111, SUP 73737. Applicant owner David Lee Mitchell for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 9525 Walking Spirit Court, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval with the condition requiring expungement of the SUP if the property is to be sold. Please note there are additional protests submitted after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
David Mitchell, 1648 Cactus Drive, Lancaster, California. So I got to tell you guys really quick about an experience. I'm going to try to do it really quickly. Maybe about 4 years ago, my family did a little family reunion, and we came here with a bunch of kids, and we stayed in a 5-bedroom house with a pool. So all the kids stayed in the house, and all the adults went to the Strip. It was beautiful, because the kids we didn't have to schlep the kids through the casinos and hotels. And I said, man, that was great. We all went home with a great feeling. I said, I would love to have a place like that. So I recently bought a place, and I did all the research to make sure that it was in the right areas and the distance and everything. And I actually rented the house out to the seller while they were having the house built. And I'm seeking approval for the permits because I want other people to have the same experience. Las Vegas is changing the future. They're building a new stadium. New family things are happening. So my goal is to provide short-term rentals for families who have kids, so they can bring their families and have a good time. The adults can go to the Strip, and the families don't have to go out there with the kids, and they can have a good time and maybe go to Circus and go home with hey, just instead of saying what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, it could be changed to, hey, let me tell you what happened in Vegas. A whole new image. That's what I'm feeling.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? I see one person coming up. Is there anyone else on this item? Just one person. I see two people. I'll get your name and address for the record, please, if you're for or against, and why, and you have a minute.
My name is Clem Stramello. My address is 9516 Walking Spirit Court. I'm against this. I'm the representative for my neighborhood to come forward tonight and speak about this. Specifically, the biggest concerns we have right now is there's a lot of parking problems as this is at the end of a cul-de-sac, and we're having a hard time having people who live there and their own guests to find parking in that street. The other issue we have is, if you can see on the map, it's a blind intersection, blind corner where it goes to the cul-de-sac. Myself and everybody, and four of the families on the house on the street have small children, and they play outside all day, every day. And there's been several times where cars have gone through that, around that corner and almost hit them because they believe that Google Maps is telling them how to get into the property behind them when it's obviously an outlet. We don't want the increased traffic. We don't want the increased loitering, potential problems for people that we don't know, who have no accountability to the neighborhood and no contribution to the neighborhood.
Thank you, Clem. Thank you for being brief. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. This is Chris Jones. I live at 7811 Dana Point Court. And while I don't live near this gentleman, with due respect, and somewhat to the gentleman that is opposed, I would say that these communities with these residential estates and homes that are zoned for residential, this is something about having stake in the game. You know, this is having skin in the game, right? If you live there, then you really do care about what goes on in your neighborhood. You have neighborhood watch. You watch the kids play. You make sure everybody stays safe. Neighbors go out of town, etc. You watch to see whose car you don't recognize and what to do about that. And so I would put forth that while the parents are having a great time on the Strip, the kids are there supervised, I'm not sure how, but assuming that they are, who would want that? You know, you have a quiet, nice community, and suddenly you have these ever-changing people coming into your neighborhood that you have no idea who they are. So for that reason, I would support the gentleman who says, on behalf of his neighborhood, that you should oppose this.
Thank you. We'll close the public hearing portion and allow the applicant for a quick rebuttal if you'd like.
I disagree. The property is at the end of a cul-de-sac, and there's no traffic that can go beyond the end of the street. That property is actually up against the wall, so you know there's no cars that could go past that place. And I also believe that, you know, and what I've learned a lot tonight. This is my first public hearing. And one thing that I hear is a lot of people trying to hold on to what they have. But I'm a visionary. I believe in the future. I've already looked into the future and saw how Las Vegas is changing.
All right, Mr. Mitchell.
And I want to be a part of it.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Toussaint.
Mr. Mitchell, let me ask you a question. Do you have a property manager, someone that is going to be managing the property?
Yes, I will.
Since you live in California?
Pardon me?
Since you live in California, who's going to be managing this property?
Right now, I'm waiting for approval before I select probably Evolve. There's been several companies that have contacted me, and I'm going to say that they got my address from you guys, that they sent out the advertisement to manage the property. I've just had a security system put in. I'm going to put in cameras. And I also have family here in Las Vegas. I have a sister and aunts and uncles for support if I ever need it. Like if I'm not here, I could call my sister, who lives probably about 15 minutes away, to answer any concerns that I might have.
Well, I did drive by the property, and it's a pretty house. It really is. The concern I have is I don't think you're really ready to do short-term rentals. I don't think you have all your ducks in a row, from my perspective. I think if you had come to us and said, this is what I'm going to do, this is who's going to manage my property, this is what we have in place, I would feel more comfortable. Personally, I don't feel comfortable approving this tonight because I just don't think you're actually ready for prime time yet. So you will not have my support on this because you don't have somebody in place that can manage the property, that you can tell us what's going to happen. So you will not have my support tonight.
Would you like to make a motion, Commissioner Toussaint?
Yes, I make a motion to deny.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward for City Council consideration at the September 5th City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 112, SUP 73761, applicant owner Wei Wang for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential use at 8105 Henley Star Circle, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval with the condition requiring expungement of the SUP if the property is to be sold. And Deputy Director Mary McElhone has further information on compliance issues on this one.
Code enforcement currently has an active case on this as of June 13th, 2018. Currently, as of August 8th, there's an active listing going on to list it as a short-term rental. We know that it shows that there were 4 stays in July and 1 stay in August. Thank you.
And note there were additional protests submitted after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address to the record, please?
Good evening, everybody. So my name is Chi Wang, and my
Could you pull the microphone close to you?
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Chi.
So my property's address is A105 Henley Star Circle. Zip code is 89128. And sorry, everybody, my English is not so good, but please trust me. The first of all I want to say is I'm ready to do the short-term rental. So what I will do is the house rules, I will say. The first thing is no party, absolutely no party. And the second I will do, let the guest to parking in the garage. And this community, we have a very close neighborhood. And we know everyone around us, and I also give them my phone number and ask them if they have any question, just call me. And also I will tell them we will do the clean very carefully, because in my own home we very like clean and make everything very comfortable and very clean. And I will do the most important thing is I will wisely look at the person who will using my property. And also we live very close to that house, so I think I can take care of it. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And your English is great. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one from the public, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Rausch.
Okay, I have a lot to say, but I'm going to try to keep it short. We have 17 protests on this that have either called into our office or written the councilman's office. One of the things that's very difficult on this particular application is that although you don't have another competing operating short-term rental within the 660 feet of you, the compliance issue is a big problem for me. For you to be operating as a short-term rental and to be active on the websites advertising this with disregard for the rules in the city, and maybe you didn't know, but it's a very bad thing. I have no question that you would keep it clean. I did drive by the property. I was concerned because there was a California license plate car in the driveway, which tells me one of two things. Either you don't live here or the person staying there doesn't live here. So that makes me very concerned. And furthermore, I feel that just based on your explanations that similar to what we've said with other applicants, you're not quite ready and probably unprepared and unaware of what's involved to do this properly and successfully. So even the justification letter that you submit talked about making money and that you wanted to do this as a way to supplement your income, and that's never a good justification for us. So I think maybe the whole entire application is potentially misplaced. The property is located at the end of a cul-de-sac, which creates a parking problem from my point of view. So for all these reasons and more, I'm not going to be able to support you tonight, and I apologize, but I'm going to be recommending denial of your application.
Commissioner Roush, would you like to make a motion?
My motion for tonight is item number 112, SUP 73761. Motion is for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Ma'am, sorry, that car is not us, not belong to us. It's our neighborhood.
Unfortunately, we've closed that portion, and we have voted, and it has been denied at this moment.
Councilman, that will go forward for City Council's consideration at the September 5th City Council meeting.
So it will be heard at City Council at the September 5th.
So you'll have another hearing that day.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 113, SUP 73764, applicant Mark C. Azadorian, owner SJB Properties LLC, for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 0-foot distance separation from similar use where 660 feet is required. That's 6205 Bella Alada Drive, Unit A, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from similar use. There's one other short-term residential rental unit within the separation radius. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Please note that the special use permit was inadvertently notified as a 0-foot distance separation. The actual distance separation is 618 feet. If approved, staff has added a condition requiring expungement of the SUP if property is sold. Please note there were additional documents of protest and support submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address to the record, please?
Mark Azadorian, 3154 South Torrey Pines, 89146. I've been in Vegas 20 years. I live 10 minutes away. I manage 4 buildings in this neighborhood. They are commercial buildings. And the other SUP in question is on the other side of a 10-foot wall, extremely hard to get to, completely separate neighborhoods. So we won't have any of the traditional issues with trash. We have our own dumpster. We have our own parking lot. We're operating as a fourplex now, and we're not going to have any impact to the community if we do a short-term rental instead.
Okay. Anything else you wanted to add for the application?
Been here for hours. You guys are tired. I'm tired. We all want to go home.
Totally understand. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item, please step forward.
Hi, I'm David Sanzo. I live at 6377 Concho Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada. I have 3 buildings in the same, fourplex community that Mark's proposing. Mark actually has items number 113, 114, and 115 that are all in the same fourplex community area. And my primary concern was that this was limited to a single unit. out of the 4 possible units in the one building. And I also was somewhat concerned because these are income properties, and our values are based on what we're income producing, that perhaps giving all the short-term rentals to one entity would be a disfavor to the other 80. There's 82 fourplexes over there, and I've been there for 30 years. So it seems disproportionate to give that sort of entitlement to one entity. And those are my comments.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. If you'd like to come up for a quick rebuttal before we turn it over.
Dave's right. He's a great guy, great landlord. The issue he's proposing is that how's it fair if I have one and nobody else does? I actually agree with that. I think it's a commercial neighborhood. Setting that aside, I don't see a reason why we shouldn't approve these 3. There's 1 unit out of 4 per building, so we're looking at 3 separate applications, 3 separate buildings. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, turn it over to the Commission. Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Chairman. Because you do not meet the 660 feet required for SUP 73764 and also for 73768, I move to deny.
Okay, I only read in 113, but...
113, we'll have to do them separately.
Okay, do 113.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor for item number 113 for denial.
Right.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council and be heard at the September 5th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Okay, item number 114, SUP 73768, applicant Mark C. Azadorian, owner Rocky Beach LLC, for possible action on request for special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with waiver to allow a 335-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 6249 Bellata Drive. Unit A, staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed short-term residential rental use is not compatible with the surrounding residential uses due to the existence of a short-term residential rental currently licensed 335 feet from the subject site. Title 18 distance separation requirements are intended to discourage the saturation of short-term residential rental uses in residential areas. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of this request. Please note additional letters of support and protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address, please, record.
Mark Azadorian, 3154 South Torrey Pines, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89146. Previous statements stand.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for being brief. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one in the public, I will turn it over to the Commission. Commissioner Williams.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to follow staff's recommendation and move to deny.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward and be considered by the City Council at the September 5th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Moving on to item number 115, SUP 73772, applicant Mark C. Azadorian, owner Rocky Bay LLC, for possible action on a request for special use permit for proposed short-term residential use at 6244 Yerba Lane, Unit A. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this particular site does comply with the minimum distance separation requirements set forth by Title 1912, and the use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious with the existing surrounding land uses, and staff is recommending approval of this application. Please note additional letters of support and protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, can I get your name and address to the record, please?
Mark Azadorian, 3154 South Torrey Pines, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89146. Previous statements stand.
Thank you, Mark. This is notice of the public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Can I get your name and address to the record, please?
David Sanzo. My address is 6377 Concho Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm an owner of several buildings in the area and hope that you would approve Mark for this item number 115.
Thank you. Seeing no one else from the public, I will close it and turn it over to the Commission. Commissioner Williams.
Yes, Chairman, I think I will follow staff's recommendation for approval on 115.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor for approval on 115. Please cast your votes. That motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, that one will also move forward to City Council for their consideration on the September 5th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Okay, moving along to item 116, SUP 73798, applicant owner Bryn Dillon for possible action request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use at 7308 Stony Shore Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance separation requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and the use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious with the existing surrounding land uses. Staff recommends approval subject to condition. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication, and Deputy Director Mary McElhone has an update on the compliance status. Thank you.
While there is no code enforcement case on the subject property, they do have an active listing for short-term rental, and there were 3 noted stays in July of 2018.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Bryn Dillon, and I live at 7308 Stony Shore Drive.
Good evening, guys. Our address is 7308 Stony Shore Drive. We're in direct relations.
I need your name and address.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Mason Wright.
Thanks, Mason.
I want to start with we're in direct relations with our surrounding neighbors. We've become really close with them, and we've spoke to them about the procedures and trying to go through everything, and we do have security cameras. I know it's redundant, but we've just been really trying to follow all the procedures to get this approved. I hope they've submitted their approval online, our neighbors. We have no neighbors directly behind us. There's just a shopping center. It's a Michael's right behind us, a big shopping center, and a big 10-foot wall in our backyard. We have spoke with others that run Airbnb, and they have informed us on proper procedures, and that is why we're here today. We're just trying to do it legitimate, and they've showed us you can allow tenants with only 5-star ratings. We're unsure of how that works. However, that's our goal. We don't want anyone unwanted in our home or our neighborhood. We plan to do everything legitimate, and that is the only way we want to operate. Our neighborhood and our neighbors are our main focus, and we just want to do this legitimate.
Thank you, Mason. All right, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? If I could have you guys just step to the side here. There are 3 microphones. I see 2 people coming up. Can I get your name and address for the record? And if you're for or against, and you have a minute.
I am against this. My name is Kelly Ledesma. I live at 7448 Stony Shore Drive. I am one of the original owners. I've lived in this neighborhood for 25 years. This is my home. I'm not going to go into all the other, because I know you said you've heard it all, but this, I do have photos of this house that I do feel that they've tried to hide from the neighbors what they were doing. The sign was up in front of the house, and
If
then...
you'd like to put it on the overhead in the middle.
Right here. The sign was, the sign was up in front of the house, and then the sign was down. And my husband, because he noticed that the sign was missing, went over there and he found this copy of the sign on the side of the house on the ground. And this is another picture of the sign on the side of the house. After a few days, they did put it back up, but I feel like there was definitely some deceit trying to hide this from the neighbors. They're say that all the neighbors are supportive of them. That is not true. Most of the neighbors, I've got a list of neighbors that are not happy with this, but because of the late time, they had to go home. But I just would hope that you would keep this a neighborhood. Thank you.
For being brief, Kelly. Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record?
My name's Brenda Lovato, and I'm 1912 Mojave. I'm right on the corner of Stony and Mojave. I also want to bring to your attention, Commissioner Williams stressed, this is a neighborhood of where people live, and we've lived there for quite some time, for several years. And just like people are moving here, we don't want to become California. They're having issues in California because of these Airbnb situations, and we really need to not have short-term rentals where people live. These are where families live with their children, and there's no places to park in the streets. And so I really wish you would deny this. If you look on there, item number 122 was tabled for 90 days, who also is asking for the same, on the same address, on Stony Shore Drive. There's two trying to get short-term rentals there. So I'd really like for you to deny this one, because someone else is trying to get a short-term rental on the same street.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Brenda. Did you have comments, sir? Need your name and address for the record.
Richard Ledesma, and I live at 7448 Stony Shore Drive. Along with these complaints or denials, there's other individuals in the neighborhood. At our end of the street, it's kind of like a cul-de-sac, but there's a curve and it goes on. And that's the same situation where this house is located, that there's no parking. And we always say that whenever there's an event going on, a fight or a game or something, these people, they'll check into a house, and then a couple hours later, 3 or 4 more cars will come in and take up the parking out in the lot. So.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you for your comments. Seeing no one else from the public, I will close the public hearing portion, and I'll give the applicant a minute for a rebuttal.
So with the sign thing, the neighbors had told us that there was a sign in the front yard, so we did take it down. But we were never told that they were going to put that up. We were told they were going to send out postcards to everybody. So we did take it down because the neighbors were complaining, but then I had emailed Jason Binks and asked him about it. He told us that we did need to keep it up, so we put it back up.
And also about the parking, there's a big, long, maybe 50-foot wall where you can park near, it's across the street. So if there was any parking that needed to, supplement that. But yes, our direct neighbors are in complete compliance with us, and there is no one behind us. And yeah, the sign is exactly how she said, so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I'm going to turn this over to the commission now for discussion. Vice Chair Quinn.
Let's see here. Regarding 112.
116.
I'm sorry, 116. I think I'm going to, gosh. Mary, is there anything opened on this one or anything going on?
To you through Mr. Chair. This is, basically, we don't have an active code enforcement case on this one, but they do have an active listing that they are, have on some of the websites. And we did have 3 confirmed stays in July.
Okay, do any of my other fellow commissioners have any comments on this one to give me a little, I need a little edge here.
Do you two have a property manager, someone who's actively going to manage the property, someone that you've already hired?
Us.
Or are you going to manage it?
We will.
Well, what I wanted to, I believe our neighbors and ourselves, obviously we have security cameras, and I know it's redundant. However, they are very, very intense, 24 hours. We see it on our phones. It records up to 30 days. As far as there being anyone that's short-term renting, that was not at all. I'm a photographer, so when people park in the driveway, if there was someone parked in the driveway, we don't park in the driveway, we park in the garage, so.
So if there was a problem, who would somebody call?
Us.
And where's your phone number posted?
It's not posted.
It's not posted anywhere?
The reason why we're here today is we want to do this legitimate, and we found out through people that do Airbnb that you have to go through all these measures. So we haven't deleted the listing. We didn't even know that it was active, to be honest. But this is why we're here today, is trying to, you know, get the permits and follow the procedures. So.
Well, I'll refer to Commissioner Quinn, but I personally have a problem when someone does a short-term rental, and I don't think they've thought of everything, and having a property manager or someone that your neighbors could contact if there was a problem, I think is really imperative. And
They've been so helpful. They couldn't make it today because it was so late. They literally watch over our dogs. They are the most helpful people. They're the ones that actually told us about the sign.
Yeah, we're in direct contact with them.
And we had told them to rip it out. What is it? We don't want this big thing obstructing the neighborhood. And then we got home, and it was actually something we totally knew about. And I didn't have a sledgehammer to get it back in the ground because the things are really hard to put back in. So that's really the story of it. Those are the ones that helped us with the sign. And that's our direct neighbors.
Well,
and that's
personal experience tells me that unless you have somebody that you hire to actually maintain the property and take care of it, relying on neighbors isn't always a good idea. 'Cause they're not always home, and you can't hold their feet to the fire.
I do agree. However, you know, our dogs are our babies, and those are for our dogs, and they do look after our dogs. So.
Okay, we're going to keep it
I refer this over.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Roush, you had some comments.
You know, I just heard it all before, and, you know, I don't mean to be cranky, and we are cranky because it's late, but the reality is that you seem like very nice people, but you're young, and I think you're naive, and I think you're a little bit not quite ready for what you are getting yourselves into. This is a very major ordeal. You have neighbors that are already upset enough to stay here all night and talk to you about this, and without having complete support of your neighbors and having 12 letters of opposition or postcards or, you know, input that we've had from the neighborhood, I just wouldn't be inclined to support it. You know, I feel like you're telling us what we want to hear instead of what we need to hear, and I understand you're very passionate about wanting to do this, but it is, again, not our job to try to figure out how to help you make money or how you're going to do something that, in my estimation, you don't know how to do. So I am not of the mind to create neighborhood test tube environments where we give people approval and just hope that it works out, and then you're back before us or code enforcement's back out there. Again, the fact that you were renting it without permission just goes case in point to the fact that you're doing what you want to do instead of what's in the best interest of everyone. So that's just my opinion. You can shake your heads at me. I don't think that that's helping the situation any. I'd like you to take my comments to heart. There's a lot for you to learn. So at this point, I'm not going to be able to support you tonight.
Vice Chair Quinn.
Thank you. Through you, I'm going to make a motion for denial of SUP 73798.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
30 years old.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening, thus appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 117, SUP 73814, applicant Michelle Patton, owner EMJJ Family Trust, for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential use with a waiver to allow 570-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 3536 Summer Springs Drive, Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed short-term residential rental use is not compatible with the surrounding residential uses due to the existence of a short-term residential rental currently licensed 570 feet from the site. Code requirements are intended to discourage the saturation of short-term residential rental uses in residential areas. Therefore, staff recommends denial. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received since publication.
Thank you. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening. My name is Michelle Patton. The address is 3536 Summer Springs Drive. So I guess I'll just discuss the 570 feet first. If you can see this right here, that red dot, that's my house. This is actually one neighborhood. There's one entrance on Fort Apache, another entrance on Gowan. That's how you get in and out of this neighborhood. That's right here. The closest property that is a short-term rental is over here across Gowan, and that is a whole separate neighborhood. If we had HOAs, I don't know if they have a HOA there, this property over here, this development over here would be a separate HOA. Right here, behind me, is actually another development. It would have its own separate HOA. And I have lived here my whole life, so that's 50 years. I've owned the property for since 1994. I plan to stay in the property. The people that I'm looking at renting to would be hikers, ecotourists. So the property actually is so far from the Strip, it's not conducive to parties, it's not conducive to anything like that. And I already, just based on where I live and how I live, sorry, I'm like really cold, so I've had the chills for the whole time. I'm like, I need some sun or something. I know it's hot outside, but it's so cold in here. Anyway, basically we get a lot of solicitors in that neighborhood, so I've always had a security system. I have cameras and everything. I have cameras in the front, cameras in the back, because I have a pool. And like I said, the neighborhood is like close the way it is, so I need to be able to see if my neighbors are jumping into the pool because they have younger kids. And like I said, I've lived here my whole life, so I don't plan on going anywhere. And I manage the property myself, so.
Thank you, Michelle. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission, to Commissioner Tucson.
Ms. Patton, I'm sure that you would do a great job having a short-term rental. Unfortunately, you don't meet the 660 designation, and I personally have a strict rule that if you don't meet the 660, I personally can't support it. So you will not have my support tonight, and I'm sorry to say that because I think you would probably do a very good job.
Well, that's why I kind of brought the map, just because, like I said, if there was a HOA, these two neighborhoods would not have the exact same HOA because it's actually a different neighborhood. So if I enter my property or my neighborhood on Fort Apache, the only way to get out is either to go back on Fort Apache or to go on Gowan. The other neighborhood that is across the street from Gowan, which is the neighborhood that has the closest one to me, they have their own separate interests. We're not, like, I think that's America West or Americana. We're a different developer from the start.
We're clear on the three different
Right. So, you know, I feel that it's kind of unfair because this is my neighborhood and I'm the only person in the neighborhood.
I understand that, but there is a rule that's in place, and that's why Commissioner Tucson stated that.
Yeah.
And I was by your property, so I understand what you're saying on how to get into the property, and I'm really sorry to say that I won't be able to support you tonight, but I just won't be able to.
Is there a motion, Commissioner Tucson?
Motion to deny.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward for City Council consideration on the September 5th, 2018 City Council agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 118, SUP 73820, applicant owner Columbia Lakes Capital LLC, for possible action on request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rent-to-use at 8311 Farm Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval with a condition requiring expungement of the SUP if the property is to be sold. Please note there were additional protests submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Ed Garcia, 55 Hillwood Drive. With me today is one of the owners, Lincoln Rogers, of the property. So I understand it's late, and I will try and be very brief. I know you've heard that a lot tonight, but I truly think this is a unique location, and I think once we explain it, you'll be able to understand why. So this is a unique property with unique circumstances. This is an 1.5 acre lot on Farm Road near the corner of Thule Springs. There were some items up. I think the Egg Works is just up the street here that was approved earlier. So it's obviously near a commercial corner. The access to the property is off of Farm Road, which is, I think it's designated as a major collector. It is probably the only property within I don't know, miles either direction along farm, which is accessed off a farm road directly, as a residence, that is. There's commercial properties, obviously, that are accessed directly off a farm, the commercial property directly next door being one of them. But that's unique. I think that's because this was really a property that was built in 1993, and the community kind of grew up around it. It was probably at that point in time sitting out there by itself, just as a large kind of rural estate out there, and really, as I said, the neighborhood kind of grew up around it. And because of that, I think it's ideal for a short-term rental. And let me tell you, so it was constructed in 1993. It was as a lot of these properties were, a victim of the recession, and it was foreclosed upon in 2012. As far as we can tell, I think it's been vacant since 2012. It may give or take some years within that, but for a period of several years, the property was vacant. I actually lived not far from this, and that was back before 12, and I remember there being issues with the property back then. So at that point in time, it kind of fell into disrepair. My clients took a shot and purchased the property. It was obviously, I think it's clear that it isn't really suitable for residences, traditional residences, because you've seen that it was remained vacant for that period of time and bank owned since 2012. So this is what my client encountered when they purchased the property. So I'm just going to give you a real quick run through of some before pictures here. So as you can see, there's a lot of squatting probably going on, a lot of folks using this for recreation within that probably shouldn't have been. This is the outdoors. You can see it's at one time probably was quite lush and lovely, a very large swimming pool in the backyard.
Yeah, you have another 30 seconds to go.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, and this was the front of it, and actually the front didn't look as bad, which kind of was misrepresented kind of what was going on internally. So here's what's happened since my clients have purchased this. This is the front as it exists now. This is the front of the property as well. This is that room that you saw before, which was had a lot of debris in it. This is an example, and they're currently actually working on some of this. This is the bathroom they put in. And the idea is for this to be, obviously, as a lot of people say, a family rental. But this truly is. This is a case where a lot of money has been placed into this, and nothing is going to be done for this to not be taken care of to Mr. Rogers and Mr. Lovinger's satisfaction. This is one of the bedrooms, obviously, with the 3 bunk beds for the kids, you can see.
We do need to wrap up.
And here is the pool of the back area. So with that, we appreciate staff recommending approval, and we'd respectfully request you follow that recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Yes. Please come on up to the microphone. Need your name and address for the record if you're for or against, and you have a minute.
Yes, my name is Gregory Navoni. I live at 1701 Charles Lamb. I would like to ask the staff, what is the square footage, number one, and also how many bedrooms? And does that follow code for the rental limitations?
Thank you, sir. Is there anything else? We can ask the questions if you have any other more comments you want to put in.
Yeah, I would like them to tell me the code on that, or I'm just going to wait for the answer?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public like to be heard on that? Seeing no one else, I'd like the applicant to come back up. And we will turn it over to the commission for discussion, but I will ask, what is the size of the house?
Size of the house is 5,000 square feet.
Can you get your name and address for the record?
Oh, sorry. Lincoln Rogers, 8928 Saddle Red.
Thank you, Lincoln. And how many rooms are there in the house?
There is 4 bedrooms.
4 bedrooms. Thank you, Lincoln.
Mr. Chair, if I might, I forgot to provide this, and I know you've closed the hearing, but this is the letters of the bordering properties that I just want to submit for the record.
Please do. Thank you. I will turn this over to Commissioner DeSalvio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can honestly say, at almost a year up here, this to me is truly where it's located and how it's set up is what a short-term rental should be. I mean, honestly, it's on a major road. It's surrounded by commercial. They took this property, let me tell you, I tried to buy it years ago when it was up in foreclosure, so I know exactly what that property looked like and what it is today. And I could tell you, I seriously doubt they put the money into that place to have it get thrashed in any way, shape, or form. I could see this being high-end clientele, high-end families that would occupy that property. To me, it definitely conforms and fits within the community, and I would 100% support that short-term rental.
Thank you, Commissioner. Would you like to make a motion?
Make a motion for approval of item number 118, SUP 73820.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Item 119, SUP 73821, applicant owner David Kirk and Heather Kim for possible action and request for special use permit for proposed short-term residential rent-to-use at 2010 South Buffalo Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and the use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious with the existing surrounding land uses. Staff recommends approval subject to conditions, and please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for these long hours. My name is Anna Nazarova, and my address is 2151 Village Walk Drive.
Could you spell your last name, please, for us?
Nazarova, Nazarova.
Thank you.
And I will be representing the application submitted by Dan
Okay.
Lee.
You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I know these people for many years already, and actually Dan Lee was the one submitting the application, and Young Luke is the husband who was gonna stand here and talk to you guys, but because of him having like a hearing problems, it's really hard for him to communicate with the microphone, so that's why I will be the one helping him out. So as we just said, the previous property was the perfect example of the great location for the short-term rental. I think the property we are presenting in our application is a great option too for the short-term. If you look at the picture, which we have in here, so the property is located on the corner of the South Buffalo Drive, which is the main road, and L Park Avenue. So we don't have any neighbors on 3 sides. We just have one neighbor in the far back, and we have 2 fences separating us from that neighbor. I can show you the other picture. So you can see the fence in here, actually. So by going through all the paperwork we have in here, I see that we met all the separation distance requirements, which is like 660 feet. And actually all the conditions we have in the application, Dan Lee agrees with all the conditions you guys have in here. And basically for them it's going to be a new step in their life, you know. It happens to be that we have to retire at the early age, and that would be a great option for them to still be stable and have people visiting. And it's mostly going to be people coming out of country to do some business, maybe families. It's not going to be like a party people, because we actually have to live in the house and with their personality, and people being noisy, I know we're not going to stand it themselves, so it's going to be quiet.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
pretty much it.
Thank you for the presentation. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? I see some people. If you guys could just step over to the side. We do have 3 microphones. If you could get your name and address for the records if you're for or against, and each person will have a minute, and if we could not be redundant, that would help, please. Thank you. Name and address, please.
Carol Heron, 2105 South Buffalo Drive, actually 3 doors down from this residence. I would like to state, first of all, that the owners are not here. I do not know who these people are. I've lived there since 1982, one of the original people. They moved in a couple weeks ago. I don't understand how they're applying for a permit under the name of Kirk Divot, who actually owns a house. That I'm just saying because I didn't know who they were. Having said that, not realizing on your map, I actually have an active Airbnb right next door to me and behind me. I share a wall currently, 2 places that advertise occupancy for 16 to 20 people. I've been dealing with this for 2 or 3 years. I did not know, that there was such a thing as this unlicensed short-term rental. I just learned all that tonight. I've actually been fighting with Airbnb for 2 years to get them shut down. I have lived there for a long time. This is really hurting the value of our home.
Carol, we need to wrap up if there's anything else.
Yeah, that's all I have to say. I just, I don't understand really what's going on here.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address, please?
Pamela Littleton, 775 El Parque Avenue. I am the neighbor of the pictures. That isn't 2 fences, it's 1 fence. The other fence is the easement that goes to the homeowners association community property. So it's an easement for recreation use. I've been dealing with the house next to me on the other side from them on Grand Island that did file for a permit, but that was only after so much disruption, and I don't even know if they were, I guess they weren't approved because it doesn't show on the map. But these homes are larger because they're on half acres. We get big parties that go till 6 in the morning. It is not conducive to the neighborhood, and I've been there 34 years and want an environment for my home that Commissioner Williams was discussing. This, like Carol has said, we have been dealing with homes all around us. They're not legal, as because you don't have them on the map, but we're still dealing with it, and it's because of the size of the homes and the niceness of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, hi, my name is Chris Jones, 7811 Dana Point Court. I represent our Buffalo Coalition, which is roughly about 300 homes, and we are on the opposite side of Buffalo from where this short-term rental request is. So again, as the others have stated, we're a bedroom community of half-acre or larger homes, over 3,000 square foot. A lot of dedication and neighborhood watch. But what I really want to point out at this point is that why it says ban, and I know that that's the extreme, I think what we're looking for here is we need to have some kind of control over the situation before we let more of them happen. It's one thing to have a bunch of illegals, and I know that the code enforcement's trying to wrap that up and get control over that. But if you know, the county in itself has 6,700 illegal STRs. We here in the city of Las Vegas have roughly 900 to 1,000 rentals. And until code enforcement can wrap themselves around it, yes. And it's also taking Metro Police resources, which is useful for other things. We ask that you do hold off on approving any more short-term rentals.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Jones, can you get your name?
Thank you for staying so late. I'm as tired as you all. Hal Jones, 7811 Dana Point Court. I know you guys are getting used to seeing me. As my wife mentioned, there's a neighborhood association, the Buffalo Coalition. I just want to add a couple other things. This neighborhood is RE. A lot of people live there a long time. There are several physicians that are OR related in the neighborhood. There are pilots in this neighborhood. We have a tremendous number of problems. There's a house over on O'Bannon that you may know about. I know there's some activity going on out with the city around that.
Mr. Jones, can we keep it specific to this
Specifically, we do not need another short-term rental in this area until we get the 13 that are operating illegally out of the area, and we already have 12. And the density, the 660 doesn't work for RE very well, by the way. Our density is way higher than the other densities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you for your comments. Okay, I'll give the applicant a minute for a rebuttal. and we'll turn over to the commission. Please.
Yeah, first of all, I feel sorry, guys, for all this terrible experience you had before. Really sorry. And I understand their position, like, completely, 100%. You know, like any owner you would ask if they want a short-term rental close by, they always have this picture in their head of, like, partying like till 6 a.m. in the morning. Mostly it's like that, and mostly it's illegal. And at the time, as Dan Lee actually applied for the special use permit, by the map, we haven't seen any other property close by. We actually came to the building department. I came with them myself, and there was none. There was one special use permit application in, but that one was denied. That was it. Maybe we have like some properties behind them, but they run business illegal. We don't seem to be having like permits. I don't know, you basically have more information than I do, but that's all I know. And with the tax record, it might took some time to get the owner information changed on the tax record. That's why we see the previous owner name on it. This is the new owner of the property.
Okay, we need to wrap up, Anna.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
That's new information that was not disclosed?
I can't take comment from the audience. We've closed the public hearing portion at this time. There's no more public hearing portion at this time, so I'm going to turn it over to the commission for discussion, starting with Commissioner Rausch.
I'm just extremely confused. Who is the owner of this property? Is it David Kirk? Is that the current owner of the property?
It's Ray.
You own the property.
Can you come up and give your name and address to the record?
My name is Danny. My husband's name is Young Lok. My address is 20110 South Buffalo Drive. We bought that house because we are new owner because my husband have a hair problem. He have to leave his job early, so we don't want to give government any trouble for take government money. So I say we have to work for myself. We have to live by myself, do something. So we bought that house, and we saw that house is no neighbor for south, west, east, no any neighbor. Only have one neighbor.
Are you the owner of the property now?
Yeah.
Are you David Kirk or Heather Kim?
Yeah.
No, it's an old tax record. It's a previous owner name.
Yeah.
It's my didn't
If I
change
could
on
just
tax
have
record.
staff quickly explain this.
They didn't change it, but
If we could just, we're going to get an explanation and have some discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the people before you this evening purchased the home, and it was recorded on June 15th, 2018. They had their pre-application meeting prior to that date, so that was why that previous owner's name appeared on the header. But their application form reflects the correct property owner. Their statement of financial interest form reflects a correct property owner, which are the people before you this evening.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rausch, did you have additional questions?
No, it's just to me very clear that the property was bought for speculation so that they could turn around and rent it, which is their prerogative, and it's also our prerogative to decide what to do about that. So in my opinion, I'm voting no.
Thank you, Commissioner Rausch. Vice Chair Quinn?
But we occupy 2 rooms over there.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, sorry.
There's just too many uncertainties with this property. So with that, I am going to make the motion on SUP 73821 for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
moving on to item 121, SUP 73838, applicant Jonathan Gonin, owner 777 Ventures LLC, for possible action request for special use permit for existing short-term residential rental use at 1413 Maria Elena Drive, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site has been operating as a short-term residential rental with a business license issued on June 21st, 2017, but now requires a special use permit to continue operating after June 30th, 2019 per ordinance number 6585. The subject site complies with all minimum distance separation requirements set forth by Title 1912, and the use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious with the existing surrounding land uses. Staff recommends approval of the application subject to conditions. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication, and Deputy Director Mary McElhone has an update on the compliance status. Thank you.
This licensed short-term rental has had a few compliance issues. The first one happened March 20th through 22nd of this year. The City of Las Vegas received a filming permit requesting that the short-term rental be used as a filming location. This activity is not allowed in short-term rentals, and the owner of the property was notified of this. Then June 10th through the 11th, in the early morning hours of the 11th, there was a 911 call to Metro reporting 30 to 50 partygoers, potentially gang members arguing in the streets and brandishing guns. Metro responded with patrol K-9 units and also air patrol. The occupants then barricaded themselves in the house for an hour and a half. And then on July 22nd of 2018, our license officers responded to a complaint called into the short-term rental hotline where there was excessive vehicles and occupants. When they went out to the location, they found out that a party was taking place with 20 adults and 20 children, well above the occupancy limit. The renter stated to our license officer that they had rented the house specifically for the gathering. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Jonathan Gonen, 3726 Las Vegas Boulevard.
Excuse me, I didn't hear your name.
Jonathan Gonen.
Got it.
Yeah. So, I'm a resident of Las Vegas. This is my primary source of income. Into design and architecture, and this is how I kind of inherited the house, and this is kind of what I turned it into after 16 months of work on it. Maybe I made it too nice. So I've had 52 guests come to the property and stay with me. I've had two major problems for my neighbors, and that's the two that were cited. And people lied to me. It happens to all of us. They said that one of them was one guest, one of them was two guests, and then at midnight, all hell breaks loose, and they lie to me and take advantage and destroy the house, and those were the two situations. Why there's those complaints. I've taken many steps to avoid that, since this house is incredibly important to me. I've always played by the rules. I have the conditional business license. The property's never been illegal. It's 660 feet away from the nearest other Airbnb. So, I'm here to only do this right, never consider doing it like a lot of people are doing it. But yes, I've had, those two issues. It could happen in long-term rentals. People just destroyed the house, and they threw a party, and they lied to me, even though I checked them in, and I also asked them how many guests were going to be there, and I specifically asked them, I have screenshots, asking them if they're throwing any events or parties, and two out of 52 I had problems with, and that's what the record states. In addition, I guess lastly, I've taken a lot of steps to learn from those two bad experiences. I have ring.com, and I get messages every time the doorbell rings, so I'll be notified if many people are ringing the doorbell within the same half hour. I'm going to be aware of it right away. I have a camera system. I check in guests myself. I review. I only have people that have reviews, and I also turned off the backyard lights, so there's no light back there at all. So, but those are the steps that I've taken to avoid those two problem situations.
Thank you, Mr. Gonen. Thank you for being brief. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this? Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Hello, good evening. My name is Katrina Hertfelder. I reside at 1500 Bracken Avenue. I do not reside in this cul-de-sac directly. I reside across the street up a little bit. And thank you for restoring that home. That was Liza Minnelli's choreographer's home, and it was a great party house in its day. Thank you for restoring it. However, I ask that tonight you oppose your application, simply because I think your management, if you're the management company, you just, need to step it up just a little bit. Other than that, I'm not against Airbnbs. I'm for Airbnbs if the person is there residing in the home and is hospitable and can share our historic neighborhoods, which I love living in. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for being brief. Give you a quick comment if you wanted to rebut on anything. If not, I'm going to turn it over to the commission for a discussion.
No rebuttal to that.
No, thank you. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Chairman. I was going to say thank you for letting me talk after a little bit, but
Good with the no.
disclosure, I own property within the neighborhood, and I don't reside in that neighborhood, but I live about a mile away. It's not going to affect me any more or less than anybody else, but when I looked at this, I said, it's a beautiful house. I've been driving up and down that street for years, and that cul-de-sac, and
it was a squatter's house.
I take the people on tours and show them that little cul-de-sac because it's so nice. But I thought this was going to be a pretty simple one since you had a conditional use permit. And then I'm hearing SWAT team and gang members brandishing guns, and I thought that was due to another property in the neighborhood. Whenever I heard about this in the past, I didn't know it was because of this. And then the other party where 911 had to be called out. I'd like to hear from a couple other people.
I just heard earlier tonight that the guy came before us. I don't think he's here anymore, but I mean, I heard come out with your hands up, and I'm like, I'm done. I don't need to know anymore. I mean, it's just a bad situation in a neighborhood.
I think, if I'm allowed to talk, I've taken many steps to avoid having that ever happen again, and building more signs so that I can address it sooner.
Mr. Gonen, I'm going to go through with the commission real quick. We did hear about the steps you did take in the past. And Vice Chair Quinn, you have your light on?
No, I'm ready for the motion right now. Regarding SUP 73838, my motion is for denial.
Okay, there's been a motion on the floor.
Commissioner Quinn. Oh, my goodness, I'm so sorry.
That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that action is final this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 122. You all okay to go a little longer? Okay. Item number 122, SUP 73839. Pardon?
122 was tabled.
Oh, 122 was tabled. And 123 we heard, and 124 is obeyed. So item number 125, SDR 73507, applicant Artegas Concrete, owner C&J Prime Investments, Inc., for possible action request for a site development plan review for a 200-square-foot contractor's plant, shop, and storage yard with a waiver to allow a 10-foot wide landscape buffer adjacent to the west property line where 15 feet is required, a 0-foot wide landscape buffer adjacent to the north, south, and east property line where 8 feet is required, and wrought iron fencing along the western perimeter where there was a solid screen wall is required at 2550 and 2560 Highland Ward 1. Note this is a recommendation for approval by staff. Item number 126, related item 126, SDR 73508, for possible action request for a site development plan review for a concurrent temporary contractor's plant, shop, and storage yard, Ward 1, and this has been recommended for approval by staff as well. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the site is zoned for an industrial use and operates as such with a business license. The applicant has proposed a office building for his business, for his office operations in accordance with today's development standards set forth by Title 1908. Staff is recommending approval of both site development plan reviews with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Efrain Arteaga. I'm living on 1806 West Oakey Boulevard, A9102.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have my concrete business, and I've been doing it for since 2006. I have the business office, my back garage. I'm a residential. Once I bought this place about 2 years ago, I'm trying to move everything out of the residential, and I get my license to operate it on the 2550 Highland, and now I'm just trying to move the office, kind of improve the land, you know, with a landscaping on the front area. I'm just going to be too brief, you know, that's...
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, we will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Vice Chair Quinn.
Regarding item 1.
Vice Chair, your mic is not on.
I'm falling asleep. Regarding item 125, my motion is to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Thank you.
And that motion carries. Item number 126.
Regarding item 126, my motion is to follow staff's recommendation as well for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
I'm sorry.
No, it's no problem.
Oh. Well.
And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items will go forward to City Council for their consideration at the September 5th City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 127, SDR 73718, applicant owner Brown Kids Inc. for possible action request for a site development plan review for proposed 668 square foot addition to an existing 1,783 square foot restaurant, 172 square foot outdoor patio, and a proposed 1,984 square foot commercial building with waivers to allow 37 parking spaces where 40 spaces are required, a 40-foot residential adjacency setback where 48 is required, and a 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required at 1625 East Charleston Boulevard, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, as the site cannot be constructed as proposed without the approval of self-imposed waivers unrelated to the physical characteristics of the site, this is an indication that it would be overbuilt and not compatible with the development in the area. Staff is recommending denial of the request. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to give you guys 3 minutes for the presentation. Can I get your name and address to the record, please?
Good morning and happy Wednesday. My name is Ken Small, and I'm an architect with SSA Architecture, 4630 South Arville Street, Las Vegas, 89103. So what's unique about this property, if I could have the overhead, please, I'd like to show you an aerial photograph. And so this is a property that was previously approved, and it's readily observable that there's a building here and that this was built out for a pad site that was going to be located here. Unfortunately, when our client, who's a family business owner, Los Tacos, that's just up the street now, they're renting in another location, bought this, he didn't realize that during the downturn in the economy, the original entitlements had been allowed to lapse. And so what we're asking for is to go back to comparable to what the entitlements were during the last approval process. So this is the site plan as we've proposed it. You're seeing a drive-through as was on the aerial photograph. You're seeing a pad that's actually smaller than what was approved previously. We've added 4 parking spaces across the back. What the property owner is proposing to add across here, and I'll show you this on the floor plan in a minute, is storage, an office, and 2 restrooms to the existing building. The rear portion of this building that was approved previously as a pad is intended to be used as a back-of-house kitchen that supplies both this restaurant and the other restaurants. So these wouldn't be in operation concurrently, because during a slow spell of the day for the restaurant, then the kitchen staff would come over here to the prep kitchen and be preparing food that would be delivered to the other restaurants that he owns, as well as this one. There is anticipated that there'll be a small retail in the front of the pad site here. So we're asking to go back to essentially what it was during the last approval process, even though that approval is expired. That also entails a waiver was previously given for the setback on this side. And then the third issue that we're asking for, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mention the parking, but the other issue with the parking is that even if you entirely remove this building, there is no way to get any additional parking on the site because of the way it's laid out. So we're asking for a waiver on the parking. Again, if you can imagine this section of the building, the pad being removed and a small strip being removed here, it roughly approximates the two restrooms and the storage and the office that are being added on here. So we're looking at a rough parity of what existed before. And then, as I started to say, the original entitlements had a waiver on this setback line. And then the third issue is whether this building here should be allowed to exceed the requirements for height.
We do need to wrap up the presentation.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
We do need to wrap up the presentation.
Okay, yeah,
We got
I'll
past
be
the
quick.
3 minutes.
So these are the exterior elevations. So this is the pad site building. This is the exterior front street side building. And the issue with the height on the pad site building is your air conditioning units are still going to need screening. So if you lower the parapet wall, then you're going to see screened air conditioning units popping up on the roof. So it actually looks better this way.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief at this late hour. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one from the public, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission, to Commissioner Schlauman.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. When I first started reading this, I didn't know what the heck was going on, but then I started reading the report, and I remembered that I voted on this years ago, and Commissioner Quinn and I were the only two people on this commission that's still on this commission when we voted on this item. And we approved it back in the day. I think staff is right. I mean, there's a lot of waivers and such on this property, but with the way that that building is laid out and having that old Church's Chicken that opened for 6 months and shut down, it's just stands out, and I'd like to see something go back in this building. It's a smaller footprint than what I remember from years ago, and I don't have any problem with this. And for those reasons, I could support this.
Great. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes. On item 127 SDR 73718, move to approve based on the testimony stated today.
The motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thanks for staying so late for us.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward for City Council's consideration at the September 5th City Council meeting.
Okay, final three. 128, item 128, SDR 73865, applicant owner 318 Sahara Venture LLC, for proposed possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 6,345 square foot commercial building with a waiver to allow 0-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the south property line and a 5-foot landscape buffer width along a portion of the north property line where 8 feet is required at 4980 West Saharan Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the proposed restaurant and general retail use to be appropriate and compatible with the existing and future development in the area. The requested landscape buffer widths will have minimal impact on the overall development, and staff is recommending approval of this request. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive here tonight for Bob Gronauer, who's sleeping peacefully right now.
Wow. He's
Appreciate
watching.
staff recommending approval. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this? Seeing no one, I will close the public portion and turn it over to the commission.
Regarding,
Excuse me one second.
oh, I'm so
Commissioner
sorry.
Schlottman?
Considering Bob Groenhauer was listed as the applicant on this application, I'm not sure if we can vote on this matter since Jennifer Lasevich is in front of us.
I think Bob's watching, so.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Quinn?
Thank you. Regarding SDR 73865, I will be following staff's recommendation this evening for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. That motion carries.
Good morning. Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Chairman, that item will go forward for City Council's consideration at the September 5th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 129, SDR 73885, applicant owner Bridal Veil LLC for possible action request for a site development plan review for a 3,692 square foot wedding chapel with waivers of downtown Las Vegas overlay development standards pertaining to the architectural design, corner side yard setback, and to allow a 6-foot tall front yard wall where 5 feet is the maximum allowed, and to allow an 11-foot perimeter wall where 8 feet is the maximum allowed at 827 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. I would like to disclose that I do live directly across the street in the notification area. I don't think this is going to affect my vote one way or the other, my judgment one way or the other, so I will be voting. Could we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this project is located on the northeast corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Hoover Avenue in the downtown Las Vegas overlay Civic and Business District. The applicant proposes to construct a one-story, 3,692 square foot wedding chapel with an associated front entry courtyard and permanent parking lot area. The applicant has requested several waivers of interim downtown Las Vegas development standards. As the proposed development is inconsistent with the downtown Las Vegas overlay development standards pertaining to architectural design, setbacks, and wall height, staff recommends denial of the proposed site development plan review request. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street. Here on the matter also present is architect Barrett Powley of 241 Charleston. My address is 300 South 4th Street, as I said. The property, as described by staff, Las Vegas Boulevard and Hoover at the northeast corner, catty-corner from Soho Lofts. The existing building on the property was at one time an operating wedding chapel, and at one time had a sign on it that said it was going to be a marijuana facility. It is presently, I don't want to describe it as abandoned, but inoperative. We propose to replace that older building with a new, modern, and we would hope you agree, beautiful wedding chapel portrayed here. We understand the staff position. They're reluctant to recommend for waivers. We think our waivers are fully justified and, in fact, make it a better project. I can describe those waivers and why we think they're appropriate and necessary. With regard to the 6-foot wall and the issue of 60% versus 70% building to the build line here, this area that you see is the area where there would be photo opportunities after the weddings. Having a 5-foot wall there exposes those wedding picture events to passersby on the sidewalk. A 6-foot wall gives them enough privacy for that use. Furthermore, extending that wall would perhaps achieve the 70% rule, but it would describe it would destroy the architectural integrity of the building as it stands if we brought any more of it out to the build line. Additionally, there is a comment on the waivers that in the rear on the alley, we're asking for an 11-foot wall. It happens to be a 10-foot, 2-inch wall. We realize staff rounds off upward. But once again, it is in the alley where the limousines would be parked. We think the security factor counts for something. But in addition, there is an architectural effect here that you can see in the elevations where the wall height matches the height of the covers on these vehicles, and it simply is architecturally more compatible to have that matching effect rather than a zigzag line of the elevation. I think those are the issues that staff pointed out require waivers. We think all of them are beneficial to the property, and when all is said and done, they produce a beautiful building where at present there is an older, not so beautiful building, and we don't think you probably want to, what do they say, wait for the perfect when something can be very, very good, and we think we're bringing you something very, very good that does require what we believe are minor waivers. And I'll defer to Mr. Powley if he has any further comments.
If you want to take a quick second to put your name and address on the record and add something.
Yeah, sure. Barrett Powley, architect with Encompass Studio at 241 West Charleston. Just seeking approval on the project. It's been a great project to be part of, so thanks.
Great, thank you, guys. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. I'll quickly start off. I live across the street from this. I see this property every day. I believe the applicant is correct. It's a difficult site with older, strange buildings on it. At first, I had some concern about the orientation and how it kind of laid out to Las Vegas Boulevard. But I see it, and I really looked at it wrong. And correct me if I'm wrong, the front of the building is at an angle at the corner coming to Las Vegas Boulevard. Okay.
That's correct.
I did look at it wrong.
This would be the corner angle view. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and so, one of the charms to me about downtown is the different kind of characters and architecture that can be brought in to kind of define the area. I think this is a fit for the area, so I will be supporting the application. Commissioner Rausch?
Can I look at the floor plan or site plan rather again, please? I'm just trying to figure out what's behind the tall wall on the left as you're looking at the building from the corner or from the Las Vegas Boulevard side. So you talked about photos on that one lower wall, which would be the 6-foot wall rather than the 5-foot wall. Is this, as you go north of, I'm thinking that's north, beyond that, correct? What is that? Is that part of the building?
This here?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. They're the usual accommodations that come with wedding chapel, changing rooms and offices and whatnot.
Okay, so that 11-foot wall is actually part of the building? Or
No, the 11th,
10-foot
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but the 11-foot wall is only back here against the alley.
Okay.
This wall is a 6-foot wall, which staff says should be limited to 5 feet, and we explained that the privacy factor chose to have 6.
Okay, so Mr. Polly, would you help me from the street view? It looks like where you're taking pictures.
Sure.
I thought that was 6 feet, and I thought the other side was 10 feet too. So what are we really looking at height-wise between those two?
So if you go through the elevation, this one, no, the other elevation. So along the Las Vegas Boulevard right here.
Yeah, that's the frontage I'm concerned most about.
Okay, so I have a 5-foot wrought iron decorative fence, and then I jump up 6 foot here.
Correct.
And then I have the building itself is the wall right here with the articulation of the columns and the stone.
Okay,
And
so
that jumps up to 10'4".
right, and that's still on a street frontage.
Yeah.
That doesn't turn the corner and go to the alley at that point. It's kind of odd because the orientation is kind of a split corner. So I'm just trying to make sure from Las Vegas Boulevard you see that big jump to 10-2, and that's
Yes.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And that's actually part of the building.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it just looks like it's a wall from this rendering. So
Well, we added these pilasters and some lights and try to make it part of the composition where it doesn't have the gable roofs on top of it. It's more of a flat roof over here. And so we added some nice stone and some pilasters to give that wall some little bit more character.
yeah, it's just an odd illusion because it looks like a wall when it's really not a wall. It's really the building. So,
Yeah, right.
just I don't know, to my point of view, it's kind of like, I don't like to see that high of a wall on the street facade, but I'm going to defer to my other commissioners and see what they say.
I'll jump in on that, because that was one of the first things, Commissioner, that I did see. But I will say, if you look at it in the context of the building that's directly to the north, which I think is like a 5-story office building, that's kind of how I said, okay, that makes sense to me on how the scale of it is. I thought the wall continued all the way through when I first looked at this, but now that it's explained to me, it's wrought iron, goes to 6 feet, and then you have that big portion next to the office building. That's kind of where I got the comfort level with it, so you're clear. So I'm clear. Sorry. Commissioner Schlabman?
Yes, Chairman, through you. I had an opportunity to meet with both the gentlemen here today, and everything they represented today is what they pretty much represented in my meeting, but there's a couple of other points that they represent that I want to make sure that I'm clear on. You know, looking at the 6-foot fence in the front, I had a bigger issue with that at the beginning, but now I could almost see it as a building facade, extension. So the problem that I expressed to the applicants previously was a 10-foot-2 wall, which we're having to give them 11-foot variance if we do that. That is along the alley, and the justification for that was we want the 11 or 10-foot-2 wall to be level with the carport, so 20 feet away or whatever, it lines up with the fascia of the building, and it has nice clean lines. And I don't think that's really justification when you're looking at something from the alley. I don't know why we'd really need that. Question for the applicant, you also expressed something about a 9-foot wall on the north side of the building, is that correct?
Yes, there is a wall on the north side of the building adjacent to the 4-story office building here. And so, yes, we are proposing a wall back there, which, to the best of my knowledge, doesn't require any special approvals.
Okay, and I did say at our meeting that I don't know why you would need a 9-foot wall on the north side, but after looking at it and, taking a look at it in the field, I didn't have an issue with it, considering that it was, butting into a 5-story building. So, but is that wall existing or is it proposed?
It would be new.
Our wall would be new.
Okay.
New alley wall.
And I suppose it's helpful, I was trying to hurry through the presentation given the hour, but I suppose it might be helpful. This is basically a secured area with limousines coming and going. And so we did want to have a wall of sufficient height to conceal that and to provide the security to that. And we felt that here, adjacent to a 4, or if you say 5, I didn't know it was 5-story building, that should be inoffensive. And we thought similarly here on the alley, and only on the back part of our property on the alley, which matches the line of the building, was entirely appropriate. And likewise,
I appreciate that.
Okay, and likewise out here, we explained the situation that we really think the 6-foot is necessary here, and this is part of the building.
Mr. Borgel, I appreciate that. I think y'all designed a great project. I think y'all brought us a great project, and I can go along with the 6 feet up front. My personal opinion, and it's just my own personal opinion, is along the back alley, there's no justification for a 10-foot-2. I think those carports, as I stated the other day, could be brought down to 8 feet. I think the people walking down the alley are not gonna, I don't think it's gonna take away that much from the great job that you did with architecture on the entire building. And I just want to ask planning staff, do we need to approve something to make sure that, because I don't have a problem with them putting in a 9-foot wall on the north, do we need to still, if that's our choice to go ahead and allow them to still have that 9-foot wall, would we need to go ahead and grant a variance for 9 feet versus 11 feet?
So, Mr. Chairman, through you, Commissioner, what you'll need to do is if you choose to augment what they've requested in their waiver request for the wall height, I believe it's condition 5 on the if approved conditions, you would need to modify what your approval recommendation would be with regard to that condition.
Okay.
Commissioner, before you make a motion, I just want to clarify. So if you were to say you wanted to deny the alley wall at 10'2", but you wanted to approve everything else, I think we still have the issue where the building wall, that matches the alley wall that faces Las Vegas Boulevard is still that 10'2" height. So then you're jumping back down again. Am I understanding it correctly? So that as you go along Las Vegas Boulevard, like I was originally stating, you start with the railing, then you go to the 6-foot wall, then you go to the 10'2" wall, then you wrap around the alley, and it's all continuous 10'2", correct? So we could, if we denied the 10'2" wall on the alley, we still have the 10'2" on Las Vegas Boulevard. Is that right?
It's not a condition on Las Vegas Boulevard.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
I'm just trying to understand where we're at.
Just as a clarification, going from the lower screen wall up to the 6 feet, up to the higher wall on Las Vegas Boulevard, that does not require variance because it's actually part of the building. So as you move from, that's on the west side of the property, the front's Las Vegas Boulevard. When you get all the way to the back alley, that's where they're requesting that variance for the 10'2".
And I understand that completely, but from an architectural point of view, I look at things in block forms. So like as you come around, you want it to be continuous and look like it's, supposed to be like one element. So that's what I'm just thinking is I don't want it to look disjointed.
Well, first of all, I should have said in the beginning, we do accept all of the staff's if-approved conditions. And if the condition needs to be amended on the north wall adjacent to the 4-story building to cover that, we'd appreciate that as well. And if you or Commissioner Schlottman or the board in general doesn't want the roof line to match the wall back on the alley, then you can tell us to limit it to 8 feet, which is what code is.
Let me interrupt you right now, and let me ask a question. I want the honest truth. If I'm standing on Las Vegas Boulevard, can I see the alley wall?
No.
If I'm standing in the alley, can I see the front wall?
No.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Quinn.
Okay, well, I'm going to make it very simple. This is the first time where, and I told this to Mr. Borgel yesterday, where it was my opinion the waivers made the project better. Okay? I happen to like it. With that being said, my motion is for approval on SDR 73885 with all of staff's conditions, waivers, and the whole deal.
The motion's for approval.
I believe that
Yes.
Mr. Sommerfeld was going to suggest that that staff would have to enter another piece of language for the north wall. Did you intend to include that?
I don't even know. I'm a little bit tired. What were you going to add, Mr. Summerfield? Bob?
Chairman, through you, so Madam Vice Chair, during Commissioner Schlottman's discussion, it sounded like he was entertaining the possibility of not approving the waiver for the 11-foot perimeter wall in the rear and was instead going to allow them up to the 8-foot height that they're allowed. If that is a part of the motion, then we do need to make a modification to condition 5 of the SDR.
Well, being that it's my motion, I like it just the way it is. So therefore, my motion is for approval with the waivers that have been included.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you, and thank you for the extra time you devoted very late at night or early in the morning, however you see it. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, that item was going to go forward to City Council for their review on September 5th, 2018.
Okay, moving on to item number 130, our last item, second to last. SDR 73908, applicant owner Josh Ihorn for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for proposed 5-story mixed-use development consistent of 1,389 square feet of commercial floor area and 27 multifamily residential units with waivers of downtown Las Vegas overlay architectural standards at 808 South 6th Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, a 5-story building is proposed with office and parking on the ground floor and multifamily apartment units on the 2nd through 5th floors. The development fulfills one of the goals of the Vision 2045 Downtown Las Vegas Master Plan to transform the Founders District into an activity center anchored by transit hubs with high-density mixed-use developments. Staff supports waivers of the Downtown Overlay Area 1 architectural design standards due to the narrow width of the lot, orientation of the residential units towards the interior of the project, and the existing zero-lot line building on the parcel to the north. The applicant is proposing to cover the north and south building elevations with murals for visual interest. Staff has added a condition to coordinate with the city's Office of Cultural Affairs to coordinate the murals. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Can you introduce your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning. Sheldon Colin, 2580 St. Rose Parkway, here representing the applicant. I've met with Commissioner Toussaint on this, and we've talked extensively about it. We also had a neighborhood meeting. 2 of the individuals that own property in the area showed up. I could ramble on for a while, but it's late, so I thought I would just see if there's any questions.
Thank you. Okay, well, this was noticed as a public hearing. We'll open up the public hearing. Seeing nobody, will close the public hearing, and I will turn it over to Commissioner Schlaven.
Yes, Chairman, I think it's a great project. We need more residential in downtown, and considering staff's recommending approval, I would be willing to make a motion.
Please do.
On item 130 SDR 73908, I move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Okay. Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Thank you.
Commissioner DeSalvio.
Blue. Blue. That motion carries.
Thank you. Be safe getting home.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward for City Council consideration at the September 5th, 2018 City Council meeting.
This is item number 133, citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by this Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda, scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion of any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Seeing nobody.
Chairman.
Commissioner Schlaven.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you to the city clerks for giving us these, power chargers for our
Absolutely.
phones.
That's nice.
And I want to say thank you for doing such an excellent job tonight and making this meeting run smoothly.
Oh, that was very nice.
Yeah, bravo, buddy. You
All
did a
right, we all
great
did well. Thank
job.
you. Meeting adjourned.
Truly.